Synopsis. When one day, the world is thrown into turmoil. Unknown powers and unlikely leaders emerge, compelled by the calling of survival and greatness. The Ascendancy and the Demise. They've come for Earth, putting to test the indomitable human spirit. This is a power and system fantasy based around the zombie apocalypse genre, with plenty of extensive supernatural elements to keep things interesting as the world builds. Expect extensive LitRPG elements, like stats, screens, and all the things that satisfy that numerical itch. Chapter 1, Stay Awake. We were athletes. Myself and those around me were people who pushed our bodies to the limits every day. Through daily pain and suffering, bearing the agony of forcing our limbs to move even when we felt like puking, we became better. We became stronger, faster, more resilient. Through months and years of training we honed our skills and perfected the engineering of our bodies. I always found the sport unique. Track was only running, but I could argue that it was the hardest. Here, it was always about the stopwatch, the times you hit. During a race, nothing else mattered except for you, the clock, and your past self that you were trying to be better than. There was nobody to help you, nobody to compensate for your shortcomings, nobody to fix your mistakes, or support your strengths like in team sports. And to become the best meant developing your body to the pinnacle of human capability. You were up against the entire world, not just those on the same field or court as you. A numbers game with no gray, only black and white. But the team was just as much of a family as any other. Through mutual pain and suffering we bonded, becoming close friends who could push each other and complain about how much we hurt. And we competed with each other. Who could lift more weight, who could run 200 meters faster, who could go for longer. And I surely wasn't the best in any of those areas. I tried my best to keep up. I pushed myself to lift just as much weight, run just as fast, push myself for just as long. But I fell short most of the time. As I got better, so did they. In the end, I was always behind. One of my close friends was one of those who were better than me. Kevin, a man with skin dark as night and an aim in video games that would put anyone to shame. We were often up late at night together playing the latest and most frustrating video games there were. You would even catch us arguing about it during practice, like whether or not I carried his sorry ass the previous night. Like us, most people on the team were there in order to get scholarships. Get fast, get the money, go to school and get the degree. It was a simple path filled with the thorny road that was the sport. But most of everyone had long made peace with the struggle. So we just went through day by day, sprint by sprint, breath by breath. Until one day, things veered a little off course. After blazing through a half-hour commute in only 20 minutes, I arrived at practice. I met with Kevin who stood amidst a massive group of people. It seemed the entire team had gathered. "Hey, we have a meeting." "Oh. Fun." I sighed at his words as we took a seat like everyone else. It was the middle of the week, so we shouldn't have had a team meeting. Regardless, it was probably about something I didn't care about. Sure enough, when the time came and the head coach stepped up, he started rambling on about an upcoming event I didn't plan on joining. Like that I zoned out. The only thing on my mind was my classes later in the day and how I forgot to do an assignment. So much for keeping an A. I let out another sigh while the coach's voice droned on in my ears. But as I spaced out, I suddenly felt a jolt in my mind. It was like someone had poked my head, so I lifted my gaze and scanned around. And I noticed how everyone else had reacted to something as well. That's when my eyes narrowed, a bad omen brewing in my gut. Even the coach had slowed in his words, attempting to overlook the weird feeling, but realizing that it wasn't so normal with everyone's reactions. And then, we heard it. "It is time." Those 3 words shook my mind, coming from beyond the realm of understanding. I could feel chills crawl up my entire body, caused not by the power held within them, but the sheer supernatural occurrence that shouldn't be happening. My head snapped to Kevin beside me. "Hey, you heard that?" "Yeah." "What the he dash?" He was interrupted as the voice continued. "Not by circumstance. Not by inevitability. True, unbridled prosperity. At the tips of your fingers. But remaining ungrasped. The voice seemed to come from the sky and from within our bodies. It came to me in a perfect English language, but I couldn't help but feel like it wasn't actually a language being spoken. It felt more raw. Like pure information being delivered to my mind. My surrounding teammates could only remain still, disbelieving of what was happening. All have forsaken the ultimate frontier. The corruption of the degenerate swaying the virtue of the Paragon. It is time. The next step. Thrown into the depth of extremity. Evolve. Reach the ultimate frontier. Rejoice, Paragon. The Ascendancy has graced the earth. And the Demise have come for ruin. It announced with purpose and decree. With no excitement, but overflowing expectation. I continued to sit there long after it went silent. Chills made my entire body shake. I was overwhelmed by this mystical occurrence, feeling it impossible. Every fantasy in my head couldn't prepare me for this. But it wasn't so great that I didn't notice the burning pain suddenly coming from within me. At first I just felt really hot, as if I were standing out in 110-degree weather. My entire body felt like it was overheating. But then it got worse. That's when I felt my organs churn, my blood boiling. For a moment, I became painfully aware of all the filth inside my body. I felt dirty as the heat targeted every crevice of my flesh and tried to purify it. It was so intense that the feeling caused me to vomit, trying to expel it. My skin simultaneously began to sweat oil. I felt nothing but disgust along with the pain. And I wasn't the only one. Everyone around me, including the coaches, dropped to their knees and started heaving. The ground was coated with all kinds of fluids and food, causing the entire team to crawl outward and avoid the filth and smell. And the pain only became worse. However, after what felt like 30 minutes, I realized that it wasn't just pain I was feeling. All the cells of my body, they didn't just overheat. It was almost like they were generating some kind of energy. It was more than just cellular energy. It caused me to, despite the pain, feel powerful. I felt like I could do a few of my hard workouts before getting tired. There was more energy within me that made me feel like I was at my prime, even though I was far from it. It felt like I was evolving, just as the voice said. This feeling helped me stay lucid throughout the torture that only got worse. The energy inside of me burst, and I continued to rid my body of all the crap inside of it. Although it was painfully abhorrent and disgusting, I felt better every time I expelled the filth. It was like the energy within me could move more, could grow more. The filth was only inhibiting it. This continued even after an entire hour had passed. By that time, although the pain wasn't any lesser, I was able to adapt enough to take in my surroundings. There were a few people who had collapsed, unmoving as if asleep. I cringed when I saw them laying in their own filth, but didn't mind it that much since I was practically covered in mine. Most people though were fighting through the pain, also looking around. Kevin was one of them, and we turned to each other. "Hey Kev. How's it going?" I asked through strained breath. He chuckled, the act causing him to spit out brown liquid. "Like ass. What the hell is going on?" "I don't know." I grit my teeth. Fighting through this pain for so long took its toll on my mind. I wanted to go to sleep, but I fought against the feeling. Whatever is happening, it's not good. Just stay awake. Don't go to sleep. In case anything happens. I spoke aloud, the entire team likely hearing my voice since I was the only one talking. I didn't know what was going on, but it was safe to assume the entire world was changing. In that case, I couldn't go to sleep. Something like that would be dangerous. Something inside of me told me so. It seemed like people began to handle the pain better as some even stood up. But no matter what, the pain never dissipated. It only got worse as each minute passed. Every second, I could feel my mind's lucidity being sapped away. Water. When hour 2 passed, I struggled to reach behind me. I slipped off my backpack and drew one of my water bottles. Throwing up so much had made me not only hungry, but thirsty as a horse in the desert. Upon drinking some water though, I immediately threw it back up. Kevin, who was about to mimic me, stopped in his tracks. "Well, that sucks." He chuckled, breaking out into a fit of coughs. Like that, we could only continue to suffer. After hour 3, many more people had succumbed to their fatigue, falling asleep after collapsing on the floor. Being completely honest, it finally began to scare me a bit. I wasn't sure if they died after collapsing. Was this some sort of test? A test of our fortitude? What happened to those who fell asleep? With a rapidly beating heart, I crawled over to a guy nearby who had collapsed. I put my fingers on his neck, and was relieved when I felt a heartbeat. "They don't die after collapsing," I shouted, hoping everyone could hear me. Maybe they were scared of the same thing. I couldn't be sure. I just wanted to give everyone some solace. At that time, there was another shout. "Their body gets cold though." This time, it was one of the girls. Thinking, I put my hand on the guy's back. It was true. His body was really cold, almost too cold. "Damn it. Don't fall asleep," another one of the guys shouted, slapping his face in order to stay awake. I began to feel it too. At some point, my body was no longer overheating, but chilling. The temperature flipped as my blood felt like it was slowing. It was the kind of cold that made you want to snuggle under a warm blanket and fall asleep. No. I shook my head. I couldn't fall. "Come, to me. Let's fight this together." Then, another guy spoke. He barely pulled himself to his feet, waving down those who were still awake. With all the effort I could muster, I climbed to my feet. My body protested, my limbs feeling so incredibly weak. I felt like I could barely lift 5 pounds, let alone my entire body. Everything shook, about to buckle. But I trudged forward, taking a step toward that man. A few others did as well, while some could only climb to their knees and crawl. After several minutes, there were only 8 of us who could stand and gather. 5 men and 3 women. The only thing we did was come closer, but it seemed to boost our energy. Mutual suffering. It was a great thing to bond over. Hour 5 approached. "Stay standing. We don't know what happens if we fall asleep." One of the men spit out those words. His name was Albert. He was one of our best throwers, a big man with incredible strength. Hopefully nothing bad actually happened to the others. Another spoke from beside Albert. Martin, one of the distance runners and a very skinny man. He hugged himself and shivered. It turns out all of us were feeling the cold as it cut into our bones. A girl let out a sharp breath, a pole vaulter named Ashley. "You guys felt that heat earlier?" "It felt like I was cooking myself." "Yeah, no kidding." Albert agreed. Beside me, Kevin was barely standing. All of us were shivering from the cold that seeped into our bones. "Whoa there, big guy. Don't tap out on me." He stumbled, and I moved to support him. "I'm all good," he mumbled, barely keeping his eyes open. Even when he tried to shake himself awake, it didn't work. I wasn't faring that much better. Truthfully, I should be scared of falling asleep. So scared that I would never wish to sleep again. But I couldn't be. It seemed like falling asleep was inevitable. I surely didn't have it in me to last for another hour. And when that time came, was I supposed to assume that I died? At this point, I didn't know if I even cared. The cold didn't just freeze my body, but seemed to infect my mind with drowsiness. I didn't have the capacity to even worry about looming death. So when Kevin stumbled again, I was barely able to prevent him from falling on his face. Instead, he fell on his shoulder, falling asleep soon after. 2 of the other guys were quick to go after that. Nobody had talked for a while, just concentrating on staying awake. With the guys went the girls. 2 girls fell, leaving 1 standing. In the end, I stood there frozen like a statue. Me, one other guy, and one other girl. All I did was focus on maintaining my balance. I felt like once I fell over, I was done. A competitive spirit even rose up within me. I looked at the other two through my barely open eyes, smiling a tiny bit. I didn't know how long passed like that. Teetering on the edge, not even knowing if I was still awake. But after enough time, the cold began to fade, and I regained my lucidity. It felt like I overcame a barrier, feeling a wave of relief as the pain and discomfort disappeared. However, instead of seeing the normal view of the stadium and my teammates as I raised my body, I looked forward only to see a vision manifest. At first, it was just a bright light that overwhelmed my eyes. I couldn't avoid it though, my body not listening to my commands. I just stared at the radiance, until over time, the things within that light became clearer. I could see 3 figures, 3 men, who stood one after the other with varying dispositions. And over time, the figures began to gain clarity. I noticed great pain in my mind as I attempted to make out what those figures were, but to see them was compelling. I wanted to know what they looked like, who they were. And after incredible strain that made me feel like my eyes would pop out of their sockets and my brain explode, I could see the first figure. He was a man of humble origins, dressed in steel armor that was intricately designed, though not by a masterful blacksmith. He didn't seem to be anyone of extraordinary status or brilliance, but in his eyes were the gleams of ambition and hope. He looked beyond himself, looked to the future that was full of possibilities. From him I could feel the unyielding aura of greatness. But he was a small figure. The other two which I couldn't make out were bigger than he. From them I could feel greater power, greater status and significance. But that was it. Not long after gaining clarity with the first figure, my mind began to fade. My vision blurred as a splitting headache directly erased any lucidity I had retained. And so I passed out, unknowing of what might happen in the future. Chapter 2, Skeleton Sentry. My name is Jack Corvo. I'm a 21-year-old man who lives with his parents, though not because I'm a parasite of a son. It just makes sense financially for me. I mean, how can I get an apartment in this kind of economy? I'd rather bide my time and save money, moving out when I finish college. Anyway, I grew up with 3 siblings, 2 sisters and a brother, as well as 2 loving parents. My life was good, aside from the normal setbacks one gets in life. Regardless, I was on track to use my track career as a scholarship acquisition tool and get myself a stable job with a degree. I was a normal man, if not a well-accomplished athlete, in this normal world. So when I opened my eyes and saw someone chewing on the arm of another person, I was quite shocked. Hey! Get up! Ha! I closed my eyes after hearing a shout, processing the noises around me. But Kevin was pulling on my arm with shocking strength and scary urgency. So I stood up groggily. Kevin? The hell are you doing? That thing. It's a zombie. Zombie? Those aren't realistic. I mean, just sustaining such a body dash. Shut up and get away from it. Kevin yanked my arm, causing me to fly behind him. I barely maintained my footing as he dragged me back. That's when I fully opened my eyes and took in my surroundings. That person eating another person was in fact real in all its gory detail. I felt my stomach turn when I smelled the stench of flesh and blood. Around me were several dozen people, the entire track team in fact. The coaches were herding all the athletes, keeping us together and away from the zombie that was still munching on the corpse of a boy. It was quite voracious. What? Kevin? It just started eating that person. Everyone is pretty sure it's a zombie, so nobody wants to get close. Kevin was solemn, barely keeping it together as he watched. Nobody could tear their eyes away from the zombie. It was far too vivid, too stimulating to avoid watching. I felt my adrenaline spike as the reality set in on me. Those words, that burning and chilling feeling before falling asleep. Was this some kind of precursor? Did it trigger a zombie apocalypse or something? The world was changing. Suddenly, I looked to my bag. At some point, everyone became quiet and started backing away under the coach's direction. There were no other unconscious people, so it seemed like I was one of the last awake. The girl and boy who had beat me were also rousing from their sleep, having been dragged away earlier. Our movement seemed to trigger the zombie though. Suddenly, it looked up, staring at us before opening its mouth. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. It let out an inhuman noise before charging. It wasn't fast, and didn't look coordinated. It still had the body of one of the men though, so it was big. At this attack, 2 of the coaches and 4 of the men stepped forward. A man's fight or flight response could enable them to kill anything, and I saw their violent expressions in vivid detail. One of them kicked the zombie away, the body stumbling backward and on its back. The others came around with swinging kicks. The zombie swiped at them, trying to grab them, but they avoided it as best they could. At that moment, I sprinted toward my bag as my instinct seemed to kick in. I opened one of the pockets inside, taking out a knife, and unfolded it while half the team stared at me with odd expressions. Then, I charged toward the fight. Part of me just wanted to hand the knife off, letting them fight the zombie. But I didn't want to be seen as some kind of coward or hypocrite. So despite my thoughts to just stand back and be safe, I stepped forward. My adrenaline surged as I approached. The other men had pinned the zombie down by its limbs and head, keeping it from thrashing around. That's when I moved over. I got it. Move. I pushed through between them. Then, without the mind to wait for instruction, I pushed the hand holding the zombie's head down out of the way. Even as it began to wave its pale head around, I stabbed down. The knife buried itself in its skull, right through the forehead. It instantly stopped moving, falling silent. My breath was hurried as I pulled the knife back out. The feeling of it so easily sliding out made my stomach twist. It was too much, and I spun around, dry heaving in disgust. The others pulled themselves off the zombie while I did so. I coughed up nothing since I already emptied my stomach earlier. But shockingly, while I was bent over, I saw something in my mind. You have killed, zombie, type 1. As the grace period is still in effect, you have gained, ectoplasm, type 1, X1, doth. Congratulations. You have been awakened. With those words, I felt something inside me stir. Within my mind I could see a small globule of some kind of liquid. It was totally white, a pure kind of energy. I couldn't do anything with it though, and soon, I saw more prompts in my head. I saw this archive, though I didn't have the mind to analyze it in detail. Still, I could recognize what this was at a glance. A profile, a status page. It was something right out of a game, filling me with an odd feeling. Then I saw something else. For your first kill during the grace period, you have been rewarded. You have received, Random Ability Tome, Type 1. Opening the tome will provide you with a choice. Choose wisely, as this will affect your path. Jack! Are you okay? Kevin rushed over as a book appeared in my hands. I just nodded as he pulled me to my feet, the bloody knife still clenched in my hand. The adrenaline was slowly wearing off, but I was still filled with a bit of snappy paranoia. He didn't question the book as I walked over and stowed it in my bag. Perhaps he wasn't sure what to ask. I mean, who could guess that this book appeared from nothing? They probably hadn't seen this archive yet. With the zombie dead, everyone felt a little safer. The only problem was the fact that the zombie had once been a person. It was obvious, though I decided to ignore it initially. The athletic clothes, the lean build. It was one of us, a runner on the team. They had turned into that zombie. Not much had changed outwardly. There was no rotting like in classic zombie movies. There were only 2 things that made it look like a zombie. First was the blood all over its face, the result of eating someone alive. Second was the black blood vessels that bulged from its pale skin. The image was still a bit freaky and unsettling, but it still wasn't enough to disconnect it totally from a human. I couldn't help but grow more sick at the thought. I had just plunged a knife into its skull. I almost felt possessed, and I'm not sure why I had moved so eagerly to kill it. Maybe it was a sense of duty, or a sense of crisis. Whatever it was, I had acted on impulse and instinct, the desire to kill that monster overwhelming my mind. Part of me was happy I did, glad that I wasn't a coward. Perhaps I had used that moment to prove myself. Though, with all the sudden changing and abnormal events, I wasn't sure how to feel. Everyone looked between me and the corpse. Some people knew who it was, but I didn't, perhaps another comforting fact. Some people were a bit fearful of me though now that I carried a knife. Though, if it were just that, it might not mean much. But the fact that I actually used it. Everyone, listen up. Suddenly, the head coach stepped out. I'm not sure what's going on, but there's no doubt that something's happening. This is an emergency situation. I just tried to call 911, but it didn't go through. I might be jumping to conclusions, but seeing this zombie, it seems like the world isn't what it was only several hours ago. For now, sticking together is top priority. I'm pretty sure we're not the only ones who heard that voice or experienced that little torture session, so there's no doubt that alerts and alarms will be going off soon. We'll wait for some hours before moving forward. In the meantime, we're going to stay in the stadium where it's safe. Let's get inside first. I also suggest everyone shower. We're all filthy. With that direction, everyone moved to gather inside the stadium. The girls and boys split into their locker rooms, and many were quick to jump in the shower. Nobody decided to acknowledge my knife, so I just stashed it away in my pocket. At the same time, I overheard the coaches talking. We need to check what's going on outside. One of you head up to the top of the stadium, do a little scouting of our surroundings. Another needs to start filling up jugs of water. Water lines aren't going to be up forever, so we need to stock up as much as possible. Grab our survival kits as well. And if anyone wants to volunteer, heading over to the school campus would be a good idea. We can get in touch with any administrators and figure out our situation. Getting our hands on a landline would be good too. I'll take care of the water. I got the keys to the emergency supplies. I'll head to the campus, but if someone can come with me that'd be great. The coaches, of which there were 7, all divided the jobs and took to it. They were surprisingly proactive, the looming crisis pushing them to act. After a few of them dispersed though, the head coach grabbed one of the male coaches. He whispered in his ear. Check on everyone who pinned down that zombie. If it's anything like popular media, this is an infection that can spread. We need to make sure nobody got hurt, and if they did, we need to isolate them until we know what's going on. Of course. With that, the other coach headed to the boys' locker room. He passed by me, and I only nodded to him. I followed him in, and the coach immediately rounded up everyone who helped pin the zombie I killed. After he spoke to them in a low voice, they all began checking themselves and each other for wounds. In the end, 2 of them found light scrapes on their bodies, enough that it barely drew blood. Panic evidently appeared on their faces, but with the coach's reassurance, they didn't freak out. But they did take measures. The coach took them away to clean the wounds and isolate. Nobody knew if a person could even get infected. And if they could, how extreme was the infection? Could it be fought with one's immune system? Or was it like every zombie movie in existence and the lightest scratch would turn someone within the day? There was too much uncertainty, so they could only choose to be safe. As the showers were full, I waited in a corner of the locker room by myself. I wanted to check out the tome, but instead I drew a notebook from my bag. I occasionally had school right after practice, so I kept it on me. Finding a blank sheet of paper, I started writing what I remembered. It is time. Not by circumstance, not by inevitability. True, unbridled prosperity at the tips of your fingers. But remaining ungrasped. All have forsaken the ultimate frontier, the corruption of the degenerate swaying the virtue of the Paragon. It is time. The next step. Thrown into the depth of extremity. Evolve. Reach the ultimate frontier. Rejoice, Paragon. The Ascendancy had graced the earth. And the Demise have come for ruin. I mumbled the words as they came back to me. My mind felt clearer than normal, perhaps due to the little session of torture, and that event was too shocking not to remember in full detail. I wrote it all down as I heard it. At that time, Kevin walked over and saw what I was doing. He read through it, and I bit the tip of my pen. Is this everything? Yeah. Except for the last part. Kevin pointed to the last few lines. I didn't hear the word Paragon after he said rejoice. I heard Deva. Deva? I definitely didn't hear anything like that. I rebutted. Was it different for everyone? We became curious. Suddenly, we walked to a few friends, getting another perspective. Yeah, I heard Deva too. I heard Paragon. I actually heard Archon. I heard Paragon. Everyone started to jump in, calling out what they heard. Shrugging, I made a counter, tallying the number of people who heard different things. In the end, there were 3 different words people heard. Paragon, Deva, and Archon. Out of 85 men, 70 of them heard Deva, 4 of them heard Paragon, and 11 of them heard Archon. It was odd, clear that everyone was divided somehow between these 3 categories. Other than that, I wasn't sure what it could mean. This voice was obviously displeased with Earth in some way, talking about the degenerates swaying the virtue of the Paragon. Taking it literally, it was saying that the bad people were affecting the good people. But it also spoke of evolving, taking the next step. Were we supposed to literally evolve? Into a higher species? That sounded nice, but how was that supposed to happen? Thinking of the archive, the ectoplasm, the stats. It was pointing us somewhere, but I couldn't see where. At some point, I put everything away and went to take a shower. It felt amazing, washing off all the grime and filth that had come out of me. More than that, my body felt beyond amazing. I was full of energy and power, and I thought back to that blazing heat I felt during the torture. It had felt like all my cells were generating energy, my body burning and refining itself. After that came the cold, though I wasn't sure of its effects. The vision afterward was even more mysterious. Regardless, it all made me into something better. As a human, I had been refined. Maybe that's why the knife slid out so easily. Because I got stronger. I thought before shaking my head at the gruesome memory. All I knew was that my strength was higher than it used to be. I kept my knife with me in the shower, fearful that someone would take it. I trusted my team, but these were uncertain times. I felt better having things in control. Not only that, but I decided that the shower was a good place to open this tome. It said that upon opening, it would give me a choice, one that affects my path. I wonder what this path is. I thought while grabbing the tome that I bundled in my clothes. After that, I took a deep breath while avoiding the water from the running shower. Open. I pulled the cover, and the book glowed. The brown leather cover flashed with runes and glyphs, and the white pages within scribbled with writings of an unknown language. You have consumed Random Ability Tome, Type 1. Generating abilities. Generated. Choose one of the 3 options. 1. Basic Weapon Mastery. 2. Skeleton Sentry. 3. Basic Weapon Assembly. I looked at the options with a heavy heart. They were all rather self-explanatory. The first option seemed like it would teach me about wielding weapons, possibly making use of my new power. The second option, while I wasn't entirely certain, seemed like some kind of skeleton warrior that would fight by itself. Or maybe it was a sentry gun made of bones that I could place down and shoot. The third option was the most self-explanatory. Assembling weapons. I first crossed the third one off my list. I wasn't a craftsman, and assembling any kind of weapons would require materials that I didn't have in this uncertain situation. I wouldn't choose something so passive. And between the first and second one, I was athletic, so I thought about getting the first one. It would be nice to know how to wield weapons properly. But then again, I already knew how to shoot guns rather well. I came from a family filled with military, so going shooting wasn't exactly an uncommon pastime. But the second one seemed a bit more valuable. A skeleton sentry. Regardless of what it was, it seemed like a weapon. And Lord knows I need a weapon. Plus, it wouldn't require me to personally attack zombies. It was a sentry, so it would take care of that for me, right? I just couldn't see myself getting down and dirty fighting zombies. It was too close for comfort. I had barely stabbed a zombie that was being held down by several men. What about fighting one by myself? And head on, no less. I wasn't going to think that I could suddenly start fighting like a martial arts master that could dodge hits. I wanted safety. I wanted to put distance between me and my enemies, and kill them from that distance. Getting that far, I made my choice. I couldn't hesitate too long, and I forced myself to make the decision now. You have chosen option 2, Skeleton Sentry, Stage 1. This choice has narrowed your path. You have chosen wisely. Skeleton Sentry. Ability, a minion of bone who will faithfully carry out any of your basic orders. This minion sustains itself with the bones of its enemies. It can be summoned and unsummoned at any time. Should the skeleton be destroyed, 7 days are required to reform it. Remarks, doubles as a xylophone, applicable instrument skill required. As the details of the ability appeared in my mind, I suddenly saw a small figure form in front of me. As I was naked and a bit on edge, I couldn't help but back away. I was about 5 foot 10 inches, a very average height, and a bit resentful of the fact that I couldn't grow 2 more inches. Anyway, the skeleton that appeared in front of me was a few inches shorter. It was literally just a skeleton, too. The human skeleton was completely white, with nothing like tendons or muscles supporting its movement. The only thing that stood out to me were the wisps of white fire blazing in its eye sockets, giving it some indication of life. After it had fully formed though, I was surprised to feel a drain of energy, like a trickling stream of water leaving my body and into the skeleton. That operation cost, while compared to my overall energy pool, could build up if I weren't careful. Not only that, but I felt a burning sensation in my mind. Looking inward to where the globule of ectoplasm was, I could suddenly see a series of runes forming, the lines and configurations unable to be made sense of. This series of runes seemed to brand itself into my mind, and I could quickly understand the entire ability. I could also feel a connection between myself and the skeleton standing with me in the shower. It said it could be summoned and desummoned at will. Does it cost anything to do so? I wondered as I willed the skeleton to disappear. At my command, the bones of its body disassembled and seemed to crumble to ash before shooting toward my body. The ash congealed around my arm, turning into some kind of symbol that rested on my forearm. The end result was a white runic formation made of bone that seemed to implant itself into the skin of my right arm. It wasn't exactly inconspicuous, but I didn't care. Then, with another thought, the symbol flashed before the bone shot out in front of me. The skeleton reformed after about 3 seconds, a rather fast time considering it was constructing an entire skeleton. After testing it a few times, I found that calling it back or summoning it didn't take any energy. With that, I called it back, letting it rest as a bone rune on my arm. I finished my shower with a bit of pep in my step, happy to have attained an ability. I wasn't sure about the extent of its abilities, but having a minion to fight for me was more than welcoming. At the same time, I wondered what was going on throughout the world. How was my family faring? I was eager to get back to them. Chapter 3, Team. After a coach did a sweep of the stadium and found no more zombies, the athletes were called to come and help out with various jobs. Bins and jugs were brought out and filled with water. Emergency food supplies were similarly prepared. And with everyone clean and fresh, the mood was much calmer than earlier. However, after watching the 2 men who were scratched for a few hours, it was found that their condition was getting worse. The wound began to show signs of infection, and their energy levels were reduced. They felt tired, but more fearful than anything. They were given some medicine that could hopefully help, but other than that, there wasn't much anybody could do except isolate them. A coach had also come to check on me. They were worried about anybody having ingested fluids or the like, especially blood considering it had spilled everywhere. But unlike the ones who got scratched, I felt perfectly fine, even more so. Because of that, they didn't pay me much mind. At some point I had decided to send a few texts to my family and friends. I didn't actually expect to get a response, but without exception, every single person sent back a message. My parents assured me they were okay, while my friends did the same. One of my friends, a guy who I knew owned an entire arsenal of guns and ammo, told me that they had already killed over a dozen zombies in their neighborhood. He also told me about his awakening and ability acquisition, something I had also gotten. Apparently my parents were also forced to kill several zombies, and it was similarly done with guns that we owned. Because of that, both my parents awakened and got abilities. Everyone I knew, or at least those I was close to, was still alive and some of them had awakened. It was rather comforting, but through their messages, I was a bit surprised to find out that the situation was far worse than I knew. Here, we only had one person turn into a zombie. But everywhere else, my family and friends were seeing hundreds and thousands. It seemed like half of the population had turned. It was unknown what the criteria for turning into a zombie were, but regardless, there was a lot. It was absolutely much worse than what we experienced. That's when I suddenly heard an alarm. My phone, along with everyone else's, began blaring the dreadful tone of the emergency alert system. We all listened with bated hearts, wondering about the message that was going to be sent. Some were hopeful of the situation, but others weren't. I sure wasn't. My fellow Americans. This is the President of the United States. Everyone went silent. It is with a heavy heart that I inform you of this global emergency. As of October 14, 2024, an unknown supernatural occurrence changed the Earth. Through satellite data, surveillance footage, and phone data, the FBI, CIA, and Homeland Security have estimated that at least 41% of the global population has succumbed to a supernatural disease. In short, a significant percentage of humanity has turned into what can only be described as zombies. Suddenly, everyone let out hollow breaths. 41% of nearly 8 billion people. I didn't care about doing the math. I knew that around 3 billion people had turned, and that was just from what they could estimate. It could be even more. And what about the immediate deaths? The world was descending into anarchy. The alert continued. In this time of emergency, we must band together and fight to survive. Martial law has been implemented, and all American military bases across the United States have been opened for refuge. Every branch of the military is now working to save anybody that has not turned, starting in major cities from Los Angeles to Manhattan. We encourage everyone to form militias, gather your weapons, acquire supplies, and seek out any military personnel you may find. Gather at your nearest military installation and take refuge. Do not be mistaken, this is an extinction-level catastrophe that is threatening to wipe out humanity and the world as we know it. These zombies cannot be communicated with, and the people they were prior are no more. They must be killed without prejudice. The president continued on, speaking to anybody who would listen. He described the zombies and their characteristics, primarily that of bulging black veins. Their bodies would also get abnormally cold. However, he didn't speak at all about the awakening I experienced, or abilities. Maybe they hadn't yet acquired data on that yet, or they were hiding it until they could figure it out. Either way, it didn't become public knowledge. The alert ended after giving the primary locations of refuge across the country. After that, the message stopped and entered a loop, constantly replaying for anybody that had yet to listen to it. The entire locker room was quiet. Some people began muttering to themselves, unbelieving of the reality. I even heard one begin to cry. It was rather hopeless. Billions of zombies were now roaming the earth, coming from our very own neighbors. Life as we knew it was over. There would be no more practices, no more fighting for scholarships, no more school. Well, that last one was a bit welcomed, but there were also no more video games. The costs did not outweigh the benefits. The water supply would soon shut down, electrical grids would go out, gas lines would cease to operate. Everything that needed constant maintenance and replacement would fall apart, cutting off basic necessities to entire regions of the country. Resources wouldn't get moved around. How could anybody have continued to drive their cars through that torture? There was no doubt that every roadway in the country was blocked by destroyed vehicles. Anything that didn't fly was useless. Now, we were all survivors, fighting to stay alive in the midst of millions of undead monsters. And with this archive in place, something told me that it wouldn't stop at zombies. I couldn't help but wallow in the despairing situation. All the nice things that had once been a given were gone. I wouldn't get to go home, complain about stupid drivers, eat a slab of steak, and go to bed after hours of gaming. I had so many plans that were so quickly shattered. But I wasn't totally hopeless. Maybe it was my mental fortitude. Or maybe my natural instinct to adapt and survive was kicking in, handed down to me from my millennia of ancestors who were forced to fight to survive. Either way, I didn't find myself wanting to hide in a corner. I felt something inside me blaze. It was an uncontrollable urge to start working. I wanted to start rebuilding. I wanted to save people, bring them together, and fight back against this existential threat. When faced with this enemy, I wanted to fight. But what were my next steps? I gotta get to my family. I thought inwardly. My family and friends were all tight-knit. There was no doubt that we could come together, pool our strength, and carve out a place for ourselves. I had an uncle who was military and had his own little farm. I had a friend with enough guns to equip a small army. Most importantly, I had people I could trust. We could rely on each other. So getting back to them was top priority. I quickly sent out texts to everyone, expressing my intentions. To those that were close to my house, I let them know that I would be coming. And to my family, I told them that no matter how long it took, I would be making my way back to the house. This time, I didn't receive any messages back. It wasn't long after that when the stadium suddenly lost all power. I sighed. That happened faster than I expected. Now, power was out. I looked at my phone. It was basically fully charged as I hadn't used it much today. On top of that, I had a portable battery in my car, and the battery of my car. My mind immediately thought of what I could get from my phone. What did I need from it? Music would be nice, but not a priority. Money was useless now, digital or otherwise. A map of various locations would be nice. I could track down the locations of some warehouses that were full of supplies. I could save the locations of my friends so I could get to them. Without much hesitation, I immediately brought out my notebook. I began scribbling in it, writing down the step-by-step directions that would take me from my house to each of my friends' houses. This took me several minutes, after which I had a few pages worth of notes. After that, I did the same for some warehouses. It was about an hour later that I finally stopped. Kevin had long since come and checked out what I was doing. And when he saw me, he called me a genius and started doing the same on his phone. Information was extremely valuable. We had to save it while we could. After plotting out map directions, I went online and began surfing. I searched for any valuable information that should be useful for survival. That's when I stopped though. How was I supposed to write down pages worth of information? There was too much, and most of it wasn't very applicable. Even survival tips weren't very helpful. Stock up on water? No duh. Save the non-perishable food? Wow, never thought of that. Most of it involved preparation. Well, it wasn't like I could hop on over to the store right now, so I could only make do with what I had. Thankfully, the coaches had stocked up on plenty of water. My only worry was the fact that there were so many of us, and across several days, it might not last. So my phone couldn't help me much more. Even when I did search for things, most websites had gone down. I'm sure power outages were happening nationwide. Within the day, there might not be power anywhere, aside from generators. The world was quickly going dark, and there wasn't anything we could do about it. Nightfall was especially dreadful. There were no shortage of zombie games that vehemently expressed how bad night was. You simply couldn't see as well, and nobody was sure about how zombies behaved. Could they see? Did they have super hearing? Did they sleep? Until the details were figured out, it was better to stay safe inside at night. So when night finally fell, the doors were long since locked down. The coaches had even done away with the gender separation, bringing everyone together in a single locker room. That night, nobody could sleep, at least not well. But perhaps since we had yet to actually meet any hordes of zombies, everyone was comforted by their ignorance. At least, that was until we heard the gunshots. Everyone jolted up when the sound of a cannon shook the stadium. It sounded far away, but the continuous pops and booms weren't comforting. It looks like the military is nearby. Kevin spoke hopefully from beside me. Many heard him, their hearts being invigorated by the thought of help coming. They started whispering about potential plans. Everyone stay put. Seeing the rising commotion, the head coach interrupted. We are going nowhere in the dark. If we're doing anything, it's happening in the daylight. Just get some sleep, in case we need to move tomorrow. Everyone calmed down with his words. The thought of venturing out in the darkness, it easily dissuaded even the bravest. With that, I did my best to calm myself and succumb to sleep. Perhaps it was the stress from the day prior, but it didn't take me long to pass out. The grace period has ended. As the locker room was totally dark, I wasn't sure what time I woke up until I checked my phone. 9 a.m., I was a bit surprised. We had all been up late, and I had been mentally spent with all global catastrophes descending upon us. Turns out I wasn't the first though. I exited the locker room, almost stepping on several people who slept on the ground in the process. The light graced my eyes, streaming through some of the few windows in the stadium hallway. After taking a deep breath, I noticed a bit of a commotion in another room. I walked over, peeking into one of the projector rooms used for film study. All the coaches were there, along with several men and women athletes. They were arguing. We need to make contact with someone. Anyone. We all heard the military last night, so we should be trying to find them. The gunshots aren't there anymore. We have no idea where they could be. Going out there is too much of a risk. I slipped in, deciding this was a conversation I wanted to hear. Everyone glanced at me before continuing. One of the guys spoke up. It was our top thrower, Elijah, a beast of a man who had been one of the final 3 to keep themselves awake. We can't hole up in this place forever. What do we do when we run out of water? The water lines shut down last night. We're on limited supplies. A coach massaged the bridge of his nose. I know that, Elijah. But sending people out there. I know. We'll run the risk of dying. Elijah sighed. But unfortunately, coach, it's a risk we need to take. Whether it's for supplies or for making contact, we need to get out there. Waiting will get us nowhere except desperation. Everyone was silent, contemplating the abysmal risks involved with venturing out. The streets were no doubt filled with zombie hordes. Taking so much as a single step beyond the stadium might get you some unwanted attention. And if you got swarmed? Either find another building to find refuge in, or die trying. It made everyone's hearts palpitate, even mine. I had never faced true death before, and just imagining being chased down by dozens of zombies. Without me knowing, my adrenaline spiked, making my body twitch in restlessness. After some silence, Elijah seemed to make a decision. Coach, I'm willing to go out there first. If I can get a team, then great. But I won't sit here and hope for the best, even if it means going out there alone. The head coach couldn't seem to respond. The burden of ordering, or even just allowing someone to go out and face death wasn't a light one. Especially when you were the coach, the leader, of over 100 athletes. Which is perhaps why another coach stepped up. The throwing events coach sighed. If you're going out there, then I'll follow. Thanks, coach. I will too. Surprisingly, it was one of the girls who spoke next. She was the second one, along with Elijah and I, who stayed awake the longest. Her name was Kate, and she was one of the prettier girls that I occasionally stared at during practice. She frowned at their expressions of disapproval. What? Is it because I'm not as strong? Elijah shook his head slowly. No. We just want you to stay safe. It's okay to let us guys handle it. Excuse you. She huffed. But I remember being able to keep up with you yesterday, staying awake and all. And we both know about the changes in our bodies resulting from that. Believe me, I'm much stronger than before. So let me go with you. Elijah stared at her for a long few moments. Fine. He assented. She nodded. Thanks. I want to help too. I'll also go. Suddenly, I blurted out. My heart beat out of my chest as everyone faced me, and I subconsciously covered my forearm where the bone rune was. I knew that I had an ability, one that was assuredly invaluable when fighting zombies. Knowing that, I couldn't sit back and watch as other people went out there, knowing I could not only help, but increase their chances of survival. Plus, I was curious about the outside. I wanted to see the hordes for myself. Perhaps I wanted to prove myself by venturing out. I knew that if I didn't start proactively facing this catastrophe, I may not be able to survive later on. I had to prove my ability and worth. Luckily, Elijah readily agreed, and along with the coach, we had a 4-man team. Should we get more people? Elijah asked. I quickly responded. I don't think we should. Less people means we can move faster. We can't be running around with a large group. True. He nodded. Then I guess it'll just be us 4. Plus, you have a knife. That could come in handy. I nodded, feeling a bit awkward at the mention of my weapon. Still, nobody questioned it. We were well beyond that at this point. With that, the team was formed. We decided to leave immediately, using as much daytime as possible. The throws coach, Coach Todd, packed a light bag for us while we left to get ready. I threw on one of my sweaters for protection. I didn't need to get scratched. I also had a pair of sweats already on, along with my lifting gloves to protect my hands, so I was fully covered besides my head. The others had similar ideas, and we soon gathered at the side of the stadium. Coach Todd carried the bag while each of us were empty-handed. The head coach spoke to us one last time. Don't just wander, and don't go too far. Get up to the top of a building and start scouting. Find the military if you can, or at least their traces. And if you get your hands on supplies, then bring them back, but don't bite off more than you can handle. Your safety comes first. Just come back unharmed, regardless of your progress. We'll be fine, coach. All right, let's hurry. With a wave, Elijah led us out of the stadium and into the nearby parking structure. I felt off as I passed my car, knowing I would probably never use it again. When we passed by Elijah's car though, he suddenly stopped and opened it. After rummaging around for a bit, he actually pulled out a machete. He smiled at me. You're not the only one who keeps himself strapped. Ha, right. I chuckled a bit. Chapter 4, Scout. With another weapon, we were vastly more prepared. A machete was especially useful, not requiring close contact in order to use it like knife. All 4 of us gradually got serious as we walked through the parking structure. Then, we suddenly heard a noise. JCC. An odd sound echoed through the lot, causing all of us to freeze. Far away amidst the cars, there was a single zombie wandering around. It looked like an athlete, one who had apparently been late to practice and ended up turning alone in the parking lot. We all dipped down. The zombie didn't notice us, surprising considering Elijah had rummaged through his car. Though, it looked to be wandering toward us, so maybe we weren't as quiet as we thought. What should we do? Kate asked in a barely audible whisper. I pondered for a short second. Maybe test it. The behavior of zombies was totally unknown. Knowing their triggers would be invaluable while wandering amidst hundreds of them. We can test how they react to vision and sound. I would also test smell, but we don't have anything for that. That sounds good. Elijah slowly nodded. We can throw an object, make some noise and see how it reacts. Then we can do vision, maybe by waving to it from behind a car. Here's a small pebble. Start with it. Kate raised a small black rock made from the asphalt of the street below. Taking it, Elijah stood a bit and chucked it. The rock hit the window of a car not far from the zombie. Heg. The monster let out a grunt, turning to the noise. It then slowly made its way over like a curious sloth. When it found nothing, it lingered for a few minutes before wandering off in a random direction. Its ears might not be super sensitive, but it does have curiosity. It also seems to look around. If it doesn't immediately see anything, then it'll wander off. Kate summarized what we just say. With that, Elijah sighed. Then let's try vision. I'll wave to it from here. What do you want to do if it charges? I asked. We would obviously have to kill it in the case that it noticed us. Elijah confirmed my thoughts. We'll just have to kill it. I'll take it out. It'll be good practice, and this place is safe. Back me up though. Of course. I reassured him. With that, Elijah stood up more. Then, he knocked on the car, causing a noise to reverberate in the structure. The zombie turned lazily. Then, tilted its head. Elijah stuck his hand out from behind the car, right in the zombie's line of sight. At first he kept it still, but when the zombie made no noticeable movements for a few minutes, he began waving. Finally, the zombie reacted. It grunted loudly before breaking out into a jog, making its way toward the hand. With our position exposed, we all stepped out. Elijah took the very front, and I kept back. He wanted to handle it, and I happened to want the same thing. After killing a zombie, I had been awakened, getting an ability in the process. If Elijah could awaken and get an ability as well, we would surely have even higher chances of survival. It wasn't long before the zombie appeared in front of us. I felt my adrenaline surge as Elijah lunged forward. It was a single swing, and the zombie didn't even react to it. Without suspense, the machete was buried in its head. The zombie collapsed, blood pouring from its split head. Elijah took a step away, the machete easily being pulled out with his grip. Blood dripped from his blade as he took several deep breaths. He was frozen as he collected himself, never turning from the gruesome sight. Hey! Are you all right? Kate moved forward, stepping between him and the zombie. With his view finally off it, he shook his head. Yeah, I'm fine. I was silent, watching Elijah intently. Did he see it? The same messages that came to me in my mind? It didn't seem like it, or maybe he had seen it while frozen. But he should have received a tome. It popped into my hands. I looked at his hands, and only the bloody machete was there. He didn't receive a tome. He wasn't awakened. But why? I couldn't figure it out, and in the end, I didn't say anything. My eyes rested on his back as we walked out of the parking structure. Broad daylight graced us as we kept behind a wall. The stadium was right across the street from the campus. However, the campus was obviously large, being a college and all. There were dozens of areas we could check. And even from where we were, we could see zombies roaming the place. Cars littered the road in the distance, and I could count a dozen among them just from my narrow line of sight. There were definitely much more on campus. Where to? Kate asked. Elijah let out a slow breath. Our top priority is finding the military. The gunshots we heard last night were definitely within a few miles of here. I say we find a tall building, get to its top, and scout our surroundings. If we find any traces of military, then we'll head over. We're really heading out far, huh? Kate's head dropped in resignation. Though we volunteered for this, it didn't make us any less afraid. Venturing away from the safety of the stadium was nerve-wracking. Elijah looked back at us. You guys can always go back. No. I immediately shook my head. I sticking with you. Same. Kate nodded. Coach Todd just hummed. He wasn't going anywhere. Then we'll head in the general direction of where we heard the gunshots. Elijah pointed in a direction away from the campus. I'm pretty sure they came from the west, so we'll go that way. I chimed in. I suggest we stick around and within buildings. Zombies can see us and hear us, so running through the streets won't work unless we want to get hoarded. And if there are any zombies in the buildings? Kate asked. Kill them. Elijah answered simply. At least buildings will have obstacles and are more isolated. If there are strays, then we'll just get rid of them. Of course, we'll avoid them if we can. But I agree with Jack. Moving from building to building will be best. Then let's go. With that, we set off. After laying eyes on an opposing building near the stadium, we rushed to it. We bypassed a zombie on the street and ran up to the door of the building. Elijah pulled it open, and we got inside before the zombie could start rushing toward us. Upon entering, we weaved through some of the hallways. One of them had a zombie in it, while some lingered within rooms. We quickly got rid of any in the hallways. At one point, we passed by a room occupied by 8 zombies. Kate had quickly shut the door to it, and we all looked at her in surprise. She shrugged. What? I doubt they can pull doorknobs. True. Let's keep moving. Elijah chuckled before continuing. We soon exited the opposite side of the building. In front of us was now a street. There weren't any buildings in the vicinity aside from one about 50 meters away across the street. In our way were 3 zombies. Break for it. Kate looked to Elijah with bated breath. I let out a long sigh. I was a lot less nervous now that we were in the thick of everything. It was ironic. Well, we can all run to a certain extent. Bypass them. I can kill the middle one, and you guys run past. Elijah made a plan. After running past me, get that door open, and I'll follow. Sounds like a plan. Count us down. All right. 3, 2, 1. Go. All at once, we broke off into a sprint. I launched forward with surprising speed. My legs felt stronger than ever, and it showed when I instantly threw myself ahead of Elijah. I quickly pulled back, slowing myself to jog with them. Still, we all moved at surprisingly fast speeds. Even Coach Todd could easily keep up. Got it. Elijah grit his teeth on approach, raising his machete and aiming for the zombie's head. The zombie couldn't even react before the blade buried itself in its skull. I ran past, picking up speed and leaving the others behind. When I approached the door, I yanked it open, holding it for the others. In. I waved Kate through, Coach Todd following right behind. After killing the zombie, Elijah hadn't wasted any more time on the other 2. He broke out with speeds rivaling our best sprinters before this apocalypse. A thrower shouldn't have that much speed, I thought. However, it seemed one of the zombies behind him didn't plan to let us off so easily. It also broke out into a sprint, hot on Elijah's tail. He obviously noticed, so when he spun around, he slashed with the machete. It didn't hit the zombie's head though, instead taking off its arm. The zombie pressed forth, threatening to scratch Elijah. That was when I stepped away from the door, stepping in front of Elijah who was recovering from his attack. I got it. I let out a shout louder than I probably should have. Unfolding my knife, I thrust forth. Time seemed to slow as my adrenaline surged. My body seemed to think this was a life or death battle, despite it only being a single zombie. Still, the hyper-awareness helped me aim my hand. My aim was true, my knife burying itself into the zombie's head. The thing immediately collapsed, falling against me. I quickly pushed the corpse away before turning back around and sprinting with Elijah into the building. Behind us, the 3rd zombie was limping forward, struggling to walk toward us. Kate shut the door behind me, all of us hurrying into the depths of the bookstore we had entered. Suddenly, Coach Todd waved at us. "Hey, there's 3 zombies here." Elijah and I looked up, seeing the 3 zombies that had noticed us. They were in the center of the bookstore, and there might be more among the bookshelves. For a moment though, I didn't react. I had one question in my mind. Why didn't I get anything for the kill? Last time, I had attained ectoplasm, and it had at least notified me of the kill. This time though, there was no response, no messages congratulating me for the effort. But I had killed it. I wasn't sure what was going on. With a thought, I pulled up my archive, which did in fact still work. But there were still no messages. "Jack, you take the one on the right. I got the other 2. Elijah clasped my shoulder, snapping me out of my reverie. With a hurried nod, we both stepped forward. I jumped toward my zombie. Instead of lunging toward it though, I gave it a swift kick to the legs. It couldn't maintain its balance and fell down, giving me an easy kill as I stabbed down with my knife. With my lifting gloves, I didn't have to worry about hurting my hands while touching the zombie, making me more confident. Elijah had also easily killed his first zombie. He then spun around and hacked at the second one. After slashing its arm and neck twice, he finally killed it, the corpse falling in a pool of blood. He took a few hurried breaths, calming himself down. Although the actions themselves didn't consume hardly any energy, we both felt like we were fighting for our lives. We were anxious the entire time, causing us to consume more energy than we should have. "Watch out!" Kate shouted as she ran past me. Throwing out her leg, she Spartan kicked a zombie that had been approaching me from a nearby bookshelf. "You too!" Coach Todd also rushed forward to Elijah, similarly kicking a zombie away. That was when we saw a few more emerge. As we backed away, we counted 7 zombies, all of them starting to rush toward us. I began to panic. If we were smart and skilled, we would funnel them and handle them one by one. But when in the moment, we reverted back to instinct, seemingly throwing all logic out the window. I suddenly looked down at my arm. Time to go to work. With a thought, the bone rune on my arm suddenly glowed. The skeleton sentry materialized in front of me, startling the others. "It's my minion. Just protect yourselves," I shouted at them while pointing forward. "Sentry, kill those zombies." With my command, the fire within the skeleton's eye sockets flickered. Its short body spun around, facing the 7 zombies and rushing forward. It reached out with its pointed fingers, grabbing the head of a zombie and slamming it into the floor. It then stomped down with its heel, brutally crushing this skull. I smiled as I swung my leg out, kicking another zombie that had bypassed my skeleton. "Knock them down first so we can kill them," Elijah shouted, and the others heeded his command. Kate and Coach Todd barreled forward, throwing out their own kicks to knock the zombies off balance. They also avoided any that tried to grab them in the process. Then, Elijah and I just needed to go around, stabbing them in the head. I was quick about my kills, and Elijah started to resort to decapitating them. With Kate and Coach Todd keeping them on the floor with their kicks, we killed all of them quickly. My skeleton had also killed another, making that 2 kills. And that was when I finally saw what I had been wishing for. Your skeleton sentry has killed zombie type 1 X2. You have gained ectoplasm type 1 X1. A smile rose on my face when I saw those alerts. At the same time, I realized something about killing zombies in relation to this archive. Only using abilities to kill could earn you ectoplasm. But then why did I get rewarded for my first kill? The grace period, I thought. The archive had explicitly mentioned that due to the grace period I had been rewarded. And the fact that Elijah didn't get anything for his kills meant the grace period had ended. Killing with basic weapons wouldn't allow one to be rewarded anymore. Suddenly, I looked beside me. The others were staring at my skeleton sentry like it was a monster. Well, it kind of was, but it was my monster. "Jack! What the hell is that?" Kate looked at me warily. I looked at my skeleton companion that had bent down over one of the zombie corpses. Suddenly, its pointed fingers pierced into its back, grabbing its spine and ripping out. After a few tugs, the entire spine came out. I was horrified as it then proceeded to tear out the shoulder blade. Through some kind of sorcery, the skeleton fused the shoulder blade to the spine. The entire thing then hardened, becoming something like an axe. The unsettling part were the strips of muscle and flesh still attached to it. I looked back at them, a bit paler than before. That's, my minion. It listens to me. Elijah looked at me oddly. What's a minion? I saw you summon it. What was that? An ability. I just blurted the truth, which was confusing enough. You know that voice we heard? Well, there's this thing called an archive, and it gave me an ability after killing that zombie back at the stadium. Like a game? Elijah tilted his head weirdly. Exactly. I confirmed his thoughts. He quickly frowned. Then why didn't I get anything? Well, there was this grace period where you could get rewarded for killing a zombie with basic weapons. But that's over now, and even when I kill with my knife, I don't get anything. When my skeleton kills though, I get rewarded, since it's an ability. I explained to him what I saw in regard to the awakening. The ectoplasm, the tome, the archive screen with all my stats. I didn't particularly feel like hiding anything. We were all trying to survive here, and I couldn't lose my trust with these people. I didn't want to be seen as some kind of monster. And for a while, the others had a hard time believing me. They asked me all these questions, and I answered as best I could. I even showed them my texts with my friends who confirmed that they had gotten awakened. That seemed to do it for them. It was only several minutes later that Elijah just sighed. Well, that sucks. Is there really no way for us to get that? I'm not sure. I shook my head apologetically. All I know is that only my ability gives me rewards for killing. But hey, if I get another ability tome, you'll be the first I give it to. I already have one. I guess I can only thank you in advance. Elijah smiled at my promise. And I really was promising him. The more people with abilities, the stronger we would become. I instinctively knew that this archive was the key to not just getting stronger, but going beyond our human limits. That voice told us to evolve, and handed us these things as tools to do so. The more people got their hands on these tools, the better. It was extremely unfortunate that every day they weren't awakened was another day they couldn't work toward evolving. But what about me? I'll give you one if I can too, Kate. Chapter 5, Screamer. After brushing off Kate's complaint, we continued forward. I also retracted my skeleton. While it was a useful soldier, we could move better with just us. I'd bring it out when needed. We roamed through the library, exiting out the back door. We then continued down the street, clearing through building after building. With us moving quickly, rapidly dispatching any zombies that got in our way. Most of our encounters started with me sending out my skeleton. We were all hoping that killing zombies with an ability had the chance of dropping another tome. And even if it didn't, I wanted the ectoplasm that was rewarded for the kills. It was some kind of currency, and collecting currency was always good. The others were also glad to have a soldier fighting for them, decreasing the risks of getting hurt. Only, the skeleton took energy to maintain, so when I got tired, I had to pull it back and recover. Like that, 4 hours passed. In this time, not only did we make our way to a tall building with a fantastic view, but I learned a lot about ectoplasm. First, not every zombie gave ectoplasm. My skeleton killed approximately 25 zombies on our way over, and I only came out with 12 more ectoplasm. It was a bit less than a 50% chance to gain a single ectoplasm. While I wanted more ectoplasm, I didn't actually know what I could do with it. So until I figured out its uses, I would just accumulate. Our group opened a metal door, stepping onto the roof of a tall office building. After clearing through the building below, sneaking past at least 1,000 zombies in the process, we made it here. It was the tallest building for several miles, so it afforded us a view of even our stadium. But none of us looked at the stadium. We scanned the streets, searching for even the slightest hint of the military. We heard them last night, so where could they be? Hey, what's that? Suddenly, Kate pointed to somewhere in the sky. We looked at the ground at first, but when we followed her finger, we saw something. Discoloration in the air. It was a pink streak, creating a faint line from the ground and up into the sky with the resemblance of a cloud or fog. Flare smoke? I guessed. Elijah got excited. That's what I'm thinking. We were inside, so maybe we didn't see it go off. But that's definitely recent. It's still blowing in the wind. But where are the gunshots? If it were the military, we'd definitely hear them shooting. There are still zombies everywhere. Kate suddenly pointed out a problem. That's when our hopes were dashed. If it really were the military, they would be clearing out all the zombies in the area. We'd hear something, anything, but it had been silent for the past several hours. No matter what, the flare indicates survivors. We should try and find them. Coach Todd suddenly spoke up. Even if it wasn't the military, finding survivors was good too. Let's do that then. Elijah nodded, and with his lead, we all went back down the building. After sneaking past more zombies again, we exited and ran in the direction we saw the flare. As we got close, we searched the buildings and kept an eye out for signs of survivors. It was an hour later when we finally spotted something. Through the glass windows of a grocery store, we could spot barricades blocking the view inward. On top of that, we could see someone on top of the building, their torso barely peeking over the ledge. This person seemed to see us, and they waved their hand while trying to remain hidden. I saw the person, and Elijah spotted him not long after. Let's go to the back of that store. He spoke hurriedly. After that, we ran across an open street, killing 2 zombies in the way and circling around the side of the store. Along the way, I made sure to keep my skeleton hidden, also telling my other partners not to say anything about it. They agreed, and we arrived at the back of the store. There, we found a few storage containers backed into garages. One garage was closed, but the door next to it was cracked just slightly. Elijah walked over slowly, and I could tell he was nervous. Hello? Hurry and come in. With a beckon, the door opened, a barricade moving out of the way. We rushed in despite no zombies being nearby. After we entered, the man who welcomed us closed the door. We all looked around the warehouse. There were tall shelves with pallets of food and various products. Since this place was a grocery store, it had anything you could think of. You guys aren't bitten, are you? We all turned to the voice, seeing a pair of men. Both of them were dressed casually, but they were obviously on guard. One of them carried a knife, and the other held a metal pipe. Elijah shook his head. No, we aren't hurt. We were actually searching for survivors. Where did you come from? The college stadium a few miles from here. We're athletes, and our group came out to find the military. Elijah explained the situation while the rest of us stood around. I was a bit nervous, but also excited. I could see a few groups of people huddled in the warehouse around us, and there were no doubt more inside the store. Many were families, with a few children running around. The parents watched us warily, keeping their children nearby. They looked haggard, anxious from protecting their children through the dawn of the apocalypse, though they still tried to keep them cheery. A grocery store was definitely the best place to find refuge, filled with food and water and comforts. It wasn't like the zombies would know to break in, so they just had to stay hidden, and they could live off the supplies for a long time. Elijah conversed with the man, whose name was Albert. He seemed to be the de facto leader in this place. On top of that, it seems like he was awakened, receiving some kind of offensive ability. He told Elijah about what being awakened involved, and since Elijah had heard from me about the awakening process, he was able to make sense of it. When asked about how he knew though, Elijah just said that someone at the stadium had awakened, though they didn't know about any abilities. It felt a bit weird lying through our teeth, but one could never be too careful. We have about 75 people in the store. There used to be several hundred, but most either turned to zombies or died by them. I've already cleared out any remaining zombies, and now we're just waiting. Albert gave us a rundown. So it was you who shot that flare? Elijah was curious. Albert nodded. Yeah. Believe it or not, I had one in my car. It was a few years old, but it didn't fail me. Unfortunately, I don't hear rolling tanks, so it didn't catch the attention of the military. So you heard the fighting last night too? We did. It was pretty close, and some people left to go find them. But we haven't heard back. They either forgot about us, died, or the military hasn't patrolled through here yet. Regardless, we've opted to sit and wait. The flare I shot was the first of 3 charges that I have. I was going to shoot another tonight, and the last one when I hear something. Elijah nodded along. The man was smart and lucky to have those flares. Only, this didn't help us with our dilemma. We had come looking for the military, and finding survivors was fine and all, but it didn't exactly help us. Unless we could gather our forces. My mind suddenly spun with ideas. I initially thought that bringing over 100 athletes here would only run through the resources, and that was true if we just sat here doing nothing. But if we could bring everyone here, pool our resources, find weapons, and start going out to hunt for more stores and warehouses, then we could create a small militia. We could start clearing zombies, find anybody else that awakened, make them stronger, and branch out to any more survivors. I immediately approved of my train of thought. The country had effectively fallen, going completely dark. Now, it was time to rebuild, start bringing people back together. Reclaim essential industries like power and water filtering. Gather real weapons. Mount an offensive. Carve out a place amongst these hordes of monsters. Gathering people and supplies was the first step. I could see it in my mind, the vision of our community growing larger and stronger. While more people would require more food and water to maintain, we would be able to claim more with our strength in numbers. Elijah. Albert. I walked between them. I had deep confidence in my vision, and all it would take was execution. I wasn't sure why, but I felt compelled to take that first step, no matter how dangerous. I knew it had to be done. As for my family, well, I couldn't just wander off on my own yet. I needed to find safety here first. Without beating around the bush, I laid out my plans. We have over 100 athletes, physically capable men and women. Elijah, if we find weapons, we can bring back those weapons and arm our team. We can then bring them all over here, gathering everyone in one place. Now, Albert. I faced the leader of this grocery store, who seemed to want to object. I knew what he was thinking. Bringing more people would eat up his resources, no matter how large they were. I know about the downsides of doubling or tripling our population, but I need you to believe that we're not going to just sit around. Look, we need weapons, and we need a community, a militia, who can wield those weapons against the zombies. I know of a few warehouses nearby. With people and weapons, we can clear out zombies and raid those places, taking the resources and bringing them back to our people. We can find more survivors, taking them in and arming them. With numbers, we'll be much stronger. We can defend ourselves, and we can branch out. We can't stay holed up in a grocery store forever. Taking the initiative will keep us safe. We need to increase our strength, not wait and hope that the military will find us. I want to bring our athletes here and start taking things into our own hands. I spoke with excitement and vigor. With each passing second, I was becoming more sure of my vision. Our athletes were the muscle we needed. If they just had weapons, no matter how rugged, then we could handle any amount of zombies between us and the stadium. My tone reflected my confidence as I explained the details a bit more, though perhaps I was a bit too shaky for my liking. We would bring back a supply of weapons like pipes, golf clubs, wooden stakes, or whatever else we could find, to the stadium. Then, we would arm our athletes and march our way to this grocery store. After that, we would gather, recuperate, and begin planning our next steps to acquire more resources from various nearby warehouses. Perhaps it was my confidence, or maybe the hope he felt, but in the end, Albert agreed. He also understood that 100 fit and strong college athletes were a valuable fighting force. Most of the people in the store were mothers, children, or the elderly. People capable of fighting were scarce. Elijah was also eager to carry out this plan, and with the finalizations, we got to work. Our plan was to gather weapons, stay at the grocery store through the night, and return with our supplies in the morning. Kate, Coach Todd, and Elijah split up and wandered through the grocery store. While this wasn't a sporting goods store and didn't carry anything that could really be used as a weapon, there were plenty of objects that we could repurpose. For example, the metal poles that comprised shelves or racks could be dismantled and used as blunt force weapons. Fold the tip a bit and it could be a spear. We even found a few gardening tools, so we took things like shovels, hoes, and stakes. After plenty of dismantling and gathering metal tools over the course of several hours, we ended up with over 100 items. Naturally, this was a lot to carry, and it wouldn't be easy getting it all back to the stadium. However, if the four of us packed everything in backpacks, a plentiful product in this store, we would be able to carry plenty. At night though, we were a bit surprised when Albert came to find us, bringing along 3 other men. Elijah, Jack, these men are here to help. I know you need to carry a lot, so they can help. I briefed them on your plans, and they want to assist. Hopefully with them, you can get everything back safely. Pleasantly surprised, I quickly greeted the 3. Mike, Thomas, and Jason. They were all adult males, Jason being around 25 and the other 2 looking to be in their 30s. We got acquainted, and I thanked them for their help. Not only would we now be able to bring everything back in one trip, but with lighter loads, we would be able to move faster. So with the weapons ready and our helpers, we settled down for the night. My group of 4 make a large bed of blankets and clothes on the floor, sticking together. Though, because we were in an unfamiliar place, we took a bit longer to fall asleep. Still, when the night got deep, we all drifted off. We weren't alone, most people in the store opting to stick around each other. Perhaps because of that, we felt a bit safer. Scree. Suddenly, I jolted up out of the makeshift bed. My heart pounded out of my chest, and I looked around with a terrified expression. Everyone else in the store was the same. Elijah and Kate, who slept beside me, similarly popped up. The scream we heard shook the entire store, and several children began to cry. The parents of these kids desperately quieted them down, but they had pale faces filled with fear and dread. That scream wasn't human. I've never heard anything like it. It was guttural, yet shrill. It was so loud that my ears actually rang a bit. I knew it had to have come from a zombie, and one that was nearby. Only, I couldn't understand how a zombie could do that. They were all normal people, and not even the loudest people I knew could scream like that. It was a zombie that had mutated. It made my brain spin with horrible thoughts of the zombies being able to get stronger themselves. Everyone, stay down and quiet. A low voice spread through the people. It was Albert, who had emerged from the garage. He made his way over to us, crouching as if there were zombies in the store. Do you guys know what that was? No idea. We shook our heads. We had been detected by no shortage of zombies coming here, but all of them were just basic zombies, normal people that had turned into monsters. None of them screamed like that. I looked past a shelf. It was still night, though I didn't know what time exactly. Albert looked at his watch with a frown. It's 4 a.m. I'm not sure why a zombie would scream, or how it could scream so low. Bang! Albert was interrupted by another loud noise. It came from outside the store, and it sounded like metal on metal. Then, we heard some other screams. Run! Don't get surrounded. Get inside a building. My heart beat even faster at the sound of voices. There were people outside. Follow me. Suddenly, Albert waved us over. We jumped out of our bed and followed as he led us to the roof of the store. We emerged into the night air, keeping ourselves low to the roof. We slowly inched over to the edge, barely peeking over to see the street outside. The front of the store was a parking lot, and it was rather full with abandoned cars. Beyond the parking lot, on the street beyond, we could see a small group of people that were weaving through more abandoned cars with flashlights. We counted 12 figures, 7 of whom had flashlights. They ran across the street, and zombies were gathering and hoarding them from all sides. There were easily over 100, and even more were running from further away. And they were all gathering near one particular zombie. We could barely make out this zombie through some of the abandoned car lights that were shining on it. And it looked particularly horrifying. Its legs were abnormally skinny, and it was at least 7 feet tall. Its waist was thin, but it had a huge chest. Not muscular, but bloated. Finally, its jaw seemed to have been unhinged and expanded. Then, we could hear it breathe in. The wind flooded into its rapidly expanding chest. Then, its jaw opened wide, raising into the air. Asterisk scree. Asterisk. It let out another horrifying scream. We all covered our ears, watching as the zombies nearby got agitated. They all rushed even faster toward the survivors that were running away. A screamer zombie. It obviously acted as some kind of beacon, an alert system for zombies. Albert grit his teeth as he stared at that grotesque creature. That thing is extremely dangerous. It can call a horde when alerted. Our plan just got a bit more complicated. Elijah sighed quietly. With that screamer there, we knew that there could be more of them. This also showed us that zombies could mutate, taking on special properties. This zombie apocalypse was no longer easy to combat. Getting back to the stadium, and then moving over 100 people, was now much more difficult. Even with weapons, our athletes weren't trained soldiers. Fighting hordes of hundreds would end in deaths. With that screamer in the area, nobody could be certain about moving quietly. Is there any way we could try to kill it? Kate mumbled. Naturally, if the zombie were dead, it wouldn't pose a problem. And to this idea, Elijah slowly bobbed his head. We could see the screamer move. It had long legs, but that only seemed to make it taller. It wasn't fast, and definitely wasn't coordinated. The only thing it could do well was scream. If we knocked it down and killed it like every other zombie. Even if it screamed and called other zombies, with our small group, we could slip away into a building. We could avoid the horde, and get on with our objective. I nodded. We should try. When the sun rises, we can try and kill it first. With it gone, we can get on with our plan. We can help you. Albert chimed in. I'll grab a few men and we can hunt it down. They need experience fighting anyway, so this is a good chance. Elijah hummed. Very well. Sun rises in a couple hours. I'm not going back to sleep, so I'll wait up here and watch it. When we get light, we'll move out. I suggest you prepare the others, and get our weapons ready. Sure. As for those people. We all looked toward the survivors who were running. After a few moments, they disappeared amidst some other buildings, the zombies following them. There was nothing we could do. Silently, we headed back into the store. Kate opted to stay with Elijah and watch. Coach Todd and I went to pick out weapons. Albert also grabbed those volunteers, Mike, Thomas, and Jason. With them, there were 7 of us. We equipped the 3 men with weapons and made any auxiliary preparations. Everyone picked out and wore a sweater or 2, for defense against scratches. Gloves were also essential. And with metal poles as spears, we looked like a ragtag bunch of thugs. After eating a meal picked out from the vast grocery store, we waited those couple hours, deciding that another hour of sleep wasn't worth it. Before long, the sun peeked over the horizon. Elijah and Kate gathered with us in the garage. They had also eaten a meal and prepared. Now, it was time to hunt. Chapter 6, Imbuement. 6 of us followed behind Elijah. Kate was right behind him, and I was right behind Kate. I had swapped my knife for one of the heavy pipes that we gathered. After having made the tip pointed the day before, it was both a heavy weapon and a spear. Elijah led us in the direction of the screamer. We dashed from building to building, keeping our eyes out for the grotesque monster. It had left Elijah's line of sight a while ago when he was watching from the store, but he knew where it could be. Sure enough, we eventually spotted it only a street away. We also saw the result of its scream. The 12 survivors were now all dead. Their corpses lay maimed and mangled in the midst of a horde that was only just beginning to thin out. It looked like they had tried to hide inside a building, but the barricaded doors kept them out, killing them in the process. Kate shivered a bit, letting out a low whimper at the sight of their dead bodies. These were all people who had been running for their lives only a couple hours ago. They didn't even get far, having fallen to the hundreds of zombies called by the screamer. I became a bit fearful. What if that were us? Should we have called them? When we were watching, all of us had subconsciously decided to stay out of it. We were able to see the hundreds and thousands of zombies, and we knew we couldn't handle that. But was it the right choice? I regretted not having done something, and I tried to tell myself that there was nothing I could do since attracting hordes to the store could kill everyone inside. But it sounded like excuses. We could have saved them, or at least tried. We stayed silent, stewing in our own dark thoughts while inching over to a building not far from the screamer. The monster had decided to stick around in the middle of the street. There were at least 200 zombies surrounding it. Once we had ascended to the roof of a building not far away, we got a bird's-eye view. Elijah was frowning deeply. We can't kill it with all those zombies around. We need to get it alone. Should we try and pull its attention? Maybe we can attract it with sound. Kate immediately thought of a solution. Everyone liked the idea. So long as they weren't directly spotted, they could stay out of harm's way. Suddenly, Elijah crouched and grabbed a large pebble. He then threw it down the side of the building we were on, hitting a window of the adjacent building. Thunk. The pebble made an obvious sound. Elijah had instantly hidden back down after throwing the pebble, so when the screamer jolted toward the sound, he wasn't spotted. Skrelk. The screamer made odd noises and walked over to the window that had been tapped. Elijah didn't stop there though. Grabbing another pebble, he tossed it down the back of the building, hitting a metal trash can. Ting! This time, the sound was a bit louder. The screamer seemed to get excited, limping quickly around the building to find more prey. That's when Elijah waved at us. We rapidly descended from the roof, crawling through the building and stopping at a back door. Through the door, we could hear the curious movements of the screamer. Around it were a dozen zombies, as we'd seen earlier. Elijah looked behind him, grabbing the doorknob. I'll get the screamer, and you all take care of the zombies around it. It'll definitely scream, so be ready to retreat back into this building and up the roof after killing it. Got it? Got it. Everyone nodded. Before he opened the door though, I grabbed him. I'll bring out the skeleton. Let it attack the screamer with you. Are you sure? I nodded assuredly. Yes. Everyone, don't attack any skeletons. I spoke behind me, confusing our 3 new volunteers. After that, Elijah opened the door. He sprinted out, as did we behind him. The screamer turned to us instantly, its eyes widening in surprise and mouth unhinging. Scree! Splat! Its scream was interrupted by Elijah's machete that lopped off the bottom half of its mouth. At the same time, I activated the bone rune on my forearm. The skeleton sentry materialized in front of me. As soon as it appeared with its new bone axe, I pointed at the screamer. Kill the screamer. The skeleton acknowledged with a turn of its body. It rushed the screamer, hacking down with its axe while I turned to a zombie. Thankfully my skeleton avoided Elijah as well. The bone axe came down, and with strength that wasn't too much lesser than my own, hacked into the shoulder of the screamer. Scree! The screamer let out a loud whimper as it buckled under the axe, its skinny legs unable to hold it up. Its left arm also fell off. It still thrashed out with its other arm though, and Elijah quickly found out how sharp its nails were. Those nails tore through the arm of his sweater, only stopping after hitting the second sweater underneath. He quickly appreciated wearing 2 layers before attacking the other arm. His machete cut into the screamer's skinny arm, almost taking it off outright. That also opened up the skeleton to chop down again. This time, it chopped down on its other shoulder. The axe dug into its collarbone, turning inward and almost chopping through its spine. With that, the screamer was easily disabled, unable to fight back anymore. Elijah watched as the skeleton raised its spine axe again, this time aiming for the head. The screamer coughed up a small pool of blood before looking back at the wisps of fire in the skeleton's eyes. Scree! Splat! It was killed only after it let out one final death throw. At the same time, I had killed 2 zombies on my own, piercing them through the chest and in the skull with my pipe spear. The rest had also handled zombies on their own, and the initial dozen were taken down rather quickly. However, due to the scream of the screamer, more zombies quickly flooded over. They hadn't been that far anyway, and being alerted from so close drove them into a frenzy. We were rapidly surrounded with our backs to the building. Inside! Now! Elijah waved while chopping the neck of another zombie. Kate ran back and opened the door, beckoning through the others. Our new volunteers rushed back first, with Coach Todd right behind them. Then, Elijah and I retreated with my skeleton defending our backs. Elijah jumped through first, taking Kate with him through the door. I was the last, but I didn't immediately close the door behind me. Get over here! I yelled, reaching out for my skeleton. Grabbing one of its rib bones, I yanked it back, throwing it into the building. I slammed the door with a bit more strength than I probably should have, taking off the arm of a zombie that had reached through. After flipping the lock, we backed away while listening to the bangs and scratches on the metal door. To the roof. Elijah moved us further, and we climbed back on top of the roof. There, we finally sighed in relief. Mission success. I finally took a look at the alerts that had popped up. Your skeleton sentry has killed a screamer, type 1. Your skeleton sentry has killed a zombie, type 1. You have received ectoplasm, type 1, X6. You have received ability tome, type 1. Ability tome. My heart seemed to jump out of my chest as a book appeared in my hands. I stuffed it under my sweater, then looked around and saw that nobody noticed. In fact, everyone was staring at my skeleton. Our 3 volunteers were particularly curious, though equally fearful. What the hell is that? Thomas backed away from the skeleton that looked at me. I couldn't help but face my skeleton, thinking of it like some kind of puppy awaiting orders. It's my ability. Elijah, come with me. Without explaining much, I grabbed Elijah's shoulder and led him to a corner of the roof. There was an air conditioning unit that we walked behind, partially hiding us from view. What is it? He asked curiously. I reached under my sweater, pulling out the tome. We both looked at the cover, on which were black letters that seemed to be burned onto the leather. Ability, Weapon Power Imbuement. An ABI dash. Show. I hastily interrupted his excited voice. Still, he shook a bit at the sight of the book. Though the title of the ability sounded very useful to me, I intended to keep my promise. I placed the book against his chest, causing him to grab it. When you open it, you'll get the ability. That's how it worked for me. Kind of. Alright. This is... I can't believe it. Elijah was obviously a bit overexcited. After looking at me for a few seconds, he nodded and opened the book. As I had seen before, the book's cover glowed with runic lines while the pages flipped and had scribbles mysteriously write themselves down. Elijah froze for a moment, staring off into space. I just let him be. He was probably being awakened. It was a minute later when the book disappeared. The golden glow retreated, and on his palms appeared a series of runic lines. That was when I seemed to sense something. Call it a sixth sense, but I could tell that there was now energy within his body, energy beyond the material. It actually seemed to be a bit more than mine. Then, Elijah raised his machete. After activating his ability, we both saw the weapon take on a golden sheen. His eyes were wondrous. The ability allows me to imbue my energy into weapons, making it sharper and stronger. All at the expense of my own energy, of course. Still, this will allow me to finally kill and get rewards. I understand now. He spoke as if enlightened. He was finally realizing what I meant when I explained everything to him. He now had the archive, and an ability. Not only that, but the ability wasn't any worse than mine. It was more offensive in nature. If he had that ability, my skeleton wouldn't have been needed in that fight against the Screamer. Not only that, every kill while using that ability would get him rewards. Now, our combat power rose. I was ultimately glad that I gave him the ability, though I couldn't help a tiny bit of envy. How nice it would be if I could get rewarded for all of my kills, not just the ones my skeleton got. With that, we walked back over to the group. Elijah didn't say anything about the ability yet. Perhaps he wanted to savor the thought of a secret power. Regardless, we had completed our objective, eliminating a potentially devastating enemy. The only problem was the fact that this building was now surrounded and swarmed with zombies. There were at least 400 zombies surrounding the building now, not an inch of empty space. Many continued to bang on the door, while others broke through some glass and entered. The store was only a street or so away, but we couldn't go back the way we came. We all began thinking of a plan, and eventually settled on jumping across to another building. There was an alley between our building and another, creating a gap no more than 10 feet wide. I thought about some of our jumpers on the team who could jump up to 25 feet. Compared to that, this was nothing. And we really did jump over easily. At least, we athletes did. Even Coach Todd could jump across. Our poor volunteers though weren't as confident, scared of the small gap. Come on, just jump to me. Get a running start and jump. We aren't athletes. Man, we've got girls jumping nearly 20 feet. You can jump 10. After a bit of back and forth encouragement, the three men finally managed to jump over. Though, Thomas was very obviously incapable of running fast, and we had to pull him up after he barely landed on the ledge. With that, we descended this unswarmed building and exited out a back door. We had to kill a few zombies, but we were able to escape without expending too much energy. In the process, my skeleton earned me 4 more ectoplasm. I had 25 in storage now. We made our way back to the store, where Albert welcomed us. There were some corpses by the back door indicating that he'd killed some while we were gone. Alright, we'll recover for an hour and then head out to the stadium. We'll bring our weapons, stay the night, and then fight our way back. Elijah laid out our plans. We had expended plenty of energy hunting the Screamer, and a bit of rest was in order. We ate some food, just enough to top off our energy reserves. Then, we prepared all our bags that had been filled with weapons. Since our weapons consisted of metal poles and metal tools, we had wrapped many of them in cloth and shirts to keep them from clanging together. So while our loads were a bit heavier, we were also quiet, a necessary trade-off. All 7 of us carried large bags, and we didn't plan on bringing any food. Elijah had wanted to, thinking of the small amount of food at the stadium, but I explained to him that the human body could go weeks without food, let alone a day. We couldn't be bringing too much with us. We weren't delivery men. Finally, the hour came. It was still only 8 in the morning, so we had plenty of time to get back to the stadium. It had taken us a few hours to get to the store with how stealthy and careful we had been, but hopefully it would take less now that we were a bit more confident in our ability to fight zombies. We didn't tarry, setting out on the dot. From the store we crossed the street, killing a dozen zombies in the process. I didn't bring out my skeleton in order to conserve energy. Since the Screamer had attracted zombies elsewhere, the ones nearby weren't enough to stop our advance. We could cross the street with relative ease. Still, we knew that if we caused too much of a commotion, the other zombies would get agitated and flood us. When watching the screamer the night before, we had seen how fast they could run, and how much strength they could exert. Individually, and even in small groups, they weren't that bad. But as soon as more than 20 got active, the situation would rapidly turn deadly. So we continued to jump between buildings. We killed any inside, and since we had a direction, we chose the fastest route to the stadium. During this, Elijah had showcased his ability. At first, he would imbue his machete with power and hack at all the zombies in our way. His blade slid through their flesh and bone like butter, and he smiled whenever he was rewarded. But it was obvious that the ability wasn't light on his energy. After killing a mere 8 zombies, he was huffing for breath. After that, he backed off, refusing to use it unless necessary. Or, he would use it only to deliver the final killing blow, minimizing energy consumption. It was 2 hours later when we finally got within sight of the stadium. I was a bit excited as we approached. We had a grocery store full of supplies and a plan to build a militia. I could practically see my vision being realized. We just needed to get all our athletes to the store, and we could start. We actually spent time clearing out some of the zombies in the vicinity. I brought out my skeleton, and it killed about 10 zombies, earning me 4 ectoplasm. Elijah also practiced more with his new ability, killing 8 in the process. Through watching my skeleton, I was able to get a read on just how much its stats afforded it. The skeleton had 39 energy. After killing 10 zombies, it had spent 15 energy. This was about 1.5 energy per kill, a pleasant surprise. Plus, the zombies couldn't even hit it before it simply split their heads in half with its axe. It was very efficient. So my skeleton killing around 25 zombies was reasonable before I had to bring it back. The only thing I didn't like was that, not only did the skeleton consume its own energy pool when moving, but I also had to pay 10 of my own energy an hour to let it operate. In long-term battles, I would run through my reserves quickly if I were also fighting alongside it. I also wasn't as fearless as my skeleton. I was constantly worried about getting even slightly scratched. My skeleton, on the other hand, could get scratched and grabbed and not care. It didn't have to worry about infection. Still, even with the downsides, this made it exceptionally valuable. It was a minion that could take hits, kill, and get me rewards without me having to even lift a finger. Even the 10 energy per hour drain on me wasn't that noticeable since I would only bring it out when needed. The only downside was that it took a few hours for it to regenerate its own energy pool, limiting its longevity. After calling back my skeleton, we entered the stadium, avoiding a small horde that had noticed us. Unfortunately, we weren't ready for our welcoming party. Scream! What was that? Our ears perked up at the shrill scream of a woman. We looked at each other before running over. There, in front of the stadium, a zombie had gotten its hands on one of the female athletes. It had already bitten into her shoulder, hugging her with enough force to keep her from easily escaping. We immediately rushed over, and upon approach, I noticed the clothes of the zombie. That's the guy that was scratched on day 1. He turned. Damn it! Elijah cursed as he ran up to the two. By now, the zombie had bitten into the girl's throat. She was barely clinging to life, but it was clear that she was finished. After imbuing his blade with energy, Elijah slashed, directly lopping off both their heads. Their bodies collapsed to the floor. I didn't question him, though I was surprised he decided to decapitate the girl too. Nonetheless, it was the smart decision. We couldn't have her rising from the dead. After that, we heard some more yelling. We all ran into the stadium where the locker rooms were, the source of the commotion. Flinging open the doors, we laid eyes on a small group of zombies. They were pulling open the doors to the locker room where everyone was staying. And one of them in particular looked like it had mutated. This one was taller, with a long torso. Its ribs seemed to have extended and branched out, turning into something like teeth that could reach out and clamp down. Its arms had also elongated, its fingers turning into curved claws. We could see this zombie reach through the opening in the doors, grabbing an arm and pulling with shocking strength. An athlete was directly yanked out of the room. The zombie's arms wrapped around his body. When he was close enough, the ribs of the zombie opened up like a mouth before clamping down. The zombie bent over, its entire body holding onto the man and keeping him locked in. We could hear him scream, watching as the ribs dug into his body and tore him apart. I brought out my skeleton, which still had a good amount of its energy. Then, I pointed to the zombie, which I promptly named. Kill that grabber. Chapter 7, Mission. My skeleton rushed over in a sprint, and despite the urgent situation, I thought that I should start thinking of a name for my minion. We followed behind, brandishing our weapons. Elijah, let my skeleton handle the grabber. Nobody get close. Just as I spoke, the grabber in question released the man. His entire front side was now horribly disfigured, looking like he had been repeatedly slashed and burned by acid. Whatever happened when he was grabbed, it wasn't pretty. My skeleton bypassed the zombies, immediately chopping at the grabber. Although the grabber went to grab my skeleton, it was met with a bone blade. This chop cut into its shoulder, making one of its arms fall limp. Still, the other arm wrapped around it and began pulling it in. My skeleton was unable to resist its strength, but even without being able to chop with its axe, it continued to punch and claw at the grabber. A couple of the grabber's ribs were broken under my skeleton's assault, but beyond that, it was unable to do much. My skeleton was restricted, and the grabber bent over. Still, despite the pain of seeing my skeleton be destroyed by the grabber, it had taken the crucial role of being the bait. Now, the grabber was preoccupied with my skeleton, allowing us to quickly kill the rest of the zombies, which only numbered 8. Then, Elijah used the last of his imbuement to slash at the grabber. He severed its spine in two, causing it to collapse and release my skeleton. Then, he decapitated it with a few chops at the neck. I rushed over to my skeleton, pulling it out from under the dead grabber. Skeleton. Skeleton sentry. Health, 3/25. Energy, 8/30. My skeleton was mangled, its lower half completely detached from its upper. Half its torso was crushed, with an arm entirely dissolved into bony mush. Still, its head and some of its ribcage remained. The fire within its eye sockets still blazed, as if unwilling to be bested by an opponent. I quickly recalled it, the remainder of its body turning to ash and reforming the bone rune on my forearm. I sighed in relief. No matter what, I couldn't have it die, or it would take an entire week to reform it. I was glad that it managed to survive. Still, that grabber was unbelievably deadly. If someone got snatched, they were finished. My skeleton barely lasted a minute with it, and hardly did any damage. It was Elijah who circled around it while it was occupied and killed it. Jack! My head suddenly turned at the call, my gaze falling on Elijah. He was holding a shovel. I tilted my head oddly, though I still felt a bit of excitement considering the only place he could have gotten it from. He jogged over to me, shoving the shovel into my hands. Here, check it out while I handle the others. I grabbed it as he entered the locker room. The shovel looked like some kind of combat shovel, with one half of the head's edge razor sharp and another half serrated. It could even fold, becoming smaller for storage. That wasn't all though. Combat shovel. Type 1. Stage 1. Damage, 9/21. Durability, 80/80. Remarks, dig holes, kill zombies, dig more holes. Nothing is more versatile than the combat shovel. Not a sword or a gun, but a shovel. I mumbled as I read the information about this tool. It was nothing I couldn't already figure out. Still, I was both surprised and baffled by this sudden drop. Turns out, not only could zombies drop abilities, but they could drop items. Truly game-like, and I wasn't complaining. Only, I wondered what the difference was between this shovel and any other tool. Why did it have an archive? Did it make it special? We'd have to find out after killing a zombie with it. Thankfully, those zombies were the only ones in the stadium. After Elijah talked with one of the coaches, he was told that those 2 athletes who had been scratched eventually succumbed to the infection, turning into zombies. And when someone went to check on them, they were attacked. The first injured athlete had turned into the grabber, and the grabber had gotten its hands on several people, turning them into zombies within mere moments. Like that, a small group of zombies formed and everyone had shut themselves in the locker room. But of course, they couldn't shut the door in time, and the zombies got their hands in. They entered a fight over the door. That was when we got here, just in time to prevent the zombies from breaking in. If we had gotten there even a minute later, we may have come back to nothing but a graveyard full of our teammates. But other than around a dozen deaths, everyone was okay. It was tragic to lose people we knew, but there was only so much we could do. Jack! Kevin? I raised my head at the call. Kevin came jogging, smiling widely. We thought you guys had died, Jack. It's good to see you back alive. He smacked my back in glee. I chuckled as we shook hands. It's good to see you too. How is everything? It could be better. He let out a long breath. We're running out of food, and even water is dwindling. I see that you found some people though. Please tell me some good news. Yeah. We found a hideout with survivors. I nodded as he glanced at the 3 outsiders from the store. These people volunteered to help. Help how? I pat my bag full of pipes that stuck out of the top. These are all makeshift weapons that we're going to arm everyone with. Elijah. Yeah. At my call, Elijah responded, walking over with the other coaches. Everyone seemed to listen in, looking at us expectantly. We should explain our plan. Got it. Everyone. If you could all pay attention for a minute. With a loud voice, Elijah gave everyone a rundown of the plan. It was simple. We'd arm everyone and then fight our way to a grocery store. There, we'd have all the supplies we needed, along with other survivors to help us. We're taking the initiative here. We didn't find the military, and we can only wait for so long. So we're gathering our forces. That grocery store is going to be our home for the foreseeable future, and with enough people and weapons, we're going to fight back against the zombies. We're going to carve out a place in this city just for us. We have weapons here for every single person, and tomorrow morning, we're going to set off and fight our way to the store. Elijah slipped off his bag, taking out over a dozen pipes and poles, many of which were fashioned into spears. The rest of us did the same, creating a large pile of weapons. The athletes all looked at it, conflict written on their faces. Tonight, we're all going to rest. Eat the rest of our food, fill your stomachs. Tomorrow, we're leaving this place. The store is only a couple miles away, and with all of us carrying weapons, killing our way there won't be difficult. Does that sound like a plan, coaches? He turned to the adults in the room. Well, we were all adults, but the coaches were our seniors. Sure, they were only responsible for training us, but the relationship between an athlete and a coach went beyond training. They were mentors, guides, leaders. They were people who pushed us to become our best. So while nobody was better prepared for this apocalyptic situation than the other, we still looked to them for approval. We thought them wiser than us, and their words were a source of confidence. The head coach eventually nodded. Then, he turned to the rest of the athletes, almost as if he were doing one of our team meetings. Fighting is a big risk, and I know everyone is apprehensive about going out there and facing zombies, but we can't stay here for long anyway. Our supplies won't last us another 2 days, and after that, we can only wait to starve. It's times like this when we need to move forward, not stay put. The time for waiting has passed. Tomorrow morning is the time to fight. So, do as Elijah said, and eat your food. Prepare yourselves tonight, because we're leaving tomorrow. And everyone is going to go. Nobody is getting left behind. Is that clear? Yes, coach. The athletes all acknowledged him, some out of habit, some out of belief. Still, regardless of any reservations, everyone was going to leave tomorrow. That's when I saw it, another alert from the archive. Mission triggered. Form the militia. You have inspired hope, sparked the machinations of development and prosperity. It's only the first step, but the first steps are often the most important. Nothing can happen without them. Mission: move your people and ensure their lives as they migrate to your new hideout. Failure conditions: 70% or higher death rate. Rewards: based on survival rate. Survival rate: 103/103. Remarks: your people are the brawn necessary to secure a potential community. Without them, the community can only wait for death to come. Become the shield that protects and inspires progress. I was shocked when I saw the mission, almost showing it on my face. My heart rate spiked for a bit before I calmed down. I understood what it wanted me to do, and its appearance wouldn't change anything. Still, I was amazed that it could give missions or quests like this. For now though, unless Elijah saw the same thing, I would play it cool and keep it to myself. We proceeded to hand out the weapons under Elijah's lead. They weren't fancy, and many of the pipes were even rusted. But it was better than nothing. Once everyone was equipped, Elijah took some people out to go and practice. The zombies around the stadium were sparse, and they could safely fight a few without attracting hordes. I followed him. Everyone needed to get rid of their fears. They had become reclusive, wishing to stay hiding in the dark. Now, they needed to move into the light and face their enemies. They needed to know how to defend themselves, how to stab with their spears, how to swing at the zombies with their heavy pipes. And surprisingly, it went incredibly well. Many of them were able to kill a zombie, though some threw up not long after from the grotesque sights. Still, the advantages of being an athlete in this situation were showing. Athletes had strong minds, particularly college and pro athletes. They pushed their bodies to their limits regularly. They went through constant suffering and pain to become better. And if one didn't have a strong mind, one would give up, unable to force themselves through that pain. None of our athletes were weak, and when faced with fear, when faced with a challenge, they pushed themselves forward. Their resilience was put on display, and they tore past their fears. Some even became eager to kill more zombies, shoving down their fear by bursting with aggression. For a time, you could hear men and women yelling in resolve, bringing down zombies with their sorry excuses for weapons. And at some point when I felt that I had seen enough, I stepped forward. I found a zombie that was lingering near a group a distance away from the stadium. Approaching, I took out my shovel, and with confidence built on facing a screamer and a grabber, I smoothly slashed out. Slice! The blade of the combat shovel glided through the zombie's neck, outright decapitating it. Then, I was pleasantly surprised. You have killed, zombie, type 1. You have received, ectoplasm, type 1. This weapon allows me to get rewarded. I had an epiphany. Only things that were awakened, as I called it, could receive rewards from kills. My unawakened knife couldn't get me rewards. Not even kills would be acknowledged. But my ability, and this awakened shovel, could. Anything acknowledged by the archive could receive the benefits of the archive. The only exception to this rule was if the grace period was active. But that was only active for the first day of the apocalypse. I had been able to get awakened and rewarded during the grace period with my regular knife. After all, how could anyone get rewards, how could they evolve, if nothing on Earth was acknowledged by the archive? Everyone who was brave enough, or lucky enough, to have killed a zombie during the first day was rewarded, and they became the basis by which everyone else would grow using the archive. Even Elijah could only awaken because of the reward I gave him. If not for me and my generosity, he would never go beyond his human limits. I suddenly felt incredibly lucky. My momentary sense of crisis and drive to kill a zombie, with a knife I shouldn't have had on me, was now the most important step I had ever taken in my life. That single moment had unlocked the gates of evolution for me. I didn't bother killing more zombies after discovering the properties of the shovel. Despite my endurance, I was still rather tired from the day. Killing zombies wasn't an easy pastime. I walked back as Elijah and Kate trained more of our athletes. Maybe because we were the ones who had gone out to scout, but myself, Elijah, Kate, and Coach Todd had become the leading authority. More than that though, Elijah had shown himself to be a rather charismatic leader. He took the stand when announcing our plans, and he discussed things with the coaches on our behalf. While I was the one who had formed the plan in my mind, I didn't mind letting Elijah take the spotlight. At the very least, we had bonded quite a bit over the last couple days. We both valued each other's abilities, both combat-wise and leadership-wise, and due to my generous gift of an ability, we had a mutual trust in each other. It was clear that we'd be working together for the foreseeable future. We were taking control in this chaotic situation. Jack! As I passed by the large group of athletes that were training, Elijah jogged over to me. My gaze rested on him. He was one of our best throwers, and a really big guy. He stood several inches taller than I, and despite not being totally shredded and sculpted like me, he was absolutely stronger. It seemed like he had thinned out over these past couple days though, maybe through a lack of voracious eating like usual. With hard training came large appetites. With how many calories we naturally burned, it wasn't surprising that many of us had lost weight, even over a short period of time. I nodded to him. "What's up?" "I had my guesses, but does that shovel really get you rewards for kills?" he asked while glancing at the tool in my hand. "It does," I confirmed his suspicions while handing it back to him. "I've come to the conclusion that anything acknowledged by the archive takes part in the archive's game. When I killed a zombie with it, I got an ectoplasm." "Nice!" he cheered with a wide smile. However, he didn't take the shovel from me. "You keep it then. I can already imbue weapons with my energy, so I can use anything." "You don't have such a weapon though." "Oh, speaking of, how's your skeleton?" I sighed while stowing the shovel. It almost lost all his health. I barely retrieved it before it died, thank God. But it'll take a while to heal. Ouch. "Well, tell it I said thank you, I guess." Without it acting as the bait, we might have lost more people to that grabber. That thing was seriously deadly. Elijah shivered a bit. "You were basically dead as soon as that thing got its hands on you." The only reason Elijah dared to go near it was because it had been eating my skeleton and was totally distracted. I chuckled at Elijah's thanks to my minion. "It's alright. It's a minion, and it served us well. In fact." Suddenly, something in my mind clicked. I looked back at the stadium. "Hang on. I'm gonna go try something." "Alright. I'll be out here if you need me." With a wave, I ran to the stadium, entering its long hallway. In the middle of the hallway outside the locker room, the grabber's body was gradually cooling. Nobody had even touched it, and a large pool of blood had soaked the floor. I didn't care about that though, stepping through the blood and up to the corpse. Sustains itself with the bones of its enemies. Let's see if that means what I think it does. I called upon my bony friend. Only its torso materialized on the floor, the hips still in the process of slowly reforming. I pointed to the grabber. "I'm not sure what you need to do, but go ahead and use that corpse to sustain yourself." Then, as if eager, the skeleton used its single arm to drag itself over. With a swift motion, its hands dug into the grabber's back. Its fingers easily tore through the rapidly decaying flesh, resting on the spine. I could see the exposed bone and how my minion grabbed it. It was way too gory for my taste, but I was too curious to turn away. Then, before my eyes, the bones of the grabber seemed to disintegrate. It turned into splinters and crawled up my skeleton's arm. These splinters rapidly reformed its other arm, which promptly dug into the grabber's ribcage and went to work. Like that, the skeleton used its mysterious power to destroy and absorb the bone matter of the grabber. Its entire body was reformed within the minute, but it still didn't stop. Reforming its own body only seemed to consume a third of the grabber's bones. The rest seemed to harden the skeleton. I could see the shards disintegrate further and sink into my skeleton's body. It became taller, and the pearly white bones became a tinge darker, as if stained with ash. After it had finished, it stood straight. It was now as tall as me, having grown a few inches. Skeleton Sentry must be upgraded to Stage 2 before increasing its power further. More details have been unlocked. Skeleton Sentry. Ability, a minion of bone who will faithfully carry out any of your basic orders. This minion sustains itself with the bones of its enemies. It can be summoned and unsummoned at any time. Should the skeleton be destroyed, 7 days are required to reform it. So that's how it works. Why didn't you show me this earlier? I almost shouted at my skeleton in exasperation. Not only could it heal itself, but it could regain energy and grow using bones. This was a substantial discovery that drastically changed the combat power and longevity of this minion. That wasn't even mentioning its upgrade that significantly increased its energy pool. If it kept going like this, its stats would catch up to mine. My own minion being stronger than me. I didn't like it, but I still had zero clue about how to make myself stronger, let alone upgrade it so it could keep getting better. Suddenly, I looked at my supply of ectoplasm, knowing that it had to be related to getting stronger. Chapter 8, Stats. Ectoplasm was a kind of spiritual essence or fluid, according to human dictionaries. As for what the archive considered it to be, I wasn't sure. Still, everything displayed by the archive was in English terms that I could understand. It was unlikely that the archive's ectoplasm was much different from what we thought it to be, considering it used that specific term. In that case, could I strengthen my spirit by using ectoplasm? It was counted by units and acted as some sort of currency, so it could definitely be used for either getting something or increasing something. I rested in the locker room. Elijah did a count, and after the recent deaths, there were 93 athletes present. Along with the 7 coaches, there were a clean 100 of us. Since it was the end of the day, I had decided to munch on some snacks and do some tests. I haven't gotten to really sit down and contemplate my situation yet. We had constantly been moving, so now was the first time I had gathered myself and checked the changes in my body. Everyone had changed in some way, or it would be more accurate to say that everyone had been strengthened. I went to the weight room and did a few tests, and the result was a bit shocking. I had previously been able to deadlift a maximum of 485 pounds a single time. But now, I was able to deadlift 615 pounds. My bench press likewise increased from 255 to 365. I did lifts for nearly every muscle, and the result was a drastic increase in strength across the board. I also took a look at myself in the mirror, and despite having lost a few pounds, I had actually gained muscle mass. I had a bit more size, and was more cut due to lesser fat levels. The sudden changes were obviously supernatural. I had worked out for years and had been rather close to my peak. Getting stronger would take a lot of time and dedication, my strength growing much slower than years prior. But to have a large % increase in strength over the course of 3 days? That wasn't normal by any stretch of the word. I knew just how difficult it was to get stronger. This was physically impossible. And for those who had been even stronger than me, it was even more exaggerated. Elijah did a test too, and he went from bench pressing 355 pounds to 505 pounds. It was ridiculous. Even Kevin discovered that he was faster than before after going for a sprint. I knew that we had gotten stronger, and I had subconsciously wondered why everything seemed so much easier, like easily knocking over zombies that were full-grown adults. This was why. It all came down to my stats and this new power. After doing a tiny bit of math and seeing the difference in energy and health for my skeleton before and after his little upgrade, I figured out that 1 power equals 3 energy. 1 vitality equals 5 health. It was rather straightforward, as were the functions of the other stats. Strength increased the strength of my muscles, agility increased my reaction and movement speed, and intelligence, well, I wasn't exactly sure about that one. I hoped it would make me smarter though. With all that, I evaluated myself and my capabilities. Considering most zombies had been regular adults, and even before the apocalypse I had been much stronger than the average adult, I was definitely in a good position. Killing zombies was easy, and if not for the infection, killing barehanded wouldn't be difficult. My only problem was my skill with weapons and confidence. But again, this brought me back to the same problem. How the hell do I get better? I scratched my head in thought. This archive wanted us to evolve, and it helped us in a game-like fashion. By that logic, the rewards from killing should be able to be used to increase our strength, or our stats. Did that mean ectoplasm could be used to increase my stats? Getting to that point, I pondered for a second before opening my mouth. Use one ectoplasm to increase strength. Would you like to distribute ectoplasm into strength? It costs x1 ectoplasm to increase strength by 1. Oh! This is it. I suddenly felt a surge of glee seeing those alerts. Stats could be increased using ectoplasm. My mind whirled with thoughts. I had 33 ectoplasm after a couple days of killing zombies. Did that mean I could increase my stats by 33 points? My strength stat was 15. If I doubled it to 30, would I be doubling my strength? Could I become one of the strongest men on the planet so easily? And my agility was 18. Could I become the fastest? Could I become the smartest? I was hopeful yet skeptical. I found it hard to believe that I could so easily reach the limits of humanity simply by killing a few zombies and distributing points like a game. But here I was, about to do exactly that. Either way, I wasn't going to pass on this opportunity. Question was, how would I distribute my points? After a bit of thinking, I found that my strength was more than satisfactory. That would be secondary. On the other hand, better agility would help me greatly. It would help my reaction speeds and movement speed, which is what I needed to better fight zombies. I was always anxious when fighting them, and being faster would calm me down knowing I could react quickly. With that, I decided to distribute some points. While thinking of how many points I wanted to put in, I spoke. Distribute ectoplasm into agility. X6, ectoplasm, distributed into agility. Agility has increased from 18 to 22. Seeing the increase, I was confused. I put in 6 points. Why did it only go up by 4? I hesitated before speaking again. Distribute 1 ectoplasm into agility. X2, ectoplasm, are required to increase agility by 1. 2. But I thought. I scratched my head in thought. Did agility take more points to increase? Distribute 1 ectoplasm into strength. X1, ectoplasm, distributed into strength. Strength had increased from 15 to 16. So it only takes 1 for strength. Unless. I thought about the increase in agility. It only took 2 points to go from 18 to 20. Then 4 points to go to 22. That means it gets more expensive. So when the stat reached 20, it costs 2 points. Does that mean it'll cost 3 points when it reaches 30? Ouch! Although I wasn't completely certain, for now I was assuming that it got more expensive the higher the stats. In that case, I couldn't just blow up my stats as I thought. I would have to be somewhat sparing. Still, now I knew I could increase my stats. Oh, what about my power stat? Suddenly, I remembered that increasing my energy level could only be a good thing, perhaps more important than strength or agility. Distribute 10 ectoplasm into power. Nothing happened after waiting a few seconds. I immediately knew it didn't work. So power couldn't be increased by ectoplasm, I guessed. That's not good. I frowned. Increasing my energy would be crucial, but I didn't know how if not for distributing points into it. I also didn't have anything else at my disposal to try. The only currency I had was ectoplasm. So for now, my power and energy were stuck where they were. But it wasn't like I had to stop at increasing my stats. My skeleton still needed to be upgraded. Upgrade Skeleton Sentry to Stage 2. Upgrading Skeleton Sentry to Stage 2 requires ectoplasm, X20. Confirm upgrade. I smiled, glad I had enough ectoplasm to carry it out. Yes. Upgrade confirmed. Skeleton Sentry is now Stage 2. Skeleton Sentry. Ability, a minion of bone who will faithfully carry out any of your basic orders. This minion sustains itself with the bones of its enemies. It can be summoned and unsummoned at any time. Should the skeleton be destroyed, 7 days are required to reform it. Health, 60/60ths. Energy, 63/63. Type 1. Stage 2. Strength, 12. Agility, 7. Vitality, 12. Intelligence, 5. Power, 20, +1. Operation cost, 13, +3, energy/hour. Damage, 6 to 20. Defense, 6. Inherent skills. Bone absorption. Basic bone manipulation. Remarks, doubles as a durable xylophone, applicable instrument skill required. Oh. Very nice. I nodded pleasantly. While the stat increases weren't amazing, I had gotten an idea about what increasing its stage did. The skeleton's power had been halted at 19, and upon advancing a stage, had increased to 20. Again, it was only my guess, but I was sure that the stage determined maximum power capacity. Increasing it would allow you to gain more power. My skeleton should now be able to grow through absorbing bones and get up to 29 power. I was stage 3 myself and had 32 power. While I wasn't sure how I got to that stage or get that power in the first place, the logic matched. Learn something new every day. Oh, I should tell Elijah. Happy with my new discovery, I decided to go share it. By this time, Elijah had stopped the day's zombie combat training and brought everyone back in. Everyone had also moved to another locker room that didn't have a pile of corpses outside of it. After sharing my discoveries with him, he was elated. He hurriedly distributed his ectoplasm, boosting his strength to a whopping 26 points. The changes in his body were immediate and a bit obvious. His muscles bulged a bit more, and I could practically feel the power radiate from his body. He looked like a miniature Hulk. And when he went to go deadlift some weight. Oh yeah. 995 pounds baby. I heard a testosterone-fueled roar just after the heavy slam of metal weight. Myself and half the guys on the track team ran to the weight room, only to see Elijah deadlifting over 20 plates. The bar bent under the vast weight. Thankfully our college had Olympic bars, otherwise they might snap. Still, when he slammed the weight down again, we felt a tremor in the ground. The bar was now permanently warped, unable to retain its form under his strength. The plates even fell off. So that's what 26 strength gets you. For a moment, I was incredibly tempted to dump the rest of my 6 ectoplasm into strength. It would only get me to 21 strength, but in front of being able to move such weight. I shook my head, purging these fantastical thoughts. I wanted to save the ectoplasm just in case and didn't need to satisfy my ego. That could come later. Well, at least I had enough motivation to kill zombies. With that little event, the day finally ended. Night fell, and everyone retreated to the locker room. After one last meeting with the coach, everyone tried to get some sleep. This was difficult for them since we'd be leaving the stadium tomorrow morning, but exhaustion still triumphed over anxiety. With all the training and zombie killing, everyone was spent. Like that, the next day in this apocalypse dawned. I fell asleep wondering how my family and friends were doing. Wondering if they were still alive despite the existence of the 2 mutated zombies I hunted. Elijah POV. We set an alarm to wake everyone up when the sun rose around 6 a.m. Thankfully, everyone woke up rather easily. As I opened my eyes and crawled out of my makeshift bed that used my backpack as a pillow, I recalled the prior day. I had brought people out to train with their weapons, killing some zombies in the process. And now, I was incredibly thankful that the team had gone along with things. They were infinitely more prepared for today than before. Killing even a single zombie was extremely valuable experience. I remember when I killed my first zombie in the parking lot. The shock, the disgust, the fear. It was all so overwhelming, but for the sake of my image, I had shoved all those feelings down. I had been so close to vomiting right in front of Jack, Kate, and Coach Todd, but I didn't. I had mustered more willpower and adrenaline than ever before, barely being able to keep myself upright and strong. And the kills that came afterward were much easier. The second time, there wasn't any shock. The 10th time, there wasn't any disgust. And after I received that ability from Jack, there wasn't any fear. Now, I could comfortably kill zombies with my machete. And through my experience I knew that if we were going to fight our way to the grocery store, our group needed to be able to kill zombies. I had debated heavily over how we were going to carry out this mission, and in the end, I felt it was better to keep safe. We were going to go in groups of around 25, each group being led by myself, Jack, Kate, and Coach Todd. That way, we could keep groups relatively small while making sure they were led by people with experience. We were the most experienced and held authority over anything involving navigating through the apocalypse. I was glad that I had stepped forward to lead the scout group in the first place. While it was risky, doing what I did, I was now awakened and equipped to grow in this apocalypse. Truly, if Jack hadn't given me an ability, I don't know what I'd do. Though, I had a hard time understanding it. Why would someone give away something so valuable? I understand he had that skeleton minion. Honestly, that ability was better than mine. But with my weapon imbuement ability, I could harvest rewards from all enemies, so long as I was sparing with my energy. I'd want both, not just one. And it wasn't like he could ask anything for it. It was the apocalypse now. What did anyone have to give? But he still gave it away, allowing me to step onto the path to power. And there was also his odd way of taking charge. When he had stepped up with his plan at the store, I had seen how excited he was. Although briefly, he even spoke of taking back the city, taking back the country. Getting power back online, water plants functioning again, purging the zombies. It was all incredibly ambitious, and he held himself back so as to not get ahead of himself. But then when it came to speaking with the coaches, he left things to me. He let me brief everyone, shrinking back as if with stage fright. It contrasted greatly with the image of him in the store. Still, I was more than happy to take the spotlight. Maybe I wanted to prove my value, but I found myself stepping forward a lot. I talked to the coaches on even grounds, spoke to my fellow teammates who now had to follow my directions. The feeling of being someone who others would listen to was almost intoxicating. I was glad I stepped up, glad I took the risk. Now, I was at the forefront, knew things that others didn't, attained powers that others didn't have. And now, I was leading my teammates through hostile territory. We'd be carving our way to that grocery store. I thought it was exciting. And so, the time came to leave. Everyone packed their items, slinging bags across their backs and hoisting their weapons. They were all anxious, but I knew that would fade when we started moving. Anticipation and overthinking made things out to be much worse than they were. After gathering everything, everyone moved to the parking structure. The sun was still rising, and it was bright and early. Despite that, everyone was sharp and on edge, though perhaps a bit more than was healthy. I was going first, taking a group of 25 people. Coach Todd would be behind me with his group, Kate would be behind him, and Jack would be last. We'd have our most powerful at the front and back, and each group would jump from building to building sequentially, one after the other. And so, we stepped forward. Chapter 9, Death. Elijah POV. I led my group from building to building. Wherever I went, they'd be following right behind. Nobody wanted to get separated, and putting even 10 feet between you and another person felt like you were being exposed. Everyone behind me had their weapons hoisted, ready to use them at any time. When we passed across the street, I would point out the zombies we needed to kill and who would kill them. I would usually take one, while I would assign 2 people per extra zombie. There weren't usually more than 3 or 4 zombies in our way, and if we moved fast enough, they wouldn't be able to close in on us. Like that, we were jumping between buildings rather easily. Though, it was tedious. I knew that it was safer, but part of me just wanted to fight our way to the grocery store as one large army. I mean, we numbered 100, each person carrying weapons. Most of them had killed at least one zombie, and everyone was definitely capable of killing over a dozen by themselves. If we marched together, why wouldn't we be able to clear out all the zombies standing in our way? I didn't see how it could be that difficult, especially since everyone was so hyper-focused. In fact, I had mentioned this idea to Jack, thinking it would kill two birds with one stone. He shot me down though, saying it wasn't a risk we needed to take. He said our only objective was to get everyone to the store. After that, we could work on clearing zombies. I didn't argue with him, and I readily agreed. He was right. I could see how it was riskier. Still, spending hours on end running from building to building like a rat wasn't exactly thrilling. I'm amazed that humanity could fall so far. Looking out the front doors of a building, I scanned in front of us. Coach Todd would be running in here soon, so I didn't wait as I directly stepped out. I ran across the open street of a strip mall, dashing to the far building of the mall. In my way were 3 zombies. Imbuing energy into my machete, I swung out. My golden blade glided through their flesh, easier than chopping meat with a cleaver. After a while, I had begun to love that feeling. It made me tired, but being able to so easily kill these zombies and receive rewards was exhilarating. With this power, there wasn't anything I had to fear. All 3 zombies were momentarily killed. My group was right behind me as I continued on, and we reached the building that had a few shattered windows. However, we were still only in the easy stretch of our mission. Sure enough, after navigating through this building and opening the back door, I saw another street. This street called Grand Avenue would take us to a corner where we'd have to make a turn and find the grocery store. But even this street had at least 100 zombies, and that was only from what I could see. There were far more than before. It was because of that screamer that had gathered so many zombies near the store. And this was the furthest edge of that area. Alright, listen up. I turned back to my group. They could all see past me, and they were shocked upon seeing so many zombies wandering the street. Now, we really need to stick to the buildings. We need to fight our way across this street, and we'll continue bouncing between buildings until we reach the opposite end of the block where we'll be in sight of the store. I've already done this before twice, so I know our route. The buildings should be mostly cleared, so our main problem is getting across the street. We'll have to fight at least a dozen zombies, but that shouldn't be too difficult. I mumbled as I envisioned our path. The distance to our next building wasn't that far, but there were a lot of zombies nearby and in our way. I nodded though, a plan formulating in my mind. Alright, here's what we'll do. I'm taking the lead, and I'll handle the first few zombies. As I fight, I want you guys to take care of anything to the sides. It'll be like a spearhead. I'll be the tip of the spear, and you guys the blades. We'll pierce through, killing the zombies and moving toward the building. I spoke as I imagined the battle in my head. It wasn't like I could come up with brilliant tactics, so I did my best in giving my teammates their orders. And I also couldn't be overly specific because it wasn't like they were trained soldiers. We were all just normal athletes. There was only so much we could do. And we needed to push forward. We couldn't shy away from the fight. If I had discovered anything from the archive, it was that fighting and killing our enemies was the way to go. Even killing other humans would give rewards. I let out a breath, my teammates lining up behind me. They knew what they needed to do, and nobody spoke as if silently agreeing to give their best in this fight. On my mark. I raised my machete, standing tall in the doorway and facing the zombies ahead. Some had noticed us, turning to our figures. Go! I took a step forward. I was so much stronger than before, so I could cover ground with large bounds. I could feel my muscles contract and bulge with power, throwing my body toward my first enemy. The zombie before me was decapitated with a single flick of my blade. I barely felt resistance, the glowing imbuement making the semi-dull blade of my weapon sharp as a scalpel. Since I didn't want to get surrounded, I chopped at any zombies in my way. I was sparing with my imbuement, careful not to drain my energy too much, but even then I was an unstoppable force. I could hear the yells of those behind me. I could imagine them thrusting their spears into the zombies' necks and heads. We had taught them that pushing the zombies to the floor was a good way to disable them for a time, allowing for easy kills. After a mere minute, I had killed 8 zombies. While I could kill fast, ensuring that I wouldn't get hit was still a necessity. I was double-layered in sweaters and sweats, so scratches wouldn't easily get through. Still, a bite or a tear would be dangerous. Despite zombies not being agile or incredibly strong, if they got their hands on you, you were in trouble. I cut through my enemies, my kill count growing from 8 to 15 in no time. I got more comfortable, as if the previous kills were just a warm-up. And finally, after 20 kills, I stopped. The door to the next building was in front of me. I snapped out of my reverie, quickly opening it and turning around to let my teammates in. That's when I heard it. Ack! Elijah! Come back! I could hear their yells before I even turned around. Had I gotten so absorbed with my fight? I was just focusing on not getting hit. Focusing on killing enemies for them. I could see the zombies closing in around us. Some ran out from other buildings, while the surrounding enemies had made their way inward. My group of 25 was being surrounded. I could see at least another 10 enemies between me and my group. I had gone ahead. Realizing my mistake, I rushed back. I brandished my blade, putting a little too much energy into it. I could tell, because I felt no resistance when I chopped a zombie in half at the chest. Blood sprayed everywhere, the street below already covered in a pool of it. My front was dyed red, but I didn't care. I didn't even notice the alerts for successful kills. All I could see were 3 of my teammates, 3 of the people in my group, be grabbed and pulled away from the formation. 5 zombies got their hands on them. They didn't immediately die. Their first sentence to death was front the nails digging into their hands or wrists. Not everyone had gloves, so not everyone was fully protected. The second death sentence was the bites that tore through their sweaters and clothes, ripping out chunks of flesh and cloth. Their screams were all I could hear, and desperate strength erupted from their bodies as they shoved the zombies away. But others came, one after the other. Full-grown adults threw themselves at my athletes, tackling them to the floor and getting a hold on every one of their limbs. Not even the best athletes could escape that amount of restraint. And even if one did, where was there to go? Knowing that you had been infected, and realizing that the safest place nearby was within the group of your teammates that were desperately spearing the enemies that closed in on them. My breathing grew erratic, any semblance of calm disappearing from my visage. I swung my machete and moved as fast as my body would take me. I killed all the zombies before me before they could even turn. I went around my group, severing 2 or 3 zombies in half with each swing of my blade. If only my machete were longer. I didn't care even as I felt fatigued. I knew what being tired felt like. I knew what it was like to feel so exhausted that you couldn't even move. When your muscles burned with acid and cramped so much you were immobilized, when you threw up so much that it stifled your breathing, making you think you were really going to die of suffocation by your own vomit. I knew what that felt like, and so anything up to that point wouldn't stop me. I killed the zombies that ate my friends, even the ones that were already corpses. I killed the ones that were speared on the tips of my friends' weapons. I swear, I felt like death incarnate as I cleared out every single one of those rotten, degenerate fiends. I had never felt so powerful. I was beginning to realize just how much this archive afforded me. But when all the enemies were gone, I realized that there were some things that I could lose forever. Bree, no. I ran over to a girl who was clutching her friend. Her friend gurgled blood, half her neck torn out. Her leg had even been eaten down to the bone. I couldn't imagine the agony she was in, suffocating on her own blood and bearing the pain of having been eaten alive. I could see it. The fear and desperation in her eyes. It was like I could see her thoughts. The life she had lived up to now. The hope she had felt last night when we said we would fight our way to a place with resources. The hope that we'd be able to carve out a home in this apocalypse, how we'd be able to find our families. How we'd be safe, away from danger. So many hopes, so many plans for the future. So much regret as she couldn't stop her body from dying. There was no peace in her death. Even as she looked up at her friend, clutching her shirt as her life faded. I stood frozen as the girl screamed. It was another guy who ran over and forced her to her feet. Still, I was rooted to the floor as I saw that corpse, someone who had once been a friend of mine. We weren't that close, but you didn't need to be to have fun with somebody. We were all a team. We had all been our own large family. She wasn't the only one. Even as I was pulled away by one of my teammates, I could barely take my eyes off of that girl to look around. I couldn't really make them out among the pile of corpses that littered the place, but just out of recognizing our distinct athletic clothing, I counted 6 people. 6 people who had been caught and eaten alive. 6 people who had so desperately struggled to stay alive, even knowing that they were infected with a single scratch. One of them looked like they were still alive, looking at us with pleading eyes as he barely raised his arm. Along with the rest of the group, I was pulled into the building, the doors closing behind us. We all retreated to the back, a large kitchen that was a part of this restaurant. With that, I had regained myself enough to take stock. 6 had been left as corpses, but that didn't account for those who had sustained light wounds. I was perfectly fine besides the blood covering my clothes, but not everyone was so lucky to have my ability or strength. I looked around, counting 5 people who were bleeding. With my keen eyes, I even spotted 2 people with scratches on their hands. These people were all infected. For a moment, I wanted to kill them. End their lives before they could degenerate into zombies, before they could mutate into something sinister. It would also end their misery. I knew I should. I should take responsibility for their lives. I couldn't let others get hurt when they turned. But I had already failed at my job. Bang! Suddenly, I spun around upon hearing the doors to the restaurant open. My exhausted body was sluggish, but I still jerked over with ferocity. I didn't see a zombie. Instead, I saw Coach Todd. His group was right behind him, but he still looked hurried, breathing laboriously. Good. You're here. Elijah, don't go anywhere else. He stepped forward as if making sure I wouldn't continue on. I was confused, but I felt something ominous. Why? What happened? Coach Todd's face scrunched a bit in repressed anger. It's not your fault, but every time we attempted to follow, you left us with groups of zombies. They all gathered at your disturbance, and we had to deal with them. We were barely able to slip through or around the groups. My heart dropped as he explained what happened. We avoided most of the zombies, killing a few in our way while slipping through the rest. I knew that the surrounding zombies would be disturbed, but I hadn't thought about them gathering on our trail. Coach Todd had to deal with our disturbance. After we attracted the zombies and then left them behind, they would collide with the group that was in their path. Coach Todd was able to slip through and around, but getting that far. What about Kate and Jack, who were behind Coach Todd? With all that disturbance putting enemies in their way. We have to go back. Kate and Jack could be in trouble. Coach Todd stopped me from marching out the door. Them? What about you? I saw the corpses outside, and you've got wounded. You're in no place to go back. My group can't. I looked back, seeing the people I failed to protect. But I can. I'll go and see if they need help. I can move fast on my own. You can't dash. I can. You stay here and keep everyone safe. I'm going. I grabbed my coach, pulling him aside with my atrocious strength. Then, I ran outside. More zombies were beginning to close in, but I easily dodged them. My energy was dwindling, my archive showing that I had 11 left. I could probably kill 6 more zombies with my weapon imbuement if I killed more than one with every swing. I could feel myself gaining energy too, my body settling after the previous intense battle. Regardless, I was going to fight. I had made one mistake, and I couldn't leave behind the others. I would make up for this, using everything I had left. I retraced my steps. I wasn't as fast as the sprinters, but with my newfound strength I could compete with them. It wasn't long before I found a large group. There were at least 80 zombies, even more than I had just faced with my group. They were all closing in on my teammates. This was supposed to be Kate's group, but I could easily spot Jack's skeleton minion as well, meaning they had combined together at some point. The combination of their groups was fighting back against the horde that was trying to grab out at them. The fight hadn't started that long ago, perhaps beginning when mine did. Jack hacked out with his shovel, taking the vanguard as they retreated back toward their previous building. The skeleton was further ahead than even him, but it seemed to be doing better. Its axe cleaved through zombies like my machete. It was definitely stronger than before. The others merely had pipes and spear-tipped poles. They stabbed, kicked, and shoved the zombies back. But the zombies in front were shoved right back forward toward the humans by the ones behind, their arms reaching out desperately in an attempt to grab anyone they could. I even saw one person get grabbed. He was pulled, and barely managed to escape the hand. But when he got even a foot closer to the horde, he was attacked. 3 hands shot out, grabbing his sweater and dragging him by the clothes. Nobody could help him as he was pulled into the horde and devoured. His screams were deafening, giving us a glimpse into the horrific torture he was experiencing. It only stopped when his throat was bitten. We don't know how fast he died soon after. The group continued to retreat, and with my energy, I knew I couldn't help them. There were just too many zombies. I would get killed if I jumped in from behind. So I stayed put, berating myself as I did so. I felt pathetic. I had run over here to help, and upon seeing the battle being fought, I made an excuse to stay out of it. I hated how the fear prevented me from running to my death. I hated how it controlled me. Most of all, I hated how powerless I was. That was when I heard a yell. "Jack!" A man shouted. His name was Kevin. I remembered him since I had seen him talking with Jack a lot. They were good friends. Kevin reached out, spearing a zombie and shoving it away before running over. Jack had been grabbed. He was pulled out, toward the horde. Thankfully, his skeleton was next to him, so it was able to chop a few zombies and ease the pressure. Still, he was grabbed by 3 zombies and attacked. One of them tore off the sleeve of his sweater. Another grabbed his exposed arm, creating 2 long streaks of red when he ripped his arm away. His strength then burst out as he swung with his shovel and kicked with his legs. After arriving, Kevin grabbed him and pulled him away just as another zombie was about to grab him. The skeleton also retreated, killing anything that approached. They all fell back into the building, closing and barricading the door. As for myself, I was frozen in place. The scene of Jack getting cut was fresh in my mind. It sent chills down my spine, making me feel more fear than when seeing people get devoured by the horde. Jack was infected. What would happen if he turned? His power, his skeleton minion. Would they become hostile? If that was the case, then everyone with Jack was in mortal danger. I sprinted out, avoiding the group and finding another way around. I had to get there quickly. I couldn't imagine what would happen if he mutated into something horrible. He could be worse than the grabber. I couldn't allow more people to die. Chapter 10, Vitality. Jack POV. Damn it. Shit. I cursed so loud that Kevin winced from beside me. I got scratched. After getting my sleeve torn off, I had felt those sharp, jagged nails tear down the skin of my arm. There were 2 red slices from my elbow to my wrist. It exposed the muscle underneath, and blood poured from the wounds. The pain was nothing though. I've gone through far more pain than this, most of it coming from my training. My pain tolerance was actually one of my strong suits. It was the fear that got me. The fear of knowing I was infected. I knew that people would turn. It would only take a day or 2, and I would become a zombie. My breathing was labored, but in this overwhelmingly stressful situation, I became sharp. Pressure forced me to look at every avenue, every route that could get me out of this situation. I may not have looked calm, probably seeming like I was devolving into insanity. But my mind was clearer and faster than ever before. I felt like I could cure cancer with my current intellect. I calculated how much time it had been since I was scratched. From the time of the scratch, to me getting pulled back, and then to now. It was around 12 seconds. Shit! I cursed again. Then, I grabbed my knife from my pocket. My left arm was the one that was scratched, so I equipped it with my right. My desperation took control of me as I plunged the tip between my shoulder and chest. Gah! I let out a scream as the knife cut into me. I was overwhelmed by pain. I tried to cut down more, creating a large and deep wound in the process. But after tearing through a few inches of muscle, the pain became so bad that I collapsed in a shivering mess. I turned to Kevin, my eyes pleading. Take the shovel. Cut off my arm. Jack Dash. Now. Do it. I screamed at him, but he didn't move. And when I tried to cut down with my knife more, he rushed over, pinning my arm down. No. What are you doing? I yelled as I was hit with another wave of pain. The slightest movement in my upper body sent agony pulsing through me. I could feel every muscle fiber grace the edge of my blade. It was horrific. Kevin looked back at me. He thankfully had gloves on, not risking infection by touching me. Still, he was solemn, almost sorrowful as he looked back at my enraged face. Jack, stop. I growled. No. This fucking apocalypse just started. I'm not dying now. The path is in front of me. I'm going to help rebuild civilization. There are too many things I need to do. I jerked my body around, my strength pushing Kevin back. Then, I stood up, blood pouring down my arm and torso. I looked down at the knife. I had created a bloody hole on top of my left chest, my sorry attempt at cutting my arm off at the shoulder. I couldn't move my left arm now that muscles and tendons had been severed. Kevin reached out for me. Jack, don't. Shut up. I screamed back, my voice hoarse. Still, I didn't reach for the knife. As more time passed, I could feel my body begin to weaken. I could feel something spread through me. It wasn't fast, but I could tell it was there. It felt like a parasite had entered my bloodstream. I was so desperate that I almost wanted to tear my skin off. I wanted to do anything that could get this disease out of me. I should have told my skeleton to cut my arm off the second I was scratched. I regretted not acting faster. Now, it was too late. I was truly infected. After a minute or so of panicking, I calmed down, something that took all of my remaining sanity. I looked around. Kevin was standing near me, but everyone else had backed away. It felt awkward, but I was being ostracized now. Everyone had seen what would become of those who were infected. It had resulted in a grabber killing a dozen people. Jack! Kate suddenly walked over, hesitant about what to say or do. I looked between her and Kevin. I'm sure I seemed like a deranged monster right now. I shook my head. Don't. I'm not fucking dying here. Not like this. I racked my mind for answers. I thought of anything that could help me fight this infection. Suddenly, I found myself thinking about my immune system. All diseases were fought by the immune system. Anything foreign that entered the body was isolated and expelled from the body. Disease, infection, parasites. Whatever the crap that zombies turned people with, it was foreign. I could feel my energy drain as I was further infected. I knew that my body was beginning to fight. Archive. Archive. Name, Jack Corvo. Species, human. Type, 1. Stage, 3. Health, 70/85. Energy, 47/96. Path, undecided. Class, undecided. Attributes. Vitality, 17. Agility, 22. Strength, 16. Intelligence, 15. Power, 32. Abilities. Skeleton Sentry, Stage 2. Traits. None. Ectoplasm. Type 127. I suddenly shouted, and saw my archive appear in my mind. I looked at my stats, and my ectoplasm. Specifically, I looked at vitality. I wasn't sure what this archive meant by vitality, but no matter what, increasing it would increase my life's strength. It would increase my health, which would give me more time. That's what I needed. I had gained 21 more ectoplasm from fighting up until now, putting my total at 27. And right now, I needed nothing more than more vitality. Distribute all ectoplasm into vitality. Distributed, x26, ectoplasm, into vitality. Vitality has increased from 17 to 31. For a moment, I praised myself. My conjecture about costing more points to increase stats the higher they went was correct. The next moment though, I was intoxicated by the feeling of my life boiling in excitement. My entire body shivered in power. I felt so unbelievably healthy and full of energy. I could feel my organs become cleaner, my muscles healing any abnormalities or hidden injuries. My tendons strengthened, and any chronic injuries from running track disappeared. My vascular system picked up all the crap that had been released from my body, and although I felt so full of life, I could immediately feel my body's desire to rid itself of all the toxic waste. Holding back vomit, I stood and ran off to a restroom sign within the building. Everybody got out of my way, not stopping me as I disappeared around the corner. After that, well, the process of expelling waste was better left unsaid. I surely wish I hadn't been the one doing it. Regardless, after about 10 minutes of hiding in the restroom, I cleaned myself up and felt the changes in my body. I felt clean. Inside, not outside. My body was brimming with literal vitality. I was warm with my life's energy. All the food in my digestive system was either burned for nutrients or expelled, the same with water. So I felt both thirsty and hungry. However, I didn't leave the restroom. Although I was burning with life, I could now more distinctly feel the disease within me. It really was some kind of parasite, one that sought to break down my body and take over my mind. It was cold, contrasting the warmth I felt. And it was trying to spread. But now, I could feel my body fighting against it. The vitality within me powered my immune system, giving it the strength to fight the parasite. It was killing the cold death spreading through me, bit by bit. But the cold still spread. I could feel my body call upon my fat for nutrients and energy, my immune system going into overdrive. I felt even hungrier as my body tingled in discomfort. I opened my mouth from within the restroom. Kevin. My call echoed, and I quickly heard footsteps. Jack. Ugh. Kevin recoiled after stepping into the restroom, sealing his nostrils to avoid the horrid stench. I didn't care though. My body was quickly weakening, but not directly due to the parasite. I need food. And water. Food? All right. Although he wasn't sure why, he decided to listen to me. After that, I could hear voices outside, though I was too busy cheering on my immune system to care. It was only a minute later when Kevin came back. He found me leaning against a wall and handed me 3 granola bars along with a water bottle. Although the stench was even worse near me, he disregarded it and looked at me with sorrow. Jack. I shook my head. Don't. I'm fighting this. I have a chance. Just give me some time. All right. He sighed. I went to pull myself up, grabbing a nearby sink. I got to my feet, but I felt weak, causing me to stumble. Kevin caught me, steadying my body with his hands. Just as he was about to voice more concern, I huffed. I'm fine. Just help me to the back door. I need to look outside. Outside? He questioned as we walked. My skeleton was standing outside the restroom, awaiting orders like always. It followed as I trudged over to the door in the back of the building. I felt all my energy being poured into my immune system, so I didn't have much for movement. Even when I ate the granola bars, I could feel it digested in mere moments, all the nutrients being sucked out. Water was no different, leaving me hungrier and thirstier than before. Health, 110/155. Energy, 51/96. My health and energy were going down, but thanks to the food and extra vitality, I had more time. I moved to the back door. Kevin opened it for me, thank God, and I stumbled out. I immediately spotted a few zombies lingering around. I pointed after my faithful skeleton followed me out. Kill them. With that command, the skeleton jumped forward. It slashed through the 3 zombies outside in mere moments. Skeleton Sentry has killed Zombie Type 1 X3. You have gained Ectoplasm Type 1 X2. Nice. I nodded, ignoring Kevin's questioning gaze. Maybe he thought I was giving it one last fight before turning. I didn't care either way. I needed to move fast. The cold parasite was spreading slowly through my body. Distribute ectoplasm into vitality. X3 ectoplasm, distributed into vitality. Vitality has increased from 31 to 32. I walked over after seeing the alerts, turning the corner around the building. I saw more zombies, and pointed. Kill them all. My skeleton heeded its orders, throwing itself into their rotten grasp. Some zombies gave ectoplasm upon death, some didn't. Splat! My skeleton continued to chop with its bone axe. Whenever it got hurt, such as when a zombie swung its arm and bashed at the skeleton's ribcage, it would just absorb some bone from their corpses and repair itself. It truly was a killing machine, disregarding all fear and potential injury to carry out its orders. It chopped and kicked at anything in its way. It wasn't long before it killed a dozen, and more zombies began to flood over. Thankfully, we were in an alleyway, so the skeleton just had to hold the line. And whenever I got enough ectoplasm, I put it all into my vitality. Vitality has increased from 32 to 33. Vitality has increased from 33 to 34. Vitality has increased from 34 to 35. Vitality. At some point, my skeleton had killed over 30 zombies. Through that, I was able to raise my vitality to 37. My body continued to fight the cold within me, fighting that parasite with everything it had. I had slumped over against a wall as well as my skeleton fought. I just watched it, my body weakening every minute. Soon, I realized something as I continued to get worse. Although I had more health, my energy was finite. I couldn't increase it. My vitality, my body, continued to use my remaining energy to fight the parasite. I didn't have much, especially without food. My energy dwindled after a short while. I watched as it went all the way down. I could feel it as well. My stomach was painfully empty, and I was barely able to keep my standing. And when it was reduced to a measly 3 points, I looked back. I saw Kevin and Kate. Surprisingly, I saw Elijah as well. I don't know why he was back here, but I didn't care. I mustered up the rest of my energy, opening my mouth. Help me in. At the same time, my skeleton disappeared, turning to ash and reverting back to the bone rune on my forearm. Zombies began to tumble forward. Before they could get me though, Elijah swooped in, grabbing me and pulling me back. We retreated back into the building, closing the door behind us. Upon entry, I felt a sharp pain in my body as my energy hit 0. Elijah laid me on a table. The wound was fully exposed, but it had stopped bleeding. I had really cut deep, and it wasn't healing with how busy my body was fighting the parasite. Elijah frowned at my sorry image. I smelled wretched, and I had blood all over me. He spoke softly. Jack, I can kill you, if you want. I froze a bit at his offer, and quickly shook my head. No. Don't. I struggled to speak, but when I realized that they might really kill me since I was infected, I became desperate. I looked him dead in the eye, hoping my confidence and fighting spirit was being transmitted to him. I'm fighting it. My vitality. I used Ectoplasm. With each word, I got weaker. I watched as my health started going down in place of my energy. But Elijah seemed to understand, just a bit. Thankfully, people weren't advocating for me to be euthanized, so I was safe for now. But I needed energy, anything to get me through this. I could feel how the cold within me had stopped spreading. The warmth, my vitality was fighting back. I was no longer degrading into a zombie. I just needed time and energy. But I didn't even have the energy to swallow food or drink water. In that case, don't kill me. I'll win. I spat out those words, hoping they got my intent across. After that, my consciousness began to fade. My vision blurred, and my last thought was me hoping they wouldn't kill me early. Elijah POV. I watched as Jack passed out. My mind was conflicted. My vitality, he said. When I finally arrived, he had his skeleton killing zombies. No doubt, he was trying to increase his vitality stat. Was it to fight the infection? Could that be done? Or would it just delay the inevitable? We could see his breathing, so he wasn't dead. Only, I was still afraid of him turning. How did I know if he really was beating the infection? Kate walked over to me. Her eyes were red, barely holding back tears. They had not only seen people die, but now Jack was about to turn. Jack, Kate, and I were much closer now. Although Coach Todd had been part of our group, we were a bit distant from him since he was an adult. But other than him, we three were the first to venture out. We had braved risk together, found survivors, and come up with a plan to build a community. We had been the leaders of our group. Especially Jack, who had inspired us with a vision of hope. A vision of thriving in this apocalypse. And now, he was on death's door, about to turn into the monsters we were slaughtering. I found it so unfair that even someone with abilities and the archive could fall to these pitiful monsters. He had been so ready to push us forward. We didn't want him to go. My hope that he'd survive didn't outweigh my fear of him turning. But my fear of him dying so quickly kept me from decapitating him right here and now. I stared at his body that got paler and paler. I hesitated for a long while. I could kill him now, end this potential threat. I feared what he could become. But, instead, I motioned to Kevin, his friend. Let's move this table into the restroom and barricade it. All right. He nodded, and we picked the table up with Jack's body on it. We moved it into the shockingly smelly restroom, setting it down before shutting the door. We barricaded it, then backed away. Do we wait? Kevin looked at me. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to do either. Did we wait and see? Or did we continue to the store? I'll wait. I eventually decided, turning to Kate. I'll wait here and see if Jack turns. You take everyone else forward. Coach Todd is waiting up ahead, so group with him and continue to the store. She looked at me worriedly, something that, if not for the depressing mood, would have given me butterflies. Can you get back alone? Yes. One man can move better than a whole group. Don't worry about me. I reassured her. With all the mistakes I'd been making, I felt like I needed to remain here out of respect for Jack. I had to respect the hope that he held. Kate listened to me, and with the rest of our teammates, she continued on. I actually fought a bit more, cutting a path for them to the next building. But I returned once they'd advanced safely. My energy was still dwindling, so sitting and waiting was good for me anyway. Like that, I grabbed a chair and sat, staring at the restroom where Jack was isolated. I prayed that he'd win his fight. But I also primed my body, ready to fight whatever monstrosity would come of him should he turn. Chapter 11, Trait/Mission Complete. I don't know how long I was out. All I know was that when I woke up, I felt like hot garbage. It was as if someone had concocted the most noxious sewage inside of my organs. I felt weak and frail, like my bones would snap and my muscles were non-existent. I was also cold. Thankfully though, it wasn't the parasitic cold that ate away my vitality. My eyes opened, seeing the white-tiled ceiling of the restroom I had been in before going on a killing spree and increasing my vitality. My body shivered, and when I curled my arms, I found that they were far skinnier than before. I also didn't have the same tree trunk thighs I used to. Those beautiful thighs I was so proud of. But that was all inconsequential. I had survived. I had to choke back tears. Although I was really fighting for my life, in the back of my head, I still couldn't eliminate that primal fear of death. I wasn't sure if I was going to wake up again after passing out. But here I was. I had proven that you could beat the zombie virus with enough vitality. I may be the first on Earth to make this discovery. I was a trailblazer, though I kind of wish I hadn't had to be. Archive. My voice was hoarse when I called out. Alert! You have gained a trait. Lesser ailment immunity, acquired. Lesser ailment immunity strengthens the immune system, allowing it to combat all forms of disease, infection, and abnormal conditions. Alters basic vitality values. +2, health per vitality. A trait. I was a bit wondrous despite the weakness in my body. It was actually rather amazing how close to death I was. Still, I concentrated on the trait I gained. A trait that boosted not only my vitality, but strengthened my immune system. This was definitely the reason I was able to survive the zombie infection, or parasite, or whatever it was. I was more than happy I got it. Now, I could fight without fear of dying with a single scratch. While I still didn't plan on getting injured, that fear of such absurd and unfair danger was now unable to keep me from giving it my all. I could be far more aggressive. And before, 1 vitality gave me 5 health. If that increased by 2, then it was now 7 health per vitality. That would give me significantly more health as I scaled the stat. This would also allow me to take more hits and risk. Again, not that I planned on getting injured. Now, I needed to figure out my situation. Gah! I grunted as I pulled my body off the hard table. My entire backside was sore, the few muscles I still had cramping with stiffness. I looked at my legs and cringed. My body had actually eaten all my fat and muscles for sustenance. Honestly, I'm surprised I hadn't died of malnourishment or starvation first. I reached out my hand, wrapping my bony fingers around my thigh. My once glorious quads were nowhere to be seen. I could almost grasp my entire leg like a pole. It was a painful sight. My weakness really showed when I tried to stand. I stumbled and had to keep myself up using the table. My health and energy were so painfully low. How could I fall so far? How could some stupid zombie infection make me look like some plebeian who hasn't left his basement in years? I was an athlete. I had been sculpted like a Greek god. I had worked hard for my muscles, and damn it, I wanted them back. With righteous indignation, I forced myself to my feet and trudged forward. My remaining energy managed to get me to the door. I placed my hands on the door handle, pushing with all my strength. But when the door cracked, it hit a barrier. Who the hell blocked the door? With a labored breath, I started throwing myself against the door. It barely budged, slowly nudging bit by bit until I could more clearly see beyond the restroom. Jack. Then, I heard a voice. It was Elijah's. I don't know how long had passed, but I was glad that he had stayed. And that he hadn't killed me. Maybe locking me in the restroom was his way of giving me a chance. Suddenly, my lips twisted weirdly as I opened my mouth. Blay! I let out a long groan, banging against the door again. The door kept slowly inching open, and I kept banging. Oh yeah. Just like a mindless zombie. I'm sorry, friend. I had to stop myself from laughing when I heard the sigh. Then, I heard the sound of metal sliding across wood. Bang! It wasn't even a second later when I saw a machete slice through the door, like the famous axe scene in The Shining. I almost screamed too, the machete only 5 inches from my face. I jumped back just in time for the door to explode outward. Then, Elijah came stomping in, looking like he was about to battle for his life. His eyes narrowed when he saw me, the golden glow of his blade sending a chill up my spine. Crap. He was really gonna kill me. He took a step forward, raising his weapon. I yelled. Stop. Stop it. Don't kill me, damn it. I watched as he froze, my heart pounding out of my chest in fear. Seriously, the dude was as big as a bear. He could be seriously threatening if he wanted to be. Jack? Yeah. It's me. Put down the machete, please. I pleaded with him, afraid that he might not believe me. And he did seem skeptical, narrowing his surprised eyes at me. What happened to you? I thought you. I let out a tiny smile, a bit ashamed. Yeah, I was pretending to be a zombie. His face fell as he quickly understood, momentarily twisting in rage. Why the hell would you do that? Because you were gonna kill me, asshole. I shot back. I was trying to fight that stupid infection, and you had me worried that you were gonna chop my head off early. I passed out thinking I was gonna die. For some reason, my words got choppy at the end. I felt my chest tighten at the mention of death. I hurriedly turned away, barely pulling myself to my feet and leaning on the table. I took some deep breaths, wiping my eyes and forcing down the fear inside of me. I had really been close to dying. I wasn't ready for that yet. I had worked too hard to die now. There was too much I needed to do. And to think that there were others who didn't get the chance to survive like I did. I understood now. Elijah lowered his machete, the golden glow around it fading. He let me be, standing behind me and waiting. It was only a minute or so later when I calmed down. I tried to mask my emotions as I turned back to him. Thankfully I had clothes on, so puffing out my chest didn't look so unpleasant. You all right? He asked carefully. I let out a long sigh, blinking my eyes a few times before nodding. Yeah. I'm good. Let's just get the hell out of this restroom. Elijah nodded and led me out. It's good that you survived, Jack. But if you don't mind me asking. Elijah mumbled and scanned my body. I barely looked like myself anymore. His head tilted. What happened? I answered while looking out the windows of the building, scanning the surroundings. I raised my vitality, and it allowed me to fight the infection. But my body didn't have enough energy or nutrients to fight the infection for long. I don't know exactly what happened after I passed out, but I guess that my body ate my fat and muscles to get the resources it needed to fight the infection. Now, I'm skinny as a twig, and I'm actually pretty close to dying. I laid out my situation rather clearly. Elijah nodded, understanding what I was saying. But he still seemed surprised. I didn't wait for him to process things though, pointing to a nearby convenience store. Take me there. He raised his head, looking at where I was pointing. The store wasn't that far, a mere 4 buildings away. Still, he'd have to fight and keep me safe. Why? He asked, though he seemed to realize it was a stupid question quickly. I need some damn food, that's why. I can barely walk, let alone fight. He followed me to the front door, removing the barricades and leading me out. Couldn't you summon your skeleton? That takes energy to sustain. I could bring it out, but if I lose any more energy, I might not be able to even crawl. With a nod, Elijah took point. He quickly cut down several zombies, and I walked as fast as I could to the store. We arrived after he killed around a dozen, and I practically threw myself through the doors. I didn't even bat an eye at the 4 zombies in the store, grabbing the nearest bag of beef jerky and tearing it open with my remaining strength. My starvation seemed to make itself known when I took the first bite. The bit of spiciness and leathery goodness slid down my throat, and upon hitting my stomach, was immediately dissolved. I could feel my body plead for more, and I was happy to indulge it. I scarfed down the entire bag of jerky, topping off with an entire liter of water. After the jerky was some candy, then some chips, and then some questionable donuts. Even after eating an entire 2 pounds of food, I was still hungry. That's when I thought of something. I had been close to 170 pounds before. Now, I couldn't weigh more than 120. I lost 50 pounds. Did that mean I needed to eat 50 pounds of food? There was no way I was recovering in one sitting, let alone one day. But damn if I wasn't going to try. I cleared off entire shelves as I inhaled my food like a damned pig. Elijah just stood by and watched, shocked by my eating. And when I got full, I merely waited 5 minutes before continuing, my stomach having digested everything. In the end, 5 hours passed. It was only then that I stopped eating, but that was only because I was tired. I could actually eat more, but I felt it wasn't good for my recovery if I did. I needed rest as much as food. And boy did I nuke the restroom. With food came waste, and I swear I could have set a few records in there. The sun had been setting when we crossed to the convenience store, so by now, it was well into the night. Elijah had almost fallen asleep waiting for me, but forced himself to stay awake. I checked my status. Health, 98/259. Energy, 72/96. I nodded in satisfaction. It would take time to recover back to my prime, but even now I could feel my muscles tingle in growth. My vitality was so strong that I could feel its changes in real time. Given a few days, there was no reason I couldn't get my muscles back. Though, it seemed absurd that such growth could happen quickly. But this world was now supernatural. With the archive, anything was possible. It couldn't cure my hunger though. Even as I tried to force myself to sleep, my stomach was growling for more food. I ended up eating for another 2 hours after reassuring Elijah he could go to sleep. I could summon my skeleton with my energy, so I didn't have anything to worry about. It was only when midnight had passed that I finally felt tired. My body finally decided that it had enough, for now, and let me rest. Sleep was super important for recovery, after all. I closed my eyes contentedly, happy to have survived another day. Stop. Just one more. It's been 6 hours. You've cleared out 2 entire stores. I didn't even know that was possible for a human. So let's leave, or I'm going to start thinking you really did turn into an intelligent zombie. Elijah dragged me out as I tried to snatch another bag of candy. After waking up, I did nothing but eat. I seemed to be even more voracious than before. And I had insisted that I spend a bunch of time eating. The reason was because I noticed how my muscles actually grew in size. My body was actively regenerating everything that I'd lost. Maybe malnourishment was an ailment, because my body was definitely curing itself if that were the case. Or maybe my stats ensured that I would always be able to perform as they indicated. Without muscle, I couldn't put out so much strength, so it was regenerating all of it. Either way, I was hungry, and my body absolutely needed more food. Specifically, it needed protein. In fact, if I were to lay eyes on an animal right now, I'd be trying to devour it whole. Candy and chips could only go so far. It was all crap that couldn't properly nourish the body. Maybe that was why I was nuking the restroom so often. So after a bit of complaining, I gave in and followed Elijah. The grocery store would definitely have better food, so getting there was now a priority. Oh crap. The mission. I suddenly remembered our little migration, and the archive responded. Form the militia. You have inspired hope, sparked the machinations of development and prosperity. It's only the first step, but the first steps are often the most important. Nothing can happen without them. Mission, move your people and ensure their lives as they migrate to your new hideout. Failure conditions, 70% or higher death rate. Rewards, based on survival rate. Survival rate, 83/103. Remarks, your people are the brawn necessary to secure a potential community. Without them, the community can only wait for death to come. Become the shield that protects and inspires progress. Damn! I cursed as I followed Elijah. He was clearing the way of zombies, as was my skeleton, so he didn't have the mind to notice my sorrow. We had lost 20 people. While it wasn't the worst possible outcome, I had been hoping that we'd get through this without any deaths at all. But I guess it was inevitable. Or I was still too naive and could have thought of a better plan. Or I could have been a bit more careful and not gotten scratched, allowing me to protect everyone. I let out another sigh, mournful of those who'd passed. I knew practically all of them. I couldn't imagine being eaten alive, or slowly succumbing to the infection. Either way was a horrible death. I knew firsthand how dreadful one could feel. How scared and hopeless. Shaking my head, I focused forward. Since it was just Elijah and I, we could easily navigate around and through zombies. We could take long routes or short routes, bypassing massive clusters and getting to our destination faster. I happily collected ectoplasm along the way, as did Elijah. He had already started distributing it into vitality. A smart choice, speaking from experience. And it was only an hour later when we approached the store. We could see some of our people atop the roof. As I got closer, I could see everyone freeze in shock, staring at me like I was some kind of monster. The dozen or so who were on the roof rushed down as we went to the back door. We were greeted by Albert, who saw my noticeably sickly appearance. He didn't frown, but he also didn't immediately welcome me in. "I heard you were scratched and infected." He looked me up and down. You could actually see the wounds on my left arm, ones that had slightly healed over and left nasty scars. "So what happened?" "I survived, that's what happened." I stepped up to him, puffing out what little muscle I had regained with a smile. "I fought the infection, and won." He narrowed his eyes at me, and I could sense his disbelief. "How can I know?" "You're awakened, right?" "Well, I increased my vitality stat, and I was able to fight off the infection with my strengthened immune system. I was infected over a day ago, and now, here I stand." I raised my arms in obvious victory. "While I'm not totally recovered from the starvation, I've been working on that." He ate a dozen pounds of food before we got here. Elijah stepped up. He was my most powerful witness. "Don't worry, Albert. He's not a zombie. You're looking at the first case of someone surviving the infection. It takes about a day to turn, and as he said, he got infected over a day ago." "Vitality, huh?" His gaze changed, becoming more hopeful instead of suspicious. "Looks like I should start killing zombies and investing points." "Ha, I've started doing just that." Elijah chuckled in response. Then, I was finally invited in. I walked through the door and into the store's garage. There I saw my teammates all gathered, looking at me with all sorts of mixed feelings. Hope, happiness, relief, suspicion. Kate walked over to Elijah and I. She looked me up and down, her gaze resting on the scars running down my arm. "I can touch you without being infected, right? There isn't a single ounce of that infection inside me, or I'd still be passed out. My body hates that stuff." I spoke with a smile. She nodded. "Good." Then, she moved forward, wrapping me up in a hug. I was a bit shocked, but her warmth calmed me down greatly. I responded in kind, letting out a deep, though ever so slightly shaky, breath. My anxiousness finally faded. I made it. Mission completed. Chapter 12, Abilities. Mission completed. I saw the alert after greeting everybody. I figured that it only completed now because I was technically a part of this group, and I had only now just returned. Although everyone seemed wary of me, Elijah was there to assuage their worries. He explained to them how I had actually beaten the zombie virus. He also decided to explain the archive and awakening, something only a few people heard rumors about and even fewer knew. While he was explaining, I was standing to the side, checking out the alert. Form the militia, completed. Mission, move your people and ensure their lives as they migrate to your new hideout. Final survival rate, 83/103. Performance, good. Generating rewards. I got excited as the archive evaluated my performance. Rewards were always welcome, and if it could lead to more people awakening and getting abilities, then that would be fantastic. Rewards generated. Rewards, choose 3 of 4. 1. Type 1 Ability Tome, Basic Ice Manipulation. 2. Type 1 Ability Tome, Basic Power Archery. 3. Type 1 Stage 4 Item, Model 29. 4. Type 1 Stage 4 Item, Scale Armor. My eyes bulged a bit upon reading the reward list. 2 abilities. If we had those, then we'd be able to awaken 2 more people. Our core combat power would double. Since I could choose 3 items, I immediately decided I would choose the 2 abilities. Other than that, I had to decide between the 2 items. I knew what the Model 29 was. It was a revolver, though I forget what caliber. I tried to imagine its details, and when I did, another screen appeared. Model 29. Type 1. Stage 4. Damage, 65 to 85. Durability, 400/400. A 44. Magnum revolver with a 6-chamber cylinder. Produces 1 bullet every 5 hours, filling an empty chamber. Remarks, embrace your inner cowboy. A gun that produces its own bullets. I didn't know what to say, other than this was something I absolutely needed. As for the scale armor, who cared? This was a magic gun. My 3 rewards were decided. However, I didn't immediately retrieve them. I was still standing beside Elijah, who was finishing his little speech to the group. It would be weird if a few items suddenly appeared in my arms. When he was done, everyone had odd faces. Nobody would easily believe something so fantastical, but not only had many seen my skeleton, but they had seen Elijah's weapon ability and superhuman strength. Nothing could explain such things other than a supernatural archive that granted abilities like a game. He could only let them digest everything. At the very least, I was glad that I was in the clear. Suddenly, I grabbed both Elijah and Kate. I pulled them along to the inside of the grocery store and to a corner that was out of sight. They just followed me, my excitement obvious. When we stopped, I selected my rewards. Type 1 Ability Tome, Basic Ice Manipulation, acquired. Type 1 Ability Tome, Basic Power Archery, acquired. Model 29, acquired. With those alerts, the 3 items in question appeared in my arms. The 2 ability tomes were as I remembered. Both were leather books with titles that seemed to be branded on the cover. The Model 29 actually appeared with a holster. I smiled at the thoughtfulness. Slinging the holster strap over my shoulder, I found that it was a shoulder holster that positioned the gun under my left arm. Like that, I could reach and grab it if needed. And if it wasn't obvious, I absolutely planned on taking the revolver for myself. Not only because it was a cool magic gun, but because I knew how to shoot well and I was giving the other rewards away. Elijah and Kate were a bit stupefied by the revolver, but when I shoved the tomes in their hands, their eyes lit up. Elijah gawked. No way. 2 abilities. Quiet. I shushed him. There's only 2, so we need to determine their allocation carefully. I don't need us announcing this and people freaking out over it. However, I looked at Kate, who seemed to enjoy staring at the ice manipulation tome. Kate, go ahead and choose which one you want. She raised her head, looking at me carefully. Really? I don't know how you got them, but these are yours. If you want them. I don't. I shook my head quickly. Right now, we need to awaken and strengthen as many people as possible. I gave Elijah his ability because I know that I can't do everything alone. Now, it's time for you to receive what you deserve. I wish I could have given you an ability earlier, but better late than never. Pick one, and we'll find another person who can take the other. She looked back down at the tomes. After barely stifling a smile, she handed the archery tome back to me, holding the other close to her chest. Thank you, Jack. She finally couldn't hold back her smile, causing me to beam as well. Just open the tome and you'll get the ability. You'll also be awakened. Go ahead and do it now. I gave her simple directions, to which she nodded and opened the tome. Like before, the cover glowed while the pages were scribbled with unknown text. She gasped in surprise, and stared off into space. Like with Elijah, she spent a minute or so processing everything, during which time the tome disappeared. I knew that it formed some kind of runic symbol on her body, but I couldn't see where, the location covered by her clothes. After a while, she finally took a deep breath. Seeing was believing, and she was now one of us. I was excited for her. She could finally go out and get rewarded for killing zombies, using ectoplasm to increase her stats and become a force of nature like Elijah. Jack! Elijah suddenly called, tearing his eyes away from Kate. If you don't mind me asking, where did these things come from? You even got a revolver. I got a mission. I answered directly. It's like a quest in a game, and it was given to me when you announced our plan back at the stadium. I see. He seemed deep in thought before smiling a bit. Was it perhaps called Form the Militia? You got it too. I couldn't conceal my surprise. I thought I had been the only one to get this mission. Elijah smiled. I did. It completed when we returned, though I haven't checked it out yet. My mission was to carve a way forward for everyone. My rewards depended on the amount of enemies I killed. No way. Well, get your rewards then. I hurried him, hoping we could get more ability tomes. Alright. And here's your tome. You can go find someone else to use it. Maybe your friend Kevin would be a good choice. I'll go talk to him then. With that, I left Elijah to his devices. I didn't know what kind of choices he would receive, so I could only trust him to make the right choice. And I did trust him. Kate as well. They were becoming close friends. I wandered around. Although I wanted to find Kevin, when I walked past some thawed meat. Well, let's just say I cashed in on a well-deserved meal. Thankfully there were some gas stoves in the deli section of the store, so I was able to cook up several pounds of steak, burgers, and even some fish. While it was all crudely cooked, I at least had tons of seasoning up for grabs. Plus, I wasn't picky in the slightest. I was hungry, and could eat damn near anything. This crudely cooked meat was looking like a 5-star meal to me. And after almost an hour of cooking, I went to town. I wasn't any better than a hyena, gobbling down every scrap of meat and fat there was. My stomach was filled and emptied a few times over, constantly pumping nutrients into my rapidly healing body. I could feel my limbs burn, my muscles feeling like I had worked them out. My body heated up pleasantly as if praising me for bringing in good food. Savory juices spilled down my chin as I chomped down on a large 3-pound steak. I was pretty sure some of it was still raw, but I didn't care. I could fight off the zombie infection. Nothing short of that could faze me anymore. But damn, did I look like a savage. People walked by occasionally, and they would all give me weird stares. Some even watched for a bit and were shocked when I managed to choke down pounds of meat at a time. Finally, another hour passed, and I had eaten everything I prepared. My stomach was full, but even now I could feel everything being digested at warp speed, all those precious nutrients diffusing into my body. Granted, I was a bit worried about clogging my arteries with so much fat and cholesterol being ingested so quickly, but the damage had already been done. I didn't plan to stop there either. Though I wanted to eat more, I could feel myself get sleepy, my body telling me to rest and recover. Before I could do that though, I needed to hand Kevin the tome. I began wandering a bit more. Occasionally I would snatch a bag off the shelves I passed and eat whatever was inside. I probably lingered around the candy section a bit more than I should have. But eventually I managed to spot Kevin in the warehouse of the store. Kevin. Jack. What's going on, dude? You had me worried for a while. Kevin and I smacked our hands together, patting the other on the back. I smiled. I said I wouldn't die now. And I'm a man of my word. Really, thank God. I don't know how you did it, but I'm glad. He nodded in relief. I took out the tome, handing it to him. Here, take this. If you're fine with the ability, then it's yours. Ability? You can't mean. He grabbed the tome, reading its title. I smiled in excitement. It's an actual ability. Open that book, and you'll be awakened. You'll get the ability, and from now on, you'll be rewarded for your kills. It'll allow you to grow, just as Elijah explained earlier. No way. Although I've never actually done archery, this is an ability. Are you sure I can have this? He looked at me with hesitation. If I wanted it, I would have taken it. We need everyone to get stronger. There are too many zombies out there, and I need people who can help me in this apocalypse. I want you to be able to get stronger, Kevin. I can't do everything alone, after all. He smiled at my words, holding out his hand. I responded with a firm handshake, an acknowledgement between men. Thank you. I'll do my best, and since it's archery, then I'll become the best damn archer there is. I looked forward to it. Go ahead and open it now. He nodded and split open the tome. I watched as he awakened. I saw a runic symbol appear on the back of his right hand, and he was in a trance for a couple minutes. Once he was done, I pat his shoulder. Congratulations. You're one of us now. Welcome to the true apocalypse. This is amazing. He muttered in awe. Only. I'm starting to see a problem. Problem? I need a bow. He scratched his head. This ability allows me to use energy to conjure arrows, but I still need a physical bow. Which? I don't think a grocery store has. Interesting. I nodded, appreciating how convenient that ability was. The lack of necessity for arrows would be extremely valuable. But now we needed to find the bow. We can find a sporting goods store. Those usually have things like compound bows, even arrows. I remember that there was one nearby, but I'm not sure of the exact location. Kevin's face lit up. Good idea. I'll ask around, see if anybody can't give us directions. I'll come find you when I have a lead. I hummed, my eyelids drooping down. You do that. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm still not totally recovered from being weakened so much. Yeah, I noticed you were a lot skinnier than before. That infection really took its toll, huh? Elijah sighed. I definitely beat the infection, but it wasn't without cost. I shrugged. My body is recovering. I should be good given a couple days. Oh, see if we can't preserve the meat over in the deli section for longer. I heard salt is good at preserving stuff. See if someone can't do something about that. I left with those words, setting out to find a bed. Kevin smiled before turning and heading into the warehouse. While it was still relatively early in the day, I didn't care as I gathered spare clothing and sheets of all kinds. I made myself a nice bed, cuddling with a pillow and letting sleep take me away. For the time being, we didn't carry out any missions. We allowed all the athletes to settle in and make themselves a home within the grocery store. However, food consumption drastically increased with our presence, and Albert, the original leader of the people in the store, got worried. Perhaps I was a significant factor contributing to that problem. Over the next 3 days after arriving, I did nothing but eat and sleep. My body was constantly recovering, and I seemed to be eternally hungry. I went through every ounce of meat we had, then deciding to move on to other protein-rich foods around the store. I cleaned out entire shelves by myself, and the bathroom didn't have an easy time either. At some point, I was banished and forced to nuke the bathrooms of adjacent buildings, sparing those in the store. I agreed, as it also acted as a good opportunity to farm some ectoplasm. In the end, when the 4th day came, I had fully recovered. My health returned to its max, as did my energy. And although my muscles weren't as big as before, I had regained all my strength. One thing was different from before though. Perhaps because my muscles grew so fast, but they were far more defined. Thankfully I didn't get stretch marks, but my skin seemed almost abnormally thin. You could even see the muscle fibers of my biceps. Regardless, I looked damn good again. Elijah knew I had been recovering too. And when I finally stopped eating dozens of pounds of food, he was happy. And we finally got down to business. We couldn't idle within the store forever. Resources were limited, and since the second night of the apocalypse, we hadn't heard any sign of the military. No gunshots, no explosions, nothing. We were alone, and we needed to expand. We had to seek out the resources necessary to feed all our people. After a little consensus, Albert had counted 158 people altogether. 158 people required a lot of food and water. There were also basic necessities. Never has running water, toilets, and showers been so valuable. Everyone was dirty from days of not showering, and the bathrooms were starting to become uninhabitable. We needed to act. At some point in time, Albert had used his phone to draw out a rough map of our surroundings. He said it was only the surrounding 5 miles, and there were hardly any buildings marked, but the general streets and layout of the land were there. He had spent the rest of his phone battery to do all this. The map was sprawled on a table, composed of many separate pieces of paper. Elijah and I, Kate, Kevin, a few of our coaches, and Albert all stood around this table. I held another piece of paper, on it a small list. My face was serious. We have a few main priorities. I set down the paper, pointing to the first item on the list. First is resources. We need food and water. Everything else is secondary to basic sustenance. Thankfully, there's a seriously large amount of food and water in this grocery store. We'll be fine for a while, but one thing needs to change. My finger moved down. We need to begin rationing. We need to gather everything, take inventory, and then plan out a basic meal plan for everyone. The details can be discussed later, but I'm thinking 2 meals a day and just enough to get everyone through. Nobody besides our athletes are active, so not much food is necessary to sustain them. Anybody who is active, as we will be soon, gets more food. Beyond that, we only have 2 other primary objectives. First is to begin clearing out the zombies around the store. This will not only create a zone of safety, but it will allow us to begin collecting ectoplasm. For those of us who have abilities, getting stronger is absolutely crucial. We've already encountered a screamer and a grabber, 2 mutated zombies that definitely aren't the last. There will be more of those, and ones that are even more powerful. We aren't the only ones evolving, and if we fall behind, we'll become nothing more than food for evolution. Everyone was silent as they took in my words. All the athletes had seen the grabber, and everyone at the store had heard or seen the screamer. These were 2 extremely deadly zombie variants, ones that had evolved from basic zombies. It let me know that, like us, zombies could grow stronger too. I planned to stay ahead of the curve, ensuring that we could kill anything that came our way. Not only that, but this emphasized the importance of top-end strength. Only those of us who had abilities could fight those monsters safely. If we fell, then everyone else would fall as well. We were the first, strongest, and only line of defense against those variants. The others seemed to understand this too. But that made them think about how valuable abilities were. Previously, they had only thought of awakening as something cool. It would be nice to have an ability, to be able to conjure supernatural powers. But now, we were demonstrating how crucial abilities were for survival. Elijah had been able to cut down dozens, even hundreds by himself. His strength was superhuman. I had been able to beat the zombie infection, a single scratch is worth being able to kill any ordinary human. Power was taking on new meaning, and we were pioneering this path. I continued. Our other primary objective is to run raids on surrounding resource centers. Warehouses, shipping depots, other stores. Going to these places will get us not just food and water, but myriads of other supplies. Radios, clothes, tools, batteries, weapons, books. These things will all help us survive and thrive. Radios especially. I've marked that down as our most important tool to look for. Perhaps with that, we can get in contact with the military. That's true. Everyone's eyes lit up. Calling and texting no longer worked, but radios did. Even if they were short-range ones, they would be extremely valuable. Communicating across distances was a powerful tool, and with radios, we could search for other people. Leaning back, I let out a long breath. Now, we have our primary objective. Clear out zombies, find resources, run raids. Since we have lots of food and water, we don't need to immediately find more of said resources. That being said, there is one mission we need to carry out, preferably now. I turned to Kevin. Have you gotten a location? Oh, yes. He brought out a folded sheet of paper. These should be directions to a store with a bow. I asked several people, and after a bit, I was able to center in on this one. I nodded. Good. That'll be our first mission then. We need to get you a bow so you can use your ability. After that, we'll return and focus on clearing out the zombies nearby the store. Now. I raised my head and looked at everyone. Does anyone have any questions or objections? Chapter 13, Healing. The group looked between each other. I had laid things out pretty clearly, and it covered basically everything we needed to do. Suddenly, our head coach stepped up. You were talking about rationing. I can also think of several other menial tasks that can be carried out. Cleaning, trash disposal, organization. We'll need multiple people to help with your rationing idea along with doing chore work. I quickly nodded. You're right. I'm planning on taking Kevin, Elijah, and Kate with me to go and find this bow, so we won't be here. During the time we're gone, can I leave rationing and all that to you? You can gather some people, maybe athletes, and use their muscle to move all the food and supplies into this warehouse. Gather everything here and take inventory. Then you can create a food plan. As for implementing that plan, you can wait until we get back if you wish. Sound good? The head coach nodded. Yes. I can handle all that. Nice. I stood straight. If there are jobs to be done, then have people do them. Don't be afraid to hand out work. Oh, one other thing you should do. Form a team of scouts who will be in charge of keeping watch of the surroundings. They need to be on the lookout for any zombie variants, like the Screamer or Grabber. If these variants, or anything out of the ordinary, are found, then everyone needs to retreat and hide away. We also have all those weapons, so don't be afraid to use them. We need to be ready at all times for any sudden attacks. Got it. Then that's all I have. We'll set out tomorrow morning for the bow. Until then, if anyone wants to come and hunt outside with me, then feel free to follow. With that, our little meeting was dismissed. I walked to the back door while the head coach and Albert began organizing some athletes and preparing a list of jobs to do. Elijah, Kate, and Kevin followed me to the back door. We all walked outside. We didn't immediately fight though. I turned to Elijah. So? What kind of rewards did I miss out on? He smiled brightly at the mention. Hee, see this coat I have on? Elijah opened the black trench coat he was wearing. It went down just below his knees, and the material looked like some thick synthetic leather. This coat is a kind of armor, capable of shielding me against all kind of blades and impacts. The archive said it's capable of blocking even low-caliber bullets. Wow! I was genuinely surprised. To have an entire coat that was bulletproof was no doubt very confidence-boosting. He wouldn't have to worry about zombie scratches at all. He smiled even wider as he reached into the coat, grabbing some kind of scabbard. That's not all. I got this sword. It's like some kind of gladiator sword. Much longer reach than my machete. Saying that, he unsheathed the sword. The sword he showed me had a silver blade and brown handle. The blade was almost a meter long, with the handle being several inches long. The hilt was rather ornate with gold inlays, and the blade had fancy designs in its core that looked like Damascus steel. It's called the spada, a long sword. Although it's technically heavy for a sword, with my strength, I can wave it around just fine. I haven't actually tried using it yet, so I'm excited. I slowly nodded my head. That's really cool. Now, you also don't need to use your ability all the time to get rewarded. It'll greatly increase your longevity in a fight. So is that all? Elijah nodded. Yup. Coat and sword. Now I just need to learn how to properly swing this thing, and I'll be golden. Then let's get some practice. It'll be good for you too, Kate. I turned to Kevin. As for you, take this shovel. Kill zombies with it and you'll get ectoplasm. Time to start building your stats. I handed Kevin the shovel. It had been taken when I passed out from the zombie infection, but I eventually retrieved it. I liked that little shovel, but Kevin needed it more right now. After that, we stepped into the line of sight of some zombies. I summoned my skeleton, and we all started farming kills. I had it the easiest. Elijah had to actually step forward himself and fight, moving his body and using strength to swing his sword. He was using more energy than I was. I also got to see Kate's new ability in action. She waved her arms, and from them, frost began to form. The moisture in the air seemed to gather and turn to ice, creating several small orbs that looked like musket balls. Then, she launched them forward, and those little bullets created bloody holes in the zombies' heads. She was able to make a lot of them, but there were some that didn't manage to pierce the skull of some zombies. These were wasted after she threw them, the energy that went into their construction and firing not achieving any results. It was clear that she needed much more practice, but she still took to it well. As for Kevin, he couldn't use his ability yet, so I just watched my skeleton. My minion had definitely grown stronger after its evolution. Its bone axe could cleave through bodies easily, and it had more energy to use for fighting. It could easily kill 50 zombies before tiring. It disregarded almost all attacks, since nothing could really hurt it. Although zombies would grab its bones and try to tackle it, a wave of the axe could usually get them off it. Not only that, but I made a habit of having it absorb bones. The bones of standard zombies were obviously lesser in quality than the grabber, but they were still worth something. We spent 2 hours outside battling zombies, and with all our combined efforts, killed almost 300 of them. The surroundings were much clearer than before, but beyond the store, there were still thousands more waiting for us. By the next day, they would likely flood inward again. With so many zombies available, I had my skeleton absorb all of their bones while I checked my rewards. 42 ectoplasm. And we actually got a drop. I looked at the item in my hands. Jagged Cleaver. Type 1. Stage 2. Damage, 15 to 27. Durability, 110 to 110. A cleaver that's been worn down by the endless hacking of large cuts of meat. Remarks, good for adding some healthy brutality to your murders. The cleaver was standard except for the large chips in the blade that would undoubtedly make the wounds it inflicted that much nastier. I handed this item to Kevin, taking back my shovel. I liked my shovel better than a cleaver. It was handy. Kevin was happy to have the cleaver, an actual weapon. And unlike me, he didn't mind the brutality of it. I saw another, more primal side of him when he decided to test it out on some zombies. How he sheared and tore off chunks of their flesh, smiling as splatters of blood stained the street. Note to self, don't piss Kevin off. He might enjoy killing you. As for Kate, well, she had magic, so I could keep the shovel. After going through our energy reserves, we all retreated back to the store. It was at that time that Kate trotted up to me. Jack. How's your arm? My arm? Oh, it's been getting better. I lifted my left arm. On it, 2 scars ran from my elbow to my wrist atop the forearm. The cuts were nasty, created by sharp but jagged nails. The scars they left were even worse. But surprisingly, it had healed completely. In fact, contrary to the fresh pink flesh that would usually appear when wounds healed, the scar tissue was faintly golden. It was like all the blood vessels around those wounds had turned gold, creating golden streaks that filled the scar and spread from the site of the wounds. I had noticed this a while ago since it wasn't natural, and I figured something out after staring at it for a while. My trait, like abilities, had left its mark on my body through those wounds. Since those wounds were the original infection site, and I had gotten a trait that let me beat the infection, I earned something like a badge of honor. Those 2 golden scars were very obvious above my slightly tanned skin, but since I often wore a sweater for protection, it was usually covered up. When Kate looked at the scars closely, she obviously noticed the abnormality. Wow! Do scars turn gold when they come from zombie infections? No, I don't think so. Truth be told, I actually got a trait. With a chuckle, I explained the trait I got by beating the infection. She was thoroughly surprised, not thinking that I had been withholding even more about myself. That's crazy. Though, I don't think I'd want to test my luck just for a trait. Believe me, I rather wouldn't have either. I laughed a bit. Although it was nice having the trait now, I wasn't keen on getting so cozy with death. She looked up. And what about your shoulder? I scratched my head. It's better than it was. I'm barely able to move it now. But it still hurts way too much when I move it, so I've tried to keep it relaxed as much as possible. Seriously? Why haven't you put it in a sling then? Come on. I doubt you've wrapped it either, so let's find a medical kit. She grabbed my arm, not allowing me to refuse as she pulled me away. She quickly found medical supplies and had me take off my shirt. That's when she cringed. I had stabbed and tried to cut my shoulder off with my knife, which, now that I looked back, was a stupid idea. I really should have commanded my skeleton, having it use its axe to outright chop it off. That would have been much better. But I still had my arm, and now, there was a giant stab wound in it. The knife had severed several muscles. I'm pretty sure I hit some bone too. Thankfully I had been blinded by adrenaline and shock, allowing me to actually push through that pain. But the wound was bad. The skin had kind of healed over, sealing it with a large scab. I had also wrapped it with a shirt I found. But the wounds hadn't healed completely, and definitely not properly. The giant gash went from just under my collarbone to my chest, creating a long, jagged trench in my body. Blood had clotted the wound, but I could tell that it had only healed by at best 20%. The fact that I could move my left arm at all was a miracle. And the only reason it had healed as much as it did was because of my vastly increased vitality. That same vitality had regenerated my muscles and killed the zombie infection, so it was working wonders for my shoulder. But one thing I was worried about was whether it would be able to heal completely. Kate seemed to worry about that too when she saw it. Elijah, who had followed us, also became worried upon seeing the wound. You did that to yourself? I looked deadpan at him. I was infected. I should have directly ordered my skeleton to chop my arm off. But instead I almost died. Right. Elijah scratched his head sheepishly. Kate carefully traced the wound. I sat there and let her do as she wished. Her touch was quite soothing, though I was still a bit timid when she got near the wound. Her face lowered into something of a frown, yet mixed with sorrow when she remembered that I had done this to myself out of sheer desperation. You've sliced apart muscles. Anything of that nature usually needs to be sewn back together before healing over the course of a few months. Without reconnecting them, you won't be able to use those particular muscles. And if it heals like this, I have some confidence that it'll heal back with my vitality. I spoke to reassure her. Although many muscles have been cut, I still retain some function. I can still activate my shoulder and lift my arm, and I can even activate some strands of muscle in my chest. Although doing those things hurts to no end, I'm sure it'll be better when I fully heal. But yeah, I can see my arm being a bit disabled in the future. I had made this evaluation a couple days ago while eating. I obviously hadn't ignored my wound, but there also wasn't much I could do. I wasn't worried about infection or sickness of any kind now, and the wound had stopped bleeding not long after the knife came out of it. Without a doctor or surgeon, nothing more could be done, and I just had to wait for it to heal as much as it could. Kate eventually sighed. Then, she took some of the medical wrap and covered the wound. It didn't need to be cleaned. Again, I was basically immune to any kind of disease or infection now. But the wrap still kept it from being irritated by clothes. After that, she used some other wrap and cloth to put it into a sling. This helped me keep from moving it around and hurting myself. Suddenly, I looked at Kate, who was adjusting some of the wrap. "Did you learn kinesiology?" "Yeah. I was studying for it." She confirmed my suspicions. "It's not as handy as being a nurse considering we're now in the apocalypse." "It's still something though." Elijah chimed in. "Most injuries are probably going to be non-lethal, maybe not even bleeding, since any wounds from zombies are going to kill you. In that case, things like sprained ankles or bad joints will be the most prevalent injury to treat with people fighting and all. Any form of medical knowledge is valuable." She smiled at the encouragement, finishing up the sling. I moved my arm slightly when she was done. It was comfortable and supported my arm, keeping it from hurting all the time. I had just been dealing with the pain since I didn't think there was anything I could do about it, but now, I was at least comfortable. "Thanks. I'll wear it until I heal." "Good. And when we go on this mission tomorrow, let your skeleton do all the work. And let me take the shovel." She smiled as she grabbed the combat shovel next to me. My face turned sorrowful. "Be but my shovel. You need rest," she scolded. "That means no fighting unless absolutely necessary. Besides, using that ice ability takes a lot out of me. This will increase my longevity." "Ugh. Fine." With a pout, I gave in. She laughed before we got up and left to go eat some food. We'd need it for tomorrow. Everything was packed the night before, so we set off at the butt crack of dawn. It was only the four of us, and considering we were all awakened and equipped with special items, we were like some kind of elite squad. I felt especially comfortable with the revolver under my left arm. I had simply kept the gun on me these past few days, and everyone decided to ignore it, staring from far away. As for actually using it, that was almost entirely out of the question. I knew from experience that calibers such as the .44 Magnum were loud. So if I didn't want to attract the entire city to our position, then I would leave it be. It was a trump card, a form of insurance in case we ran into anything really bad. Perhaps another variant, like the grabber, would warrant its use. And there was another thing I discovered. I could stash away bullets. The revolver generated a single round every 5 hours, and it inserted generated rounds into empty chambers. Well, I could simply take the bullets out, allowing it to continuously generate more bullets without limit. As for carrying around all the spare bullets, a generously donated and relatively clean fanny pack from a zombie solved that problem. I kept it on my waist at all times, throwing in another bullet whenever one was generated. Since receiving the gun, I had stashed 15 bullets, not including 6 in the cylinder. In total, I had 21 bullets. So I left the store with confident steps. And even though I no longer had my trusty shovel, no thanks to Kate, I was still able to keep myself safe with a few kicks to any zombies that invaded my personal space. Chapter 14, Stalker/Risk. We had directions to the sporting goods store, but the accuracy of those directions, considering they came from several people, was questionable. Still, we at least knew its general direction. Worst-case scenario, we climbed to the top of a building and did some scouting. We had also packed 2 days' worth of food. If we didn't immediately find it, we'd need to stay the night somewhere. The location was several miles away. Normally this would be a long distance to cover since we'd be bouncing from building to building. But with everyone's abilities and items, we decided that a bit more of an aggressive and direct approach was acceptable. Elijah took the lead, Kate was in the rear, and Kevin stood guard right next to me. They were serious about keeping the pressure off of me, and I felt a little fuzzy at their genuine support. Like that, we trekked through the city. We tried to stick to back alleyways, but if that wasn't an option then we just marched down the sidewalks. Any zombies in our way were promptly decapitated, and any groups that attempted to close in on us were evaded with a simple entry into a building. We made fantastic time. We didn't know how far we'd gone, but our list of directions was being checked off one by one. The entire time, my skeleton was constantly gathering ectoplasm, my stash rising to a whopping 73 ectoplasm. I didn't use any yet, but I was absolutely planning out its distribution. By noon, we had crossed 6 miles, and my checklist had been almost entirely crossed off. We were getting near. At that time, Elijah suddenly put up his arm and stopped in his tracks. We all stopped behind him. He pointed, and we followed with our vision. We were on a sidewalk and this street was somewhat thin of zombies. At the end of his finger though was a screamer. I quickly recognized its bloated torso, long skinny legs, and unhinged jaw. It was just standing in the middle of the street, its head on a swivel. While we were frozen, its head turned toward us. None of us moved, but we were panicked as it reacted violently. It seemed to gurgle and cough, and when air suddenly began to flood its chest. I found my hand reaching for my revolver, unholstering it from under my slung arm and aiming at the screamer. Asterisk scree. Asterisk. Even as it began screaming, I calmly took aim, disregarding the shaking of my eardrums. Bang! An even louder sound suddenly rocked the city, echoing off all the surrounding buildings. With it, everything turned silent. I lowered my smoking gun. It had a lot of recoil, but in front of my strength and decent shooting experience, it didn't affect me much. I looked beyond the revolver's sights at my target. The screamer scrambled, but since my ears were ringing from the shot, I couldn't make out whatever sounds it was making. But it was distressed, no doubt because of the giant bloody hole in its torso. An entire chunk was torn out, and blood was pouring from it and dyeing the street an unhealthy red. My skeleton, which had been summoned, suddenly rushed forward. It shoved past the lingering zombies in front of it and came down on top of the screamer, cleaving with its axe. I could imagine the sound as it split the screamer down the middle. Skeleton Sentry has killed a screamer, Type 1. You have gained ectoplasm, Type 1, X5. There were no rewards like the first time we'd killed a screamer, but that was alright. I liked the ectoplasm. My skeleton killed a few zombies as it retreated to me, pushing my ectoplasm count to 80. Let's go. Suddenly, I was grabbed by Kevin. He pulled me along as we followed Elijah. With all the noise, zombies would definitely be attracted to this area. That meant we needed to get away fast. We slipped into an alleyway. I looked back just before we entered, making sure Kate was with us. She was, keeping right on my tail. Before we turned the corner though, I saw a dark figure perch itself on a building roof. That silhouette that I could see beyond Kate's shoulder sent a small chill down my spine. We continued on, disappearing into a forest of concrete. We found the sporting goods store. It had some zombies in it, but nothing we couldn't easily handle. After a few minutes of clearing the store, we got to searching. Kevin was in charge of finding the bow, a chore he was more than happy to carry out. As for the rest of us, we wandered and eyed anything that might look valuable. And well, everything here is valuable. I was stumped. There were camping supplies, survival kits, tools, and myriads of other items that were infinitely useful in this apocalypse. And if it were just a bit of supplies, then that'd be fine. But the entire store was a treasure trove. There was almost too much, and it physically pained me that we couldn't take everything with us back to our hideout. Yes! Found it! Suddenly I heard a shout. I made my way over to the excited Kevin. He was holding a bow. A compound bow, specifically, one that was definitely powerful. Bows often had different draw strengths, and he had picked the strongest one. Along with bows were all kinds of arrows, from rubber-tipped to razor-tipped. He took these as well. Although he could only use his ability with an empty bow, there was no reason not to have backups. I nodded as he plucked the string of his new toy. Fit your requirements? He smiled. Any bow would, really. I just need something to launch arrows. Now, I can finally use my abilities. He messed around a bit more with it. He found himself wanting to take more than one. I was of like mind. In fact, if we could take every bow and arrow in this place, we could arm a small platoon of archers with reusable ammo. That would increase our strength tremendously. Occasionally, my mind drifted back to that silhouette I saw. A stalker whose eyes I swore were targeting us like a predator. I told the others about it, but we hadn't spotted anything on our way here. It made me even more worried. At some point, Elijah and Kate made their way over. Kate grabbed one of the other bows, and seemed to read my mind. I wish we could take all this stuff. Yes. How much better off would we all be with this hardware? I let out a grunt. Do we really have to leave all this behind? The only way we could transport even a fraction of this stuff would be with a truck. Elijah pondered. My eyes suddenly lit up. I saw trucks outside the store. They were all parked. If we could find the keys. Perhaps the corpses. Maybe one of them owns one of the trucks. Kate jumped. I'll start looking. She ran off excitedly. Elijah frowned though. Even if we get one of the trucks, driving is a problem. The streets are covered in crashed cars. Do you think maneuvering around them is a possibility? We could even ram some. Plus, some of the streets are rather clear. Get through the congested areas and we'd be fine. Zombies aren't an issue either. I threw out some possible solutions. Maybe. He glanced through some windows that gave a view of the outside. If we get the right truck and move carefully, I don't see why we couldn't at least try. In that case, let's find these keys and start picking out items we want. I turned and looked at the corpses along the floor. There were always many human corpses that riddled the place, but we always subconsciously ignored them. At that moment though, we heard movement. All three of us spun around. And because I thought it was that stalker zombie, I summoned my skeleton. Kevin even conjured an arrow in his bow, drawing it back with surprising reflex. It seemed like he was taking to his ability well. When we all saw the source of the noise though, we stopped in our tracks. It was a boy, no older than 12. He looked at us with a hand axe, holding it with intimidating intentions yet betrayed by his terrified expression. I recalled my skeleton that stood over him like a monster. Elijah walked over to him the next moment, though maintaining a suitable distance. Who are you, kid? What's your name? He squatted down, lowering himself. Luke. Hello, Luke. He smiled, trying to look as friendly as possible. What are you doing here? Are you okay? I was hiding. He stammered, seemingly unsure of what to say. I wanted to find help. Help? For what? Although it seemed like a stupid question considering the apocalypse and all, both Elijah and I could tell that there was something else going on. Luke looked around warily, lowering his axe and tone. My friends. We don't have any more food. You have friends? So there are survivors. Elijah's eyes widened. He suddenly stood up, walking up to the kid. Take us to your friends. We can help them. He spoke seriously, perhaps with a bit more of a commanding tone than he intended. But, hearing that they were willing to help, Luke noticeably brightened up. He nodded before walking, waving for us to follow. Elijah walked beside the kid. It didn't take long for him to lead us to a back section of the store we hadn't seen before. He opened a door, and I imagined the scene inside like rats scurrying away from sudden light. There were 8 people by my quick count, and all of them were huddled within this small office room. There was one adult woman, and the rest were kids besides one teen. That teen even held a spear, pointing it at us in obvious defense. Luke! The kid with the spear snarled, looking at us warily. He didn't look older than 15. I told you to stay inside. I also told you to stay away from outsiders. The teen's spear moved more toward Luke, as if having dubbed him an outsider as well. For a moment, I looked past the teen, my eyes falling on the woman inside. She was slumped against one of the walls, pale and weak. Her stomach was also bulging, she was pregnant. I moved beside Elijah and Luke. Elijah! Give that woman some food and water, now. And find out how she's doing. Stay away. The teen shouted before thrusting his spear forward. Elijah raised his arm, and the spear poked his coat. It couldn't pierce through, merely nudging his body. At the same time, I grabbed the spear. My face was twisted in anger as I yanked it forward and kicked the teen in the gut, sending him to the floor without his weapon. He gasped as the wind was knocked out of his lungs. I ignored him for a moment, patting Elijah's back. Go. Check her. Got it. He nodded, hurrying over and bypassing the other scared kids. With that, I looked down at the teen who had barely pulled himself up to his hands and knees. He was coughing, in pain yet scared enough to conjure strength and back away from me. I followed him as he pushed himself against one of the walls. He looked up at me, using rage to mask his fear. I squatted down, taking on a threatening stature. Have you calmed down? Considering this spear is an awakened weapon, you've killed your fair share of zombies. Impressive, but you should know that your fellow humans aren't the enemies. I smiled a bit and looked at the spear in my hands. Black spear. Type 1. Stage 2. Damage, 16 to 28. Durability, 130/130. A black spear forged through the fires of vengeance. Remarks, a valuable weapon for some, an overglorified toothpick for others. I was impressed that a kid could get his hands on such a weapon. It was a good quality spear about 2 meters long, a good size for the teen. The teen didn't seem to like my remarks though, snarling in anger. It's the apocalypse, dumbass. You can't trust anyone. Everyone could be an enemy. Seriously? My face turned incredulous, almost smiling in disbelief. Everyone could be an enemy? You know, you're still a teen, and I'm not too much older than you, so I'll save you the speech as to why you're stupid for believing that. I moved forward a bit more, pressuring him and getting in his face. I don't know why, but teenagers like this irked me in an indescribable way. My voice got lower. The apocalypse has indeed come. The world is facing a crisis never before seen throughout all of history. All sense of order has been thrown out the window. But that doesn't mean we cave into anarchy. Answer me this. When an enemy attacks you, what do you do? The teen recoiled at my raised voice. When he didn't immediately answer me, I yelled again. Answer me. What do you do when an enemy attacks? Fight back. His voice was small and showed how scared and uncomfortable he was. Obviously. I didn't back off. Well, guess what? Zombies have appeared all over the world. Humanity is now under attack. This is a war. And during a war, what do you not do? This time, I didn't wait for a response. You don't attack your allies. I enunciated every word, as if drilling it into his brain. What kind of sick son of a bitch do you have to be to automatically assume everyone is your enemy? When our nation, our world, is attacked, we stand up, band together, and fight back. We don't stab everyone that offers help. After letting out those words, I stood and backed off. I looked over at Elijah, who was still checking on the woman. How is she? It seems she's a bit sick, but otherwise fine. She hasn't woken up though. He answered back. Well, try and wake her. She needs to get food into her system, especially with a baby. Here, give her my stuff. I tossed my bag over, Elijah catching it and opening it for the supplies within. Since I wasn't fighting on the way here, I had carried most of the supplies. As Elijah got to shaking the woman awake, I turned back to the teen. Get up. He did as I said, pulling himself to his feet. Though, he seemed much more timid than the boy who only recently tried to spear a human. I shoved the spear into his arms. We're here to help, and whether you like it or not, you're going to receive our help. And from now on, I better see that spear pointed at zombies, and zombies only. Your energy will go into helping those around you, not being a reclusive asshole who grounds people to a dark office room. I was helping. What was that? I frowned as he muttered under his breath. He turned his head up, raising his voice. I said I was helping. I kept them safe. He pointed to everyone in the room. I glanced at them before looking back at him deadpan. Starving them doesn't seem like helping. Luke told me you guys ran out of food. What were you going to do, huh? You told them not to leave. You told them not to go looking for outsiders. Were you going to somehow steal a bunch of Twinkies and feed everyone? You were holed up inside this room. Doesn't seem like you were helping to me. I was making sure they didn't attract enemies. Attracting enemies is a necessary risk. Staying in here without doing anything is no better than killing yourselves. Jack! Suddenly, Kevin grabbed my shoulder from behind. I stopped and turned around, glancing at him before letting out a sharp breath and walking off. I'm going to find Kate. Take care of that pregnant woman and feed these kids. Start preparing to sleep here for the night. We're not leaving anytime soon. I disappeared into the store with those words, leaving Kevin to sigh and start handing out food to the emaciated children. I heard some footsteps, but I didn't turn around. I continued staring off into the distance from atop the roof, seeing if I could spot that stalker. Elijah appeared beside me. He kept silent for a while, perhaps formulating his words. You didn't have to be so harsh. I wasn't even hurt. It wasn't about you getting hurt, I responded almost immediately. Humanity is at risk of going extinct, and that stupid kid wanted to attack his own. He's 15, Jack. He sighed. Put yourself in his shoes. A 15-year-old in high school suddenly collapses in pain one day, only to find that the people around him have turned into zombies. He had to personally kill zombies in order to get that spear. I'd say he's done far more than any 15-year-old should. I don't care. I spoke directly. He needed to use his brain. He should have been looking for help, for food, in order to keep himself and those kids alive. He was stressed. Elijah turned his whole body toward me. What more should he have done? He's not at fault. Yes, he is. I turned as well, anger twisting my features. I don't care that he's only 15. I don't care if he was stressed. This is the damned apocalypse. His actions were going to kill those people. I can already see it. He would have waited, too scared to venture outside, and would have become weak from lack of food. And when he finally did leave out of sheer starvation and desperation, he would have been too weak to fight any zombies, ending with his death. And with him dead, all those children could only wait to starve to death inside that room. Or maybe wander out themselves in search of food only to get eaten by zombies. I snarled. He needed to do more. As the only one capable of taking care of those people, it was his responsibility to ensure their well-being. The only alternative was death for all of them. So it doesn't matter that he was stressed. I'd rather him be 10 times as stressed as he is now, fighting for his life in order to feed those people, instead of giving in to the pressure and letting them die. It's a shitty situation, but that's the world now. My breathing was labored, and upon finishing, I pulled back with a deep breath. My gaze turned back to the landscape beyond, as if I were trying to hide something. Elijah took a long look at me, eventually shaking his head. Yeah, it's a shitty situation. He paused for a bit, letting a breeze pass before opening his mouth. Are you worried about the people at the store? Obviously. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. There's too much that needs to be done. We need supplies, we need weapons, we need to expand, and the zombies are going to be getting stronger. Just getting a system in place to manage everything is a convoluted process. You know that's a job for the adults, right? Elijah suddenly smiled. I looked oddly at him. What do you mean? I mean that you're taking on the jobs that adults should be. And I mean people like our head coach. A 20-year-old shouldn't be trying to form and lead a community in this hellish apocalypse. Just like how a 15-year-old shouldn't be killing zombies. I seemed to subconsciously finish his sentence in my mind. I scoffed, perhaps at both him and myself. Hey, I didn't see anybody else stepping up. Elijah scratched his head. You didn't really give them a chance, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Still, that's a lot to take on. Well, someone's gotta do it, and we're the ones with powers now. Besides, you've been taking the leadership role too. I glanced at him. Not like you've been. He shook his head. I've just been doing some talking and fighting. You've been figuring out all the survival stuff. I'm actually impressed with how much you know. It's not a matter of smarts. I rebutted. It's just a matter of seeing what we need to do and articulating it. I'm sure everything I've said would have been thought of anyway. Elijah sighed. Give yourself more credit, Jack. It's not easy to do any of what you did. There's a reason good leaders are scarce. Anyway, let's head back down. Night will be coming soon, and I think everyone's ready to lock themselves in a room. All right. I nodded, and after taking one last look at the landscape around us, followed Elijah back down. CH-15, Duke. I had a gut feeling. Was it intuition? Or was I just being paranoid? I know what I saw, and when the city turned dark, I felt my spine tingle. We locked ourselves in a large room. There was no way I was spreading everyone out with how paranoid I was. So along with the survivors, my group got comfortable with plenty of sleeping bags. I checked out my archive. I focused on my attributes. With 80 ectoplasm at my disposal, I was primed for an upgrade. First, I decided to raise everything to at least 20. X4 ectoplasm, distributed into strength. X5 ectoplasm, distributed into intelligence. Strength increased from 16 to 20. Intelligence increased from 15 to 20. With those alerts, I felt my muscles bulge with power. I also felt my mind become clearer, faster. It was like there was less inhibiting my thoughts, as if a veil had been lifted up a bit. I could focus more, pushing my brain to think about an increasing number of thoughts without getting as overwhelmed. Although I didn't sense any change to the way I thought, I knew that this would help me greatly. And with my increased agility, I could react to things much quicker, making better decisions on the fly. Then, I thought about what else I wanted to increase. X9 ectoplasm, distributed into vitality. Vitality increased from 37 to 40. X16 ectoplasm, distributed into agility. Agility increased from 22 to 30. With the increase in vitality, I felt warmth spread through my body. The wound in my shoulder also tingled, as if receiving a burst of healing. Even the increase in agility had its effects. I felt like my vision had gotten sharper, my senses strengthening. My muscles twitched, as if anticipating the slightest call to move. I knew at that moment. I had gotten so much faster. I could feel as if I could dodge a bullet with how fast my muscles were willing to move. Even waving my arm around showed just how fast I'd gotten. Casually throwing a punch made the wind whip. Along with my strength, even my kicks were devastating. And with my heightened senses, I could react much faster. This all left me with 46 more ectoplasm. As for how to distribute it, X40 ectoplasm, distributed into vitality. Vitality has increased from 40 to 50. Another burst of heat graced my body, filling me with vigor. Although I hadn't increased my strength, I felt powerful. For a while, my body burned. The wound on my shoulder tingled even more. Not only that, my organs felt like they were being refined. They toughened, as did my bones and skin. My entire body felt like it could take a serious beating. And I felt fantastic. My sinuses were clear as day, there was no discomfort throughout any part of my body. I had never actually felt this good in my entire life. There was always something that made you uncomfortable. A tweaked neck, a bad knee, a sore back. But now, besides my shoulder wound, there was nothing wrong with me. And even that was rapidly getting better, taking advantage of the burst of healing energy coursing through my body. If only I didn't need to get rid of all the waste that came with refining my body. I ran out of the room. Elijah noticed and followed, thinking something was wrong. But when I ran into the restroom, he stopped and shook his head a bit before returning. I was in there for several minutes, and when I emerged, I quickly distanced myself from the nuke I dropped in there. Now, I truly felt fantastic. I found a nearby table since I wasn't feeling tired and started stripping my upper body. I removed my holster, setting it in front of me. I then unwrapped the sling that Kate put my left arm in. I looked at the exposed wound. It still looked horribly nasty, but it had actually healed over. The scab peeled off with the wrap, leaving behind a healthy layer of golden skin. I was confused that it healed the same gold color as the scars on my arm. Disregarding it, I started moving my shoulder. I babied it a bit, still timid from the pain prior. But when I raised my arm and moved it around, the pain I felt was only dull. I could tell that it hadn't healed properly. The muscles I severed hadn't been reattached, and no amount of magical vitality could fix that. So it had healed, but only where it could. The chest muscles I cut could only be partially used, reducing my strength a bit. But other than that, my shoulder was almost entirely functional. I would just have to account for the slightly reduced force I could exert. I waved both my arms around, and the dull pain from the wound faded with time. It felt more like a sore muscle. I wouldn't have to sling my arm. I could properly fight now. I sighed and leaned forward on the table, throwing my shirt back on. I had increased my vitality not only because I thought that more health was always good, but because I wanted to try and heal my wound with it. My archive appeared at my call. Very nice. I smiled brightly while throwing my holster back on. Then, I suddenly remembered something else. Skeleton Sentry. Ability, a minion of bone who will faithfully carry out any of your basic orders. This minion sustains itself with the bones of its enemies. It can be summoned and unsummoned at any time. Should the skeleton be destroyed, 7 days are required to reform it. Compared to before, my skeleton minion had grown a lot. The changes weren't too noticeable on the outside, but after sucking out the bones of so many zombies, it had gotten much stronger. I felt kind of stupid since I hadn't realized this before, but now, I was making my skeleton absorb as many bones as possible. It could actually raise its stats and abilities with those bones. So not only did killing zombies give me ectoplasm, but it was all food for my minion. For a while, I sat around while gazing at my stats. I had noticed a while ago, but raising my vitality so much made it so I needed less sleep. Even when I only had 37 vitality, a few hours would get me fully rested. I had only slept for longer since it was so comfortable. If only I could figure out how to raise my power. I sighed. I pulled my attention from the archive. My eyes drifted around, scanning the dark store in front of me. Since light had all but gone out and there was no light pollution, the night was truly pitch black. No street lamps, no active buildings. It made everything a bit more eerie. It felt like something was watching me in that darkness. A fleeting feeling that I would usually ignore, but I slowly reached for my holster, my hand grasping the revolver's handle. It was then that my ears perked up. Tapping, maybe clicking. Like someone was trying to imitate a clock, but was painfully out of pace. It was aggressive, yet reserved. It was watching, eagerly waiting for its prey to offer itself, patient enough to find an opportunity. It was intelligence that I hoped would never come to these enemies of humanity. But then I saw the eyes. A bit of the moon's light, reflected by big round pupils. It reminded me of a cat. It was also the only exposure this enemy had unintentionally revealed. My hand ripped the revolver out of its holster, raising it and pointing it at the enemy. I called upon my inhuman agility and the fullest concentration of my enhanced mind. The two barely visible iron sights lined up. I placed the tip of the front sight right where those eyes had appeared before retreating into darkness. I only hoped I was fast enough. Bang! In the dark, quiet night, it was a shock to the entire body. The explosion that, for a moment, brought light to the dark store. I barely heard it scream through my ringing ears. I really needed to find earplugs. Scree! I could hear it scramble, but if it could scream, it wasn't dead. I shot out of my seat and toward the shadowy figure that had begun to retreat. It had fast movements, but I obviously injured it as it couldn't conjure its normal coordination. A shelf was knocked over, and I pointed at the figure that contrasted the silver shelves. Bang! Another shot, another whimper. The entity scrambled desperately, but one thing had become certain. It wasn't a zombie. I thanked the heavens, yet was still vigilant. From what I could make out, this entity was some kind of feline, with a slim but enlarged figure and sharp claws that could leave deep streaks on the aluminum shelves it crashed into. Along with those eyes I'd seen, I knew it had to be something similar to a cat. It was just big for me to consider it a mere house cat though. I rushed toward it, even as it tried to scramble outside. It was limping obviously, making a beeline for an inconspicuous broken window. With my strength and speed, plus my heightened senses from raising my vitality, I was able to beat it. Just as it tried to slip through a hole in the window, I grabbed its back leg, yanking and throwing it back into the store. The feline slammed into a few more shelves, knocking them all over and sending items flying. I jumped back on it. Unfortunately, it was still dark. When I jumped back at it, the feline lunged toward me, claws brandished. I was barely able to react, crudely pulling back from my charge. Still, those long claws grazed my leg, tearing straight through my clothes and slicing open my skin. With my adrenaline pumping and the shock of receiving a quick wound, I didn't even feel the pain. Instead, I pushed forward. Time to use that vitality. I grabbed one of the limbs of the feline, receiving another swipe of the claws to my chest. With my atrocious strength, I pinned the limb down and tried to flip. It managed to scratch me again while doing so, creating 3 long slices down my right arm, but after that I successfully restrained it. Using my knee to pin its back to the floor with all my weight and arms to force down its front paws, I found myself stuck in a stalemate. I couldn't use my gun to shoot it, and if I let go even slightly, it would try and slip out. Luckily, I had caused enough of a disturbance to garner help. Elijah, Kevin, Kate, and that teenage boy all came running out. They had all grabbed flashlights from the store, so now they put them to use. I was hit with 4 beams of light, and my little wrestling match with this feline was put on display. It's a cat. Help me pin it down. Got it. Kevin responded to my call, dropping to the floor and pinning its arms down in place of me. With that, I sat up and freed my hands. I pointed my revolver at its spine as it struggled under our restraint. With the light, I was able to make out that this feline really wasn't a cat. It was a bobcat. It had grayish-brown fur with black streaks across its body, a bob tail, and large pointed ears. But it had some differences from a normal bobcat, specifically the abnormally long claws that were dyed gray like steel. It was naturally also large. I didn't know how big bobcats usually were, but this bobcat was easily the size of a medium-sized dog. It began hissing at us, but over time its struggle gradually faded. Calming down, I looked around, specifically outside. Kate, guard the door in case any zombies get ideas. All right. She nodded and ran off. I had caused a lot of noise, so there was no doubt that zombies would be attracted to us. Kevin looked up as well, getting comfortable while pinning down the cat. Should we kill it? It's not a zombie, obviously. I wouldn't want to. I looked down at the bobcat, seeing its heavy breath that struggled under Kevin's weight. I felt bad. I was a cat person, after all. Although this wasn't a normal house cat, it was still kind of adorable. Unfortunately, this animal was hostile. I had shot it twice and pinned it down, so it obviously didn't like me. And it wasn't like I was going to cage it and take it back to the store. There were 2 options. Let it go and risk it coming back to hurt us, or kill it here. I steeled my heart. This bobcat was dangerous. Cats in general were amazing hunters, and I didn't intend on risking this thing's revenge. With this cat's appearance, I now knew that animals could evolve too, just like zombies and humans. If this cat had gotten the jump on me instead of the other way around, I could have been in deep trouble. Those claws were too sharp, and without being able to see well, I couldn't reliably hit my shots. With a sigh, I pushed the barrel of my gun into the cat's back. It jerked around more, achieving nothing but turning its head enough to let me see its eyes. I pulled the hammer back. "I'm sorry, cat. I don't want to kill you, but I can't have you run away and cause me trouble later. You wouldn't perhaps want to become my pet after I shot you twice, would you?" I looked into its eyes. It was a redundant question. I was only asking for myself. But then, the bobcat opened its mouth. Meow. It looked at me, almost pleadingly. I couldn't help but think it was acknowledging my words. Could bobcats understand humans? It had barely been a week since the apocalypse. But if animals had the same opportunities under the archive, it wasn't insane to think that this animal was smarter than normal. And animals could understand human intent to some extent anyway, especially house cats and dogs. I tilted my head, easing up on the gun. "You want to become my pet?" Meow. It let out another cute sound that threatened to melt my heart. Now, I really knew it was acknowledging me. I thought for a second before standing. "Kevin, let it go." "Are you sure?" He looked at me hesitantly. When I nodded, he shrugged and got up. The bobcat rapidly adjusted itself, but it didn't run. Kevin had moved around, and now, we three were surrounding it. There was no way it was escaping, especially with how injured it was. It was lucky that it had a larger than normal body, because now there was a hole in its gut that was spilling blood. As for my second shot, I guessed that it actually hadn't hit since I couldn't see another wound. I suppose my aim had faltered in the dark. I gazed at the bobcat, which glanced between Kevin and I. Still, I was at a crossroads. It's not like I can make you be my pet, and you'll probably run away the second I take my eyes off you. Meow. Suddenly, the bobcat put its paw out, petting the ground in front of it. I was confused, but approached and bent down in front of it. It raised its paw, looking at me with intent. I hesitantly put out my hand as well, wondering what it wanted to do. "I swear if you swipe at me." Ding! When it touched my hand, an alert appeared in my mind. Destiny's contract. The fate of the non-sapient is to be ruled and triumphed over by the sapient. But destiny is not absolutely unfair, for bonds can be made out of mutual desire and value, surpassing even barriers of wisdom. You have been offered a contract, the opportunity to forge a bond of fates. The one who has offered the contract has established your dominance. Under a dominant contract, your desires supersede the subservience. In a conflict of interest, you cannot be defied. The subservient is to do everything in their power to ensure the life of their superior. Should the superior die, the subservient can be irreversibly debilitated, unless otherwise dictated by the superior. The fate of the subservient shall be tied to your own. Would you like to accept this contract? What the? I was baffled for a moment. To think this was a thing. Was this something given to animals during the apocalypse? Could they all forge bonds between them and humans? It was taking domestication to a whole other level. On one hand, this was a rather serious offer. On the other, what better way to make sure this bobcat didn't come back to bite me? I lifted my head and explained to the others what it was. Hearing about yet another supernatural occurrence, Kevin was interested and switched spots with me. The bobcat didn't seem to mind it as it offered him the same thing. Kevin looked at me. "Hey, Jack. If you don't mind, I could form the bond. I kind of like large animals anyway, and I doubt you want another thing to take care of." Oh. I was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that Kevin was interested in such a thing. And since he wanted to make the bond. Sure, as long as you think it's worth it. I gave him the okay, even though I was a bit pained in my heart. I also wanted a cat, even if it were a bobcat. He smiled. I think it'll be fine. This thing can help me anyway since I'll be an archer. With that, Kevin formed the bond. The bobcat's hand began to glow atop of his, and Kevin's eyes brightened. Oh, I have to name it. I think Duke is a good name. I've always wanted to name a pet that. Kevin was happy as he gave it a name. And for a bobcat that had voluminous fur and what seemed like a mustache around its chin, Duke was a fitting name. With that, the light died down as their contract was established. Chapter 16, Reckless Driving. I didn't want to admit that I had been so paranoid over a damn bobcat. I had thought it was a zombie, and that they had evolved enough to garner some kind of intelligence. Being able to hunt with a purpose, and be sneaky about it, left me feeling more fearful of the future than I already was. We never went out at night because even fighting a regular zombie in the dark was several times more dangerous than normal. So what about a zombie that went and hunted you at night? I didn't even want to think about it. And now, I shot a bobcat, which was lucky to survive that shot. And Kevin had established a magical bond with it. It was actually a good thing. We had come out of this encounter with another trusted companion, one that could actually prove to be a valuable asset. Now, the only problem was keeping it alive. It seemed like my bullet had grazed its abdomen, but even that graze had torn out a chunk of flesh. If I had gotten a solid shot on that feline literally anywhere on its body, I would have either taken off a limb or gouged out a fist-sized hole in its body. I knew how nasty large calibers could be, and a .44 Magnum was one of the nastiest bullets out there. I guess I had to thank my bad aim, because even with a large injury on its abdomen, the bobcat didn't look horribly hurt. I already noticed, but this bobcat wasn't a normal animal anymore. It had evolved, not unlike myself, and it was more resilient. It was faster, stronger, and its claws easily tore through my skin like razor blades. Getting scratched by it was no different from running a knife down my arm, and the wounds it left me weren't nice. Thankfully, with my vastly increased vitality, I was already healing. The slices across my body had already scabbed over, and they tingled in regeneration. I could feel my warm blood pulse by the wounds, my body's functions being supported by this new power brought by the archive. It would leave scars since I couldn't get my wounds properly tended to, but so long as they healed, I was fine. I didn't care about scars. If anything, I thought they made me look cool. Little badges that displayed my fearsome struggle up to this point. Kevin decided to hurriedly tend to the cat. With medical supplies provided by this sporting goods store, he was able to sift through Duke's long hair and patch the wound. After packing it, he then wrapped the bobcat up, giving him a white belt that made him look much less noble. After that, everyone retreated back to our room. Although we had made a lot of noise, so long as we locked our door, nothing could get to us even if they wandered into the store. And finally, we went to sleep for the night. Kate POV. I couldn't see much within the dark room with only a small lamp illuminating the corner. But it was enough to glimpse the figures of everyone sleeping. My mind pondered the recent events. I must say, I didn't expect the thing that Jack was so worried about was a bobcat. He told us that he saw a figure, a dark silhouette atop a building. If this bobcat had been sitting perched atop a building, then I guess it could have been noticeable. Still, to think he got so anxious. I had seen it on his face. How he constantly monitored the surroundings, keeping his hand near his revolver at all times. That was another thing I was surprised about. When he decided to fire a shot at that screamer we encountered. My feelings aside, it was a good call. The screamer had the weird ability of not only being loud, but agitating zombies. If it had been left alone, we would have been followed and chased by hordes. I remember seeing it, how my heart seized in my chest. Images of those survivors we spotted one night at the store came to my mind. How they had been chased down and torn apart. They had been surrounded by thousands of zombies, and the despair of not even being able to run away. So many thoughts had gone through my head, most of them being how we needed to run away as fast as possible. But then, Jack so easily took out his revolver and shot it right in the chest. I was so relieved when it could no longer even breathe. I felt nothing but gratitude seeing that skeleton chop it in two. How a simple firearm could bring you so much solace. Then again, I didn't know how to shoot a gun. I was sure only Jack was familiar with it. He had told us about how he'd gone shooting plenty of times before. Now he was using that experience, and in this apocalypse, such experience was extremely valuable. He was a good man to have with us. Really, I couldn't think of anyone better to be fighting through this apocalypse with. Elijah, too. Though Elijah was more stable. Jack was constantly pushing us. He was constantly active, constantly working toward the next goal. And that was a good thing, especially now when we needed it most. We needed to be growing, improving. We couldn't stay still, or we'd get eaten. But Elijah. It wasn't that he didn't move as fast, just that we could actually follow him. Jack had his own little world, his own vision of how things needed to be and how fast they needed to move. It didn't really feel like I could keep up. And it didn't feel like he'd let me in if I tried. Elijah was that person who I could keep up with. It was a weird dynamic between the two of them. It was almost like they were fighting to be the leader, but at the same time, Jack simply didn't care. He was just doing his thing, while Elijah was trying to step up into the formal leadership position. At least they seemed to be getting along. And then there was Kevin. I didn't really know the guy, but he was cool. Quieter, preferring to stick with Jack, but the few times I talked with him were good. I could tell he just liked to keep to himself. And with us now separated from our track teammates by both power and whatever higher status that power earned us, Jack was probably his only friend. Even as we began preparing to go on a trailblazing expedition back to the store, Kevin was following Jack around. Elijah and Jack had come up with the crazy idea of snatching a truck and driving it, along with a load of supplies, back to the store. And I readily agreed with their plan. As Jack had said, there was just too much value in the items here. We didn't want to leave it all behind without even trying to get it back there. Plus, we had more people with us. 9 survivors, all of them children besides that teen and pregnant woman. I couldn't imagine carrying a child when the apocalypse dawned. How terrified was she? When the zombies appeared and started eating people alive. When she had to run and hide with her unborn child, a mere 15-year-old and his spear there to protect her. I shook my head of dark thoughts, focusing at the task at hand. After waking up in the morning, we had gone and searched all the bodies in the store for keys. And luckily, we found several sets of keys for all the cars parked outside the store. 2 of those vehicles were trucks, along with 1 SUV and 3 sedans. All of the cars were able to be unlocked, and they functioned perfectly fine. Now came our current objective. Load up the 2 trucks and SUV with as many supplies as we could. Tents, thermal blankets, athletic wrap, survival kits, bows, arrows, tools, survival gear, and all kinds of useful items. Everything would make life better for us back at the store. So although we couldn't take everything, with enough storage planning and brute forcing, we could pack a lot into the vehicles. And that's all we did for a few hours. We weighed the value of all the items in the store and started packing based on the value and variety. I was constantly running in and out of the store. Jack was helping me, as was Elijah. Kevin and that teen though were on guard duty. They were responsible for killing anything that decided to wander over. Working in broad daylight caught attention, so groups of zombies liked to come over and check out what we were doing. And since Elijah and Jack were responsible for determining what got taken, they didn't have the mind to worry about fighting. And since Kevin needed to work on his ability, he was in charge of protecting us. That teen, whose name I learned to be Greg, was with Kevin fighting. Perhaps it was punishment, but Jack quickly ordered him to go and fight. Not only was it a way to hone his skill and earn ectoplasm to increase his stats, but Jack said that it was a good way to learn who the damned enemy was. Really, I don't know why he got so worked up over that kid. Still, he was at least helping him, even if the fighting was taxing. Until about noon, we constantly worked. It was only when the sun was high in the sky that we stopped and looked at our work. Both trucks and that SUV had been stuffed full of items. There wasn't an inch of empty space. We had stuffed every crack, every cup holder, every pocket full of items. I was actually worried about things having been broken from shoving them together like that. But it was worth it. We had probably emptied out over half of that store. Everything would be incredibly useful when we took it back. The only problem was actually getting it there. I looked out toward the street almost exactly as Jack did. We both scanned the cars that cluttered the road. When the apocalypse dawned and everyone was forced through that little torture session, I was sure that everyone in these cars wasn't able to react well. The sudden burning pain that only got worse over time had caused a great many accidents that were now blocking the roads. But Jack was hoping that, with a bit of rough driving, we could bypass all the clutter. Taking the sidewalks or whatever open space there was is key. He suddenly sighed, cracking his neck a bit. Well, no use in overthinking it. I say we leave within the hour. As for who goes where, let's decide now. He called everyone back. Kevin and Greg retreated after killing a few more zombies, all of us heading into the store. The two guards were nice and sweaty, but as we were going into the winter season, the weather was cooling off. It gave us nice calming breezes that didn't sit right considering the apocalypse. Jack pointed at me, Elijah, and Kevin. 2 trucks and 1 SUV. We're going to have 1 driver for each. And I want you 3 to drive them. As for myself, he continued, I'll take a sedan and stuff all of our passengers in there. With a bit of squeezing, we can all fit. And we'll have to since we don't have other drivers. Plus, with my skeleton and Greg, we should be good enough to guard everyone in case we get stopped and attacked. Is that all right with you guys? Elijah nodded. Sounds good to me. I can take the lead truck. I drive one, after all. I'll take the SUV. I chimed in. I can drive one well. Kevin hummed. I got the other truck then. Good. Jack nodded. Now, let's discuss the plan for getting through this. With that, we sat down and went over the details. My heart beat a bit in anticipation. This would be a rather big move on our part, but if it succeeded, we'd be doing something great. The risk came with much reward. Jack POV. All right. We're good to go. After helping the pregnant miss into the passenger seat of the car, I closed the door and shouted toward the others. Not far from me, Elijah nodded his head. And with the turn of the key, started the engine of a car for the first time in a week. The starter cranked, and with a roar, the engine trembled to life. It was a totally normal thing to do, but after the apocalypse, starting a car meant we were actively attracting attention to ourselves. Then, I turned my own key, the sedan I was responsible for letting out a low hum. The lights on the dashboard flickered on, and the radio connected. To the nearest military installation, located at the Angels Stadium in southeast Anaheim near the Platinum Triangle. Please head to this location and seek aid. If you are hearing this message, then active efforts are underway in Anaheim to restore the city and provide refuge. This message shall repeat. I couldn't help but listen to the radio after it turned on. Only when its message finished did I turn it off. I looked over. The others had started their vehicles as well, and I could hear the radio alerts playing for them too. They looked back at me, and I couldn't help but smile. There was help out there. Unfortunately, that location was over half an hour away by car, and that was with little traffic. With the freeways blocked, driving there might actually be close to impossible. Or it would take hours to maneuver like we were about to. As for walking, well, if it were just myself and Kevin, Kate, and Elijah, then we could probably do it. But what about the others? It wasn't right to just leave them. We were their leaders and protectors, the only ones with abilities besides Albert. I let out a deep sigh, closing and rubbing my eyes. At this point, I could just forget about my promise to go and find my friends. I couldn't even go and find my family. I had been stranded an entire city away when the apocalypse dawned. I could only curse my luck. I shook my head, focusing on the task at hand. All right. Let's move. I gave a loud shout that echoed over the engines. And with my word, Elijah pulled out. We had thought for a while on how to go about driving back to the store. The directions weren't an issue. In fact, the store was barely 10 minutes away normally. We could get there quickly if we were moving fast enough. In the end, we decided that our leader could only carve a path for us. Elijah would be first, driving the bigger truck and trailblazing our course. Behind him would be Kate in her SUV, a secondary buffer should any obstacles come around. Behind Kate was myself in the sedan. I'd stick close behind her, using the two people in front of me as a spearhead to protect the sedan. As for Kevin, he was bringing up the rear. Elijah had two rules for this drive: maneuver where you could and ram anything you couldn't go around. With his big and heavy truck that was loaded with hundreds and thousands of pounds of supplies, he was basically driving a battering ram. Besides, I didn't care about damage to the vehicle unless it stranded him. With that, we began our drive. *Virar. Elijah's engine roared as it took point. Kate was close behind him, and together, they drove over the sidewalk that separated the parking lot and the adjacent street. I was right behind them, and upon hitting the curb, the car jolted and shook us around. I could only look beside me with a wry smile. The pregnant woman clung to her seat, desperately trying to keep herself still. "Sorry." I apologized. No. This is much better than hiking our way back there." She smiled with surprising happiness. Although it would be a rough ride, trying to walk all the way back under the threat of zombies would be many times more stressful and dangerous. Plus, she was receiving help. Compared to her abysmal situation before, this was leagues better. As for the children in the back, they were thankfully quiet even with the bumps. Though, Greg didn't seem to like it, frowning in my rearview mirror. That, or maybe it was the three children sitting on top of him. We had to make do somehow, so he got the short end of the stick. We crossed the sidewalk, scratching and denting the bumper in the process. After that, we got on the road, Kevin right behind me in the second truck. Ahead, I saw Elijah move up onto a sidewalk, directly flattening a sign in his way. Kate then flattened it again with her tire, and I glided over it safely. They were already doing great. And running over stop signs were the least crazy thing happening. There were plenty of zombies in our way, and Elijah didn't hesitate to ram into them. With his heavy truck, nothing could stop his momentum. We all had our windows rolled down just in case we had to yell at each other, but unfortunately for the children, the gory sounds of crunching bones were spine-tingling. Thankfully the younger ones were naive enough, but there were a few that were approaching their teens that couldn't be tricked so easily. Well, they were all stuffed back there, so at least they had the comfort of their friends. I couldn't really do anything more. Like that, Elijah weaved through all the gaps he could find. Since my sedan wasn't so tall, I couldn't see the paths like they could. But that didn't matter. I trusted them. Then, I suddenly heard Elijah's engine roar. He seemed to slam his gas pedal with a split-second decision, heading right for a car that was blocking a portion of the sidewalk. Crash! Along with an unfortunate zombie that got sandwiched in between, Elijah used brute force in order to get the obstacle out of his way. Kate knocked into the car a bit as well, and when I passed through, the gap was more than wide enough to comfortably fit. Was this what having an escort was like? It was pretty cool. This reckless driving also seemed to excite the kids a bit. Watching a huge truck plow through cars was better than hearing the guts be squished out of a zombie. Some smiled and laughed, while the pregnant lady beside me smiled with a clap. After about 10 minutes, we had driven down an entire street and turned a corner. The highest speeds we reached never went above 20 miles an hour, but hey, even before the apocalypse there were plenty of people, idiots, who decided that such a speed was more than fast enough for major roads. Unfortunately, our reckless driving was destined to attract attention. Suddenly, I saw Kate slam on her brakes. I responded almost instantly, keeping myself from rear-ending her. Then I heard a yell. "Jack!" Chapter 17, Lead the Way. I saw Kate jump out of her car, so I likewise exited. I faced that teenager as I did so. "Greg! Take care of everyone." "But I'm buried," he yelled back, but I ignored it. I heard the familiar sound of Elijah's sword being unsheathed. With that as the trigger, I knew something had to be going on. Any normal zombie couldn't bring him to a halt. Could it be a grabber? I rushed around to where Kate was standing. She was staring ahead, already conjuring little spikes of ice around her. She was primed for battle. I barely made it to her side to see this enemy. Thud! A large hand slammed into Elijah's body, sending him flying and into a nearby car. His body dented the vehicle, shattering its windows before he slid down in a slump. Would this be a tank zombie? A massive frame that stood at least 8 feet tall, its body bulging with muscles larger than any bodybuilder in history. Its legs looked skinny compared to its hulking torso, but I could see its toes dig into the asphalt underneath it, creating cracks of pressure as it prepared to charge at Elijah again. Perhaps the large sword sticking out of its chest had angered it. This zombie represented pure strength, no doubt. Its body seemed to have grown so fast that I could see its bare fleshy muscles underneath its skin that had torn open to accommodate its large build. It was as grotesque as it was threatening. I conjured my skeleton and equipped my revolver just in time to see it run. It was painfully slow. It clearly had no agility, as even Kate was able to hit all of her ice spikes while it was moving. It almost looked like it was trudging through thick mud as it charged Elijah. Though, that begged the question. Why didn't Elijah dodge its slap? Did he invest everything into strength like this zombie? I sighed, feeling much less worried. Although it could pose a serious threat if it got close, I don't think this zombie could ever catch up to any one of us. My skeleton charged under my command, reaching the tank before it could reach Elijah. It chopped down with its bone axe, its movements fluid and deliberate, showing a bit of heightened intelligence compared to before. Its axe pierced into its back, but because the muscle was so thick, it wasn't able to do any noticeable damage. Even Kate's ice spikes had merely been buried into its hide, causing small streams of blood to trickle down its body. My skeleton continued to chop, and it caught the tank's attention before it reached Elijah. It turned around with a swipe that, while not being fast, carried enough weight behind it to be devastating. My skeleton chopped at the arm, and the two collided. Naturally, my skeleton went flying, barely keeping itself together as its health dropped. I yelled at it while it got up. "Just kill the other zombies." With that order, my skeleton went and attacked the nearby zombies around the cars. By this time, Kevin had also rushed over, and he knocked a power arrow into his new bow, aiming at the tank. During the time he was bought, Elijah pulled himself off the floor and distanced himself. "Elijah! Go defend the cars." "But my sword." "Here." I grabbed my combat shovel and threw it to him. He caught it before retreating. As he understood, melee wasn't going to cut it with this thing. It would risk unnecessary harm when we could keep it at bay from a distance. Kate and Kevin moved beside me as the tank focused on us. I let out a deep breath. "Keep your distance. Don't get hit. Keep it away from the cars. Let's kill it clean. Now go." I yelled just as it charged us. Its legs reached and pulled its body forward, gripping the ground after cracking through it. Although it was slow, I still couldn't help but distance myself with fear. I aimed my revolver, taking the first shot. Bang! I didn't even have to aim much with such a large hitbox in front of me. My bullet hit center mass, tearing into its abdomen. I could almost see the ripple in its flesh from the impact of the bullet, like a droplet of water falling into a calm puddle. But, as per its name, the zombie tanked it like it was a measly punch. I only heard a deeper growl as it continued toward me, ignoring Kevin and Kate. Although blood formed from the wound I gave it, the bullet didn't even come out of its back, buried somewhere in that mass of hard muscle. Without much thought, I aimed a bit higher and let loose. Bang 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 bang. I shot the rest of my 5 bullets. With my strength and agility, maintaining control of such a powerful revolver wasn't difficult. Even my grouping around the tank's chest wasn't too bad. I didn't hit its head though, and it didn't seem like anything less would bring it down. Even after burying 5 bullets where its lungs and heart should be, it continued to roar and charge me. "I'm reloading!" I shouted as I spun on my heel and started running. Unfortunately, this revolver didn't come with a self-reloading feature. I had to flip out the cylinder and dump the empty cartridges myself. Then, I slipped in fresh bullets from my fanny pack. This was a bit difficult as I ran through all the zombies around us, but with a kick or dropped shoulder, I was able to easily get them off of me. The tank continued to follow me, and at some point, I actually slowed down out of fear that I would lose my aggro on it. I was good bait, allowing Kate and Kevin to focus on attacking with their abilities. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Suddenly, the tank let out a bellow. The ground subsequently trembled, and I spun my head around. It fell, an arrow in its heel. I looked beyond the fallen giant at Kevin, who was cheering merrily with his bow. Kate seemed to see the chance. As the tank pulled itself back up, she rushed behind it and created a blade of ice. The blade slashed its other Achilles tendon, and the tank was unable to maintain its footing. But it could still move. Using its arms, it dragged its body around and started chasing Kate with a speed probably faster than when it was on legs. She ran while letting out a cute squeal. By this time, I had reloaded every bullet in the revolver. "I got it!" I yelled as I suddenly charged the tank. With that, Kevin stopped shooting arrows at it, and Kate focused on keeping its attention. Then, with a leap, I jumped atop its huge back as it dragged its own body around. Grabbing its surprisingly small head with one hand, I shoved the barrel of my revolver into it with the other. Bang! The hammer slammed down, another bullet flying into its skull from point-blank range. Said bullet near instantly exited out the other side, the fist-sized exit wound letting out an explosion of red matter. The tank dropped dead. You have killed, Tank, Type 1. You have gained, Ectoplasm, X14. You have gained, Ability Tome, Type 1. Oh! I couldn't help a yelp of excitement as a book appeared in my arms. I disregarded my surroundings as I read the cover. And it is Basic Healing Arts. This is valuable. My eyes bulged. A healing ability. That was huge. Without supplies and proper equipment, healing people properly was close to impossible. Plus, people usually got injured as a result of getting hit by a zombie, which was basically a death sentence no matter how light. With this, while I didn't know if it were possible to heal someone who was infected, other injuries would be much less devastating. For example, Elijah's injuries that he was currently groaning over while fighting regular zombies. Getting flung into a car was definitely jarring, so he surely had some trauma across his body. With this ability, we could probably get him up to speed without waiting a long time. And if someone had this when I stabbed myself in the shoulder, I might not be weak on my left side. But deciding what to do with this ability was secondary right now. I looked up, jumping off the corpse of the tank and jogging over to Kate and Kevin, who had started killing the surrounding zombies. Kate looked at me with excitement. "Jack! Is that what I think it is?" "Yeah. It's healing related," I responded while running back to the cars. "But don't worry about it right now. Let's get back to driving. We can't stay out here." "Got it." With that, we ran back to our convoy. Elijah and Greg were guarding the sedan, a dozen or so corpses surrounding them. My skeleton was also on its own, killing any zombies it saw. Right now, I had about 32 ectoplasm in storage. Suddenly though, I was reminded of something as I saw my skeleton. "You!" Running up behind it, I grabbed it by the spine and sprinted off toward the tank. It was dragged, and I tossed it at the tank's corpse. "Eat!" I commanded. Right when I did, the skeleton's eyes flared with hunger. Its hand momentarily shot toward the tank's spine, and bone began to decompose. I watched as it grew even more, its meal obviously much more powerful than anything before. Its bones became a shade darker and a layer thicker, and I could practically feel its stats growing by the second. It took an entire minute for it to absorb everything. After it grew to 6 foot 3 inches tall, and its bones had turned to an ash-gray color, it ended by extracting the shoulder blade of the tank. This shoulder blade was abnormally elongated, almost looking like some kind of scythe that tapered to a point from its wide base. It connected this shoulder blade to its existing spine handle, ridding it of the previous blade. With that, it had a bigger and badder weapon. I wanted to look at its changes in the archive as well, but we had more pressing matters. Running back to my car, I found Elijah and Greg continuing to guard the vehicle. Without delay, I shoved Greg back into the vehicle as Elijah nodded to me and ran to his truck. I knew he was hurting, but he could still fight, so it could wait. He'd have to tough it out. At least he wasn't infected. I scrambled in, and once I knew everyone was ready, I yelled out my window. "Go!" Elijah floored it, slamming into a car that was blocking his path. The rest of us were right behind him, driving with a bit more confidence and aggression than before. Kevin's POV. We made it to the store. Damn it, I didn't think we could actually pull this off. I mean, it was the apocalypse. Since when did people drive around during apocalypses? It was supposed to be a new world where only the military had working vehicles and everyone had to run around and hide like rats to survive, hoping to find some kind of scary gang to ally with or gradually starve to death. But here we were, rolling up to the store and plowing through any zombies in our way. Elijah really didn't hold back when crashing through anything in his way. While the front end of his truck was ruined, it still ran and did the job. We couldn't ask for more. I could see my teammates on the roof of the store, looking at us with gawking expressions while we arrived. Some of them quickly ran down, and I couldn't help but swell with a bit of pride. But at the same time, could I really call these people my friends anymore? After parking close to the store, we were greeted by a small group with Albert at the front. Elijah went forward to meet him, quickly explaining the situation and lighting up Albert's face. At the same time, Jack hurried everyone out of his car. Kate rushed around to help the pregnant lady out as well, walking her directly into the store to take care of her. I really felt bad for that lady. I had actually talked to her, asking about what had happened after the apocalypse and why they were locked in a room alone. And well, it was bad. Every single one of those children had parents, whether one or both, that had been with them at the store. She told me that when the zombies had turned, every able-bodied person fought to keep them away within the store. Both fathers and mothers fought to keep them from eating the children, but even the ones who carried a knife couldn't escape unscathed. Long story short, every parent had died protecting their children. The pregnant lady, whose name was Hannah, was the only surviving adult. The rest had either died by the hordes or turned into a zombie themselves. As for Greg, he got lucky when he fought. He managed to kill zombies, get an item, awaken, and live to continue fighting. He had killed those who had previously protected them, now turned enemies. His last resort was locking everyone into that single room, and waiting. I couldn't help but understand. Hannah was utterly terrified, but perhaps the only thing she felt more than fear was sorrow. She had lost her husband. And Greg had lost his own father. He was even forced to kill at such a young age. I would never wish such a situation upon a kid like that. Or anyone for that matter. It's why I stopped Jack when he was boring into Greg. It almost made me mad to see him badgering a little kid like that, but his words revealed enough to help me understand why he had done it. This apocalypse. It wasn't nice to anyone. It was fighting to survive, and Jack. He just wanted to do his best, and perhaps he had only projected that instinct for survival onto Greg. Jack handed out every ability he found after his first one. He didn't really keep any secrets beyond what was necessary. He helped us, going on an entire expedition just to get me a bow for my ability. Damn it, Jack was stronger than I was, and I wasn't talking about physically. I'd like to think that he had beaten that zombie infection through his sheer will. Those memories of his cursing, when he had plunged his knife into his shoulder in order to cut his entire arm off. fighting against death in every way he could, going so far as to gather every last ectoplasm he could from zombies in order to increase his vitality. I couldn't do that. I couldn't plunge a knife into my shoulder, no matter how desperate I was. It showed me a side of him that I now deeply respected. Jack was someone I could follow through this apocalypse. I was unendingly grateful that he gave me the ability I now had too. I wouldn't be useless, wasting away in that store while they went out and fought to get stronger. I wanted to be a part of something greater, and in a way, I pitied those who might never get the privilege of becoming something more. But then again, becoming something more wasn't always great. I could see it as I walked into the store with Jack. The eyes of my friends, my teammates. We were all one big family, brought together by our common sport. And between them, they truly were one large unit. But Jack, Elijah, Kate, and myself, we were something else, now. Their eyes no longer looked at me with the same familiarity. There was distance. Ever since I gained that ability, perhaps they had realized something, but they didn't even speak to me the same. It was like I became something else to them. Like my ability automatically excluded me from them. Like I was no longer normal. It was the same for Elijah, Jack, and Kate. They no longer talked to the others. Hell, Jack and Elijah had become the leaders. Even our head coach was taking orders from Jack. As soon as that happened, they had basically abandoned their positions as the teammates. Now, they were the ones with the abilities. And honestly, I could understand. I remember when Jack and Elijah came back with their abilities. Jack hadn't really talked to me at all, and with him taking that leadership role with Elijah, I didn't feel like I could talk to him. He really had become something else, and it was only when I also got an ability that I finally felt like I could interact with him on equal terms again. It wasn't his fault. But something about being awakened. It almost changed your status in life. Like you had become more than human. And in a way, you did. We were superhumans. So when I walked back into the store, carrying my bow and sticking by Jack's side, I almost disregarded the looks of excitement and awe that others shot my way. I let out a long sigh, as if resigning myself to something. I adjusted my sweater that covered my body and lowered my head. I walked beside Jack, whose gaze was forward, filled with intent and purpose. You could practically see the visions of the future playing out in his head. The determination to push forward, to fight for progress. To not just survive, but thrive. And I let him lead the way.